there's so many neat, weird little things and ways to make alliances or accidentally piss off a faction and have them hunting you down to slay you with utterly no remorse. It's fantastic. My playtest group, they love getting together. They love playing, and then they start creeping down the hallway, and they're like, "Wait, isn't that where we lost two characters? Let's go this way instead. But we need to kill the warbears." No, we don't. We don't need to kill the warbears. let's check something else out. It is wonderful to watch their terror play out in real time.
Shade of Icarus, the maps will be folded. Because what happens is that we put everything into a stretch goal. It's a big stretch goal pack. It's all shrink wrapped together and everything. So it makes shipping easier and cheaper in the long run. So we don't have to roll everything up and do a separate set. There we go. Yep. So
this is from DCC 100, but yeah, we shrink wrap all the. You guys are gonna get so much stuff, but all this stuff will be shrink wrapped together, and it makes it easier to ship it and all that stuff. Although I will say we get requests for flat maps. We do occasionally. Where did I put it? Somewhere in my office here, I have the DCC 100. We did a map for that, but we did a folded version. I think we just made 100 just for people who want to. Sorry, we did a rolled version, like in a tube. So if there's like huge demand for the tube version, they're more expensive because the way they ship is nearly as efficient. But we can potentially do that if tons of people want a rolled version. Actually, there's a lot of questions in here we should answer. Shade of Icarus, will the upgraded paper quality only apply to the BackerKit prints? Great question. So the actual stretch goal was upgraded production quality. We actually already use, I'm going to sell ourselves. We use FSC paper, which means Forest Sustainability Council, Forest Stewardship Council. We basically use really high quality paper that actually comes from sustainably harvested forests. So no rainforest gets chopped down, no indigenous people get displaced. None of that happens. The paper we used, it's like when you go to the Christmas tree farm and they've been like growing trees for 20 years. And when they get big, they chop them down. There's one in the next row ready to get big. So our paper is already more expensive than most other companies' paper because we make a point of using really good paper. But the goal for production quality will fund, and at this point we have passed all the stretch goals. So we'll have 2 ribbons per book from this awesome ribbon catalog. I love geeking out on these catalogs. And there was somebody who had a great suggestion in the comments about doing we asked what color ribbon. Somebody suggested doing a red ribbon. Bob, it was your trivia, remember? What was the color ribbon that was it? Theseus,
the thread. It was the clue.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So I think 1 ribbon in each book should be red, and then we'll pick the other ribbon. But that stretch goal will fund ribbons in each book, and foil touches on probably on the covers and spine and stuff like that. Chris, Mike, what are some other questions we should answer?
Ab Initio is asking for details on the monsters in Magic book. What are some cool monsters? What are some myths you drew on for Magic items?
Well, from the DC side of things, right?
On it.
Yeah. Scott had to convert my stuff. I had to convert his. I drew upon. There's some really, really cool giants in Greek mythology. There's one that is literally covered with 100 eyes. So it is never awesome. Fully sleeping. So that was there. Also, in Greek mythology, there's not 1, not 2, but there are 3 different types of centaur. There's literally like the classic, right? Horse body, topped with a human torso, but then there's human torso, human legs with the back end of a horse. There's horse with a human torso and 4 human feet. And so we've got variations on centaur. I'm trying to remember some of the monsters that Scott did, because the Greek mythology has some really messed up monsters. I just want to say, Hollywood could really learn a thing or two. As for things like magic weapons, there is like the Shining Shield. There is a Thracian steam gun. Because if you've ever played Thracia, there's a little bit of strange technology in there as well, which is near and dear to the hearts of all DCC players. We love our weird technologies. Those are some of the things we drew on for that, and it was just loads of fun. And I've already seen like some of the Brad McDevitt art, and it's just gonna be a fun book.
And in about 30 minutes, we might have another person on who can tell you about the other half of the book. So stay tuned. We answered half the question now. Let's see. There was a question. Surprisingly, Bug Professor wanted to know about the ecologies. So the ecologies, I think we mentioned in that if you've been kicking around long enough, you knew one of the mainstays of Dragon Magazine back in the day was ecologies, the ecology of, XX, whatever, the existential, usually ecology of monsters like Mike couldn't pronounce. So it was basically like a naturalistic write-up for the most cases. Not a lot of game stats, but talking about their diet and stuff. Basically literally like how do they work in a fantasy world? So we're taking inspiration from that and choosing the most predominant monsters that you might encounter in the Caverns of Thracia, which are for the most part tend to be animalistic humanoids of some sort, without be they bull people or dog people or lizard people or whatever. So
Bad Taste Aficionado asks us when we decided when we wanted to convert and adapt Caverns of Thracia to DCC and 5e, and did it have anything to do with the unfortunate loss of Janelle earlier this year? Bob and Scott have been working on the conversions for Caverns of Thracia for about a year and a half, I'm gonna say, something in that general area. So these projects, by the time we get them to crowdfunding, they're usually at least already in the works for a year, generally more than that, as we start getting to the tail end of it. So unfortunately, it's kind of saddened to all of us that Janelle doesn't get a chance to see just how successful this crowdfunding's been, and didn't get a chance to actually throw her back out by holding Dark Tower. So
yeah, Janelle was awesome. It's too bad she's not with us anymore.
And she was so helpful during this process, because there's a couple places in Caverns of Thracia where intent was a little vague, and I was able to just reach out and say, hey, Janelle, I was reading, I got to this point, and what was your intent? How would you like to see this done? And so we were able to work hand in hand with her up until the time that she went to the hospital, to make sure that we stayed true to the original vision for this adventure. And that was really, really important to us.
It's hard to believe. She told me when she wrote Dark Tower, Caverns of Thracia, I believe Help It's a Night Fang. I feel like there was maybe one other. She only worked for Dark Tower. Maybe. She only worked for Judges Guild for 1 year. Like all this stuff came out in 1 year. Like this, that's amazing, to produce that much extremely high quality content in 1 year. It's incredible.
If we get 99 backers, we will officially have 5,000 backers.
Oh, awesome. All right, closing in.
all right.
Speaking of the original edition, Wet TMC says, so yes, to answer your question, yes, the reprint of the original will be in the hardcover in addition to the conversions. And then Vinny the Mage says, question regarding the all-in level. Aside from the slipcase, will the additional adventures versions be included? Actually, not all. And I'm sorry this is so confusing, folks, but backers asked, we delivered, and it was too late to change the original pledge levels. So Vinny the Mage, if you go onto the community tab and click the most recent update, there's a list there of all of the items that are basically not included in the various all-in pledges. So if you want to add on stuff you're missing, that would be the stuff to do. What other questions should we answer?
Where are we here? With the $60,000 goal cleared, will every backer receive a copy of both the DCC version of Sacrifice of Fire of Thracia and the 5e conversion of Beneath the Isle of Serpents as a free PDF?
This is where I go read it just to make sure I wrote it. Just make sure that was the intent. Let me actually read the stretch goal and make sure that we phrased it the right way. But that was the intent, the free PDF. And then SS Stairs 2 says, I canceled my pledge and my girlfriend pledged in my place. Is it possible to still get the patch in the art folio? The art folio, yes, because that goes to all backers. And the die cut sticker goes to all backers as well. So you'll definitely get both of those. The patch was only for backers in the first 48 hours, and that's actually added behind the scenes automatically by some guy coding at BackerKit. So you won't be able to get that. If you can like reinstate your pledge, you'll still, it has the first 48-hour indicator, you'll still get it. But if your girlfriend pledged after that first 48 hours, then unfortunately it won't be part.
Superman 03, does it take longer to convert to DCC or 5e? I have a thought on this. I will ask Bob to chime in since he's done a good deal of it.
Oh, well, yeah, I think it depends. Because with the 5e stuff, if there's a creature that already exists in the monster manual, it's just in bold, so you can look it up in the monster manual.
Move on.
And if it's a new monster, it's tagged and it's just an index in the back. Whereas for DCC, we have the monsters are in all the encounters. So sometimes things go pretty quickly either way there. It's when running into like original 5e monsters or templates can slow things down. But as a general rule, having written for both DCC and 5e, they really don't. I don't think they really take that much longer, one way or the other. I mean, 5e has the advantage of being kind of structured. This is this level creature is this, and so you've got an idea of what you're working with. And DCC is a little bit more, fly by the seat of your pants and hope the party survives. But they're really, I think, about the same.
I will say what does take longer is that if you convert something from 3.5 to 5th edition and then convert that 5th edition to DCC, that takes a really long time. And we learned not to do that after the first Dungeon Denizens book. So,
you didn't learn the Devil Lich? You didn't learn the Devil Lich, Mike?
No, I mean no, because I mean that was DCC from 3.5. No, it was.
I had the 5e manuscript for Devil Lich. That's where I started.
Yeah, I did the 5e manuscript before we decided we were going to make that DCC. So that was part of our problem there. We're learning as we go along. As you guys have seen during this campaign. We're willing
we'll
to
have
be
this. We'll have it down pat by 7th edition. No problem.
I will say I think it's quicker to convert from like first ed to DCC than 5e to DCC because the kind of the design ethos is more similar, but between the two systems, DCC and first edition are, well, your player should have thought about that before they went running in there, and look what happened. Bet they're not going to do that again, and that sort of helps.
I will let me answer actually Vector's question. Who's any chance of DCC in a castle in Thrace, Bulgaria edition? If somebody wants to pay to fly us to Thrace, Bulgaria, and we will more than happy run DCC in any castle you choose to name.
We'll run it in a White Castle. Heck. Fort Wayne.
I know for a fact Brendan would gladly run anything in a White Castle, In fact, I bet Brendan has run stuff
DCC in a White Castle. There you go. That's it.
We got ourselves a new pledge level for the next project.
My gamer go bag is always ready. I come back from GaryCon, I just don't unpack it, so I'm good to go.
That's hilarious.
Saga is great. Will there be a new class or deities or gods like in the other DCC settings? No, because see, this is we often get a lot of questions. I've seen these people ask questions about new classes and creating a new class, especially for something that is technically official. If it comes out under the Goodman game thing, is difficult because it's easy to do on paper, but in actual play, it may break things even more so than DCC tends to. If you notice, we play tested DCC Dying Earth for years before we published it to make sure that the classes worked. So just writing one up and throwing them in as a stretch goal or as additional material that's asking for trouble. So,
and we have a lot of we have a lot more great questions in the chat, which we'll come back to, but we have a special guest who's going to join us to tell us about his experience playing Caverns of Thracia. So we will pause this and we will be right back. Hey, everybody, we're back. with some guy named Mike Mearls. You may have heard of him. He wrote, actually, he's most famous for writing Dungeon Crawl Classics #2, The Lost Vault of Sathzar Row. Then he also wrote some game called D&D. But that was like 10 years ago. Nobody remembers
It
that.
was, yeah, a decade ago. Who knows, right? That's like yesterday's news.
What?
How's it going, Mike?
Going well. How's everyone doing? I'm watching. I mean, I got the page open on BackerKit, so pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah.
It keeps on ticking.
Yeah, right. So
now we're only 88 people away from 5,000.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
it's
29 minutes
cool.
to it, not counting overtime. So
so how does overtime work? I'm not familiar with how overtime works on BackerKit. So does this just, as long as someone pledges, like there's a certain amount of time it can go before?
exactly.
Keeps going.
So if it technically it runs out at 7 o'clock Eastern time. If somebody up till 7 o'clock pledges, the clock gets reset for 10 minutes.
Oh,
So-
nice.
For every new pledge, it gets kicked. It resets. So we have the meme of Idris Elba. Reset the clock. You can put that there. We're all good.
So yeah, if you see on the BackerKit page that little backer train, join 193 in the backer train back in 8 minutes and 36 seconds to keep the train going. Like as long as somebody adds on, it resets that clock to 10 to 10 to 10. So like when we did Purple Planet, Mike was reminding us we were on for like an hour and a half afterward.
Oh wow.
And it just kept on going. So it's
Cool.
kind of crazy because you just don't know what it adds the total unpredictable factor, back to it. It's cool. It's scary, but cool. I mean, dude, I got water. I got Cliff Bars. I'm prepared to be here all night. I even bought these little tasty cashew things from the health food store.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
we're gonna be
Keep
here
the
all night
energy
if we
up.
have to. Yeah,
Nice.
exactly.
So the so yeah, Caverns of Thracia. This is wild.
Yeah, Mike. So you tell us, you ran it at GaryCon, right? If I remember correctly.
I ran it at GaryCon. Yes, the past 2 years at GaryCon, like this past year and the year before, I made a point of running an adventure by Janelle Jakeways. Just, I think she's a fantastic adventure designer, and love Dark Tower, back that. Love Caverns, back that.
Thanks, man.
Hey, least I could do. But yeah, and I think what makes it so much fun is it is accessible. It's a lower level adventure, so you can just get stuck right into it. And it has, what can you say about Janelle Jakeways? It hasn't been said already. Like, it's such a fun adventure because it's so well constructed. And I think when people talk about D&D, especially old school D&D, they're really talking about Caverns, Dark Tower. Like, these are the adventures to me that define, more so than the Gygax adventures, which I know everyone talks about. Those are the ones that, obviously TSR made it. But I think the way the game was actually played, because Janelle, she came up as a dungeon master. She ran games, and then this is what she wrote. And obviously Gary, ran games too. But I think it was different being the person who creates the game versus someone who finds the game and then is inspired by it, then building from there and trying to keep your players engaged and learning as you go. To think, it's so wild to think these adventures were some of the first, and yet they still remain some of the best.
Yeah.
Janelle is a prime example of what I called a long time ago Jimi Hendrix syndrome, where Jimi Hendrix, everybody knows Hendrix was great guitarist, but if you've been playing a guitar for 6 months, for a year or something, you can do a relatively good Hendrix solo. So it's not technically, it's the idea that Jimmy did it first. And that's very much the case. Like everybody who's doing stuff now and doing design stuff, they're doing stuff that Janelle did, back in the day without even really probably thinking too much about it. Like it just made sense. So she was such a trailblazer in that point. And even if you don't know her name, and hopefully, we're doing what we can to remind people of her. You look at this stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, this is the way you do modern game design 40 odd years ago. So.
Yeah, and running it at GaryCon, it was super easy to run, it's cohesive, and to me it's got the hallmark of a good adventure, whereas a dungeon master, I feel like I'm not having to fight to make the game interesting. It's all just there. The players has to pick which way they want to go, and I feel like it also, it's really fun to just tinker with it, because when I ran it, I always make adjustments to things, and it's just, but it felt like it's the difference between having to do that versus wanting to do that, because you find it inspiring, and so you want to mess with some of the NPCs or put your own spin on it. To me, the best adventures make you want to do that because it's just looks like it's so much fun to run. So when I ran a Gary Con, I did a little thing where I took like the different factions and kind of had them a bit more actively fighting against each other. I was running, I kind of substituted my own wandering tables, things like that to just, because it's a 4-hour convention game. So I wanted to surface some of that stuff for the players and give them a chance to like maybe mess with the different factions and understand it wasn't just like, just a typical dungeon full of monsters, there's more stuff going on here. So.
What was your favorite? What are some of your favorite encounters? Like, both in the written word and like based on how players, interacted with them and
yeah.
what
So
happened?
I like just the setup of going into that, like the first, above ground ruin and exploring it. So the way I ran it, and I can't, as I had the like the gnolls and the lizard men as like different factions. So the players kind of approached, they kind of got a spotted each of them, kind of, okay, who do you want to go mess around with first? They ended up like dealing with the gnolls. We actually had this funny moment where the magic user threw charm person on a gnoll. And so like, okay, so the gnoll's charmed, and I come to the gnoll's turn. I'm like, well, this gnoll is really worried because his best friend is surrounded by his 5 greatest enemies. So he's going to like wildly charge across the room and pick up the magic user and carry him to safety downstairs. And just like things like that, since I'm not like worried so much about like trying to track the adventure, it's not overwhelming. Like I could improv like that because I knew what was downstairs, and I know, okay, you're going to end up in the guano room, and then what happens if the gnoll slips in the guano and all that. The But that, that was more, kind of improv the table. But I still, and I wrote about this in the campaign in the forums. That first level, that aspect of death is just so much fun because it's just, I've never seen any, there's nothing like that in any other adventure I've ever seen. And we actually had a character, he got hit by, I think there's a wight in that area, and got level drained down to first level. And I had him roll his hit points, and he was below the 3 hit point threshold. So he saw the aspect of death, and she decided like, well, it's a convention game. I only have like 2 hit points. I'm going to offer myself to death because I'm either going to die or I'm going to get something cool. And like, oh,
That's awesome.
You're just going to die. Like, he just died. It was late enough in the session. I was like, okay, I feel totally cool just killing you off.
The ultimate stranger danger.
Yeah, exactly, right. But it put the party on pretty on edge for the rest of the session. Like they were just there was like that skull oracle like south of like the chapel with the white in it, and they were just terrified. Like they built like a improvised like this curtain to stretch across the doorway without actually looking into it, and then ran past and then disassembled it because they just did not want to deal with the thing. And then they opened the room with, I think it's yellow mold further to the south, and they just like closed the door immediately and ran back with their giant curtain. So yeah, it's a fun adventure. In fact, I can remember it so clearly. It's so well designed.
That's now the aspect of death is really cool because you as the dungeon master know what's going on. As a player, you have no idea. And that threshold, it appears, I think, at 3 hit points, but nobody else can see it. Like there's so many, and you just think it's maybe an undead creature. Like you have no idea. It's that feeling of like wonder and excitement when we all played D&D and had no clue that this is a 4 hit dice monster with this attack bonus, which nowadays all the stats. That's an aspect I love, that sense of wonder, and fear, but both combined.
I think fear is a big part of role-playing games. Fear, I think, there's a reason why, like, Castle Ravenloft is one of the best adventures of all time. For 5th edition, Curse of Strahd is eventually keeps selling. I work at Chaosium now, so we make Call of Cthulhu, and that's, one of the most popular role-playing games out there. People like horror. It's a fun part of role-playing. And I think the scary dungeon is a big part of that.
Yeah. Mike Curtis, you were going to jump in.
Oh no, I was going to say about Call of Cthulhu is the haunting is basically keep on the Borderlands for Call of Cthulhu. It is like the adventure that everybody should play, and and I've run it so many times and I've never had more fun with a bed frame.
Yeah, exactly. That bed frame has killed more like investigators than probably, well, except for I don't want to give any spoilers, but yeah, there's a bed that's like watching for that adventure.
I worked at a furniture store. Bed frames can be deadly.
Yeah.
if you turn into the 50 greatest adventures of all time, sponsored by maybe there'll be more on that subject for me at some point in the future.
maybe we should do the 50 most deadly encounters, and we can have bed frame. Number 5.
I don't know. If that's the case, the methadone T-Rex versus the barbecue chicken gets my vote. Just to
Yeah, X-Crawl has some crazy encounters. Brendan is good at coming up with just wild stuff. Wait, so Mike, did you run it under the original 1st edition rules, or like something you cooked up on your own for 5th edition when you ran Thracia? I mean, at GaryCon.
Yeah, so I did run it using First Ed. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I am cooking up stuff though. We'll see where that goes. But yeah, I got like 3 campaigns I'm running right now with some stuff I'm working on. Maybe for next year, we'll see what happens with that.
Mm.
So
Oh, that's awesome. Did you like split hairs over which first edition like subsystem you were going to use?
I basically run First Edition like it's basic. Like I use the First Edition chassis, like oh it's the races and classes and multi-classing, but then I basically just use the actual mechanics or just BX like one just
You
keep
run
it simple.
advanced D&D how it was run.
That's how we ran it back in the 80s. It's like I can't make head or tail. I loved reading the DMG, but I couldn't make head or tail.
Exactly.
So yeah.
None of us could figure out half the rules, so half of it was just improvised and like house ruled. Your cousin told you this, so you did that, like that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, when I started playing, we had little brown books. We had the Blue Holmes book, and then the advanced books came out. We just sort of blended it all together and figured it as we went.
I've known more than one historically minded DM is just like, I'm going to run a D&D using the rules in the DMG and everything, and it lasts like 3 weeks.
Yep.
Because like once you start like, oh, what's the weapon speed on this versus like, it's
my god, all that stuff
versus studded leather, and what's the just no.
Oh yeah, even just the initiative system. Like, okay, you're tied, so now you go to like extra segments to like it's
Right.
it's very I would love to see a video, if anyone out there is watching and thinking of taking up a challenge, of someone trying to run AD&D like as written, like from the DMG First Edition. I would love to see someone get like John Peterson or some historian to verify this is what we think the rules actually say. And
somebody's out like they're like fact checking you as you go. And
yeah.
Like, no, you got initiative wrong.
I remember Ernie saying that Gary never used any of that stuff. He just put it in the books as filler because wargamers like tables.
They do, right? And that's I want that experiment also just falls apart if anyone rolls a Sonic character, right? Because you're supposed to check, right? There's like based on your stats, and then oh look, I'm Sonic, which I've never used those rules. I have no idea how they work.
They were cool though. I remember reading them and thinking like, this is cool, man. I don't think I ever used them, but it seemed like just a really cool addition,
There's like 10 psionic rounds to a regular round, and so if psionic combat breaks out, everyone else can go for pizza. It's kind of wrong, man.
It's speed of thought.
It's basically what deck runs were for Shadowrun before it was. It's like, oh, the decker's going to make, all right, everybody else, we're going to go out for another 45 minutes. We'll be back when this is 10. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
75 people away from 5,000.
Oh, wow. So, and is this the biggest
awesome.
Crowdfunding campaign that Goodman Games has had?
It is. It's amazing. Yeah, we've been talking about what did we do right, and nobody really knows.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what's the difference here? Like, it is interesting how, and I'm watching the number now go up. Like, yeah, I mean, in Thracia, it's a great adventure, and I guess it builds off of what you did with Dark Tower. So you've got that, and
I feel like that's part of it. Dark Tower. Mike and Chris and Bob did a great job on Dark Tower. Like, it just is so well done. I have one of my copies here, and the first printing is actually sold out. It's sold out in 8 weeks.
Oh wow.
So the second printing is on the way here from overseas. It's incredible. And so I feel like some of this is just, if people have seen what we can do and it's playing through to, benefit here. But I feel like Dark Tower is much better known than Caverns of Thracia. So, maybe there's also something else. I don't know. Either way, we thank you all. Thank you for coming. Nobody leave. We don't know what we did right, but we're happy with it.
Well, it does feel like old school gaming is kind of like stronger than ever, and I know it's the new edition of D&D's coming out this year and everything, but it feels like
Mike, it's not a new edition. What are you talking about?
I'm not
it's 100% backwards compatible. Don't you read the internet?
Fair enough. I try not to. But it does feel like people still just like a well-made dungeon gets people excited,
Yeah. And Thracia is also a mega dungeon without being like a giant castle. Like it's kind of a different version of the mega. We're all. I mean, maybe we're not all used to giant castles because there hasn't really been a castle dungeon published in a while. But the old concept of Castle Blackmoor, Castle Greyhawk, like this idea of the giant castle mega dungeon in Thracia is just kind of I don't know, a fresh twist on. It's not even fresh. It's a really old twist on that, but a different twist on that.
Yeah, because it was published in 78, right?
That sounds right.
Yeah,
around there.
Of 46 years old, 47 years old.
My God, is it really that old? Am I really that old?
Yeah, D&D's 50 this year. Yeah, D&D turned 50 back in February. So yeah.
Did you get your stamps yet, or pre-order your stamps?
No, I'm not a collector. That's like I am not someone who collects stuff. So yeah, I'm bad that way. So I have too many knickknacks. I realize I've hit a point in life where I want less stuff. So I'm not a knickknack person much anymore.
Mike Curtis, you cleaned out your whole everything you didn't you do like a purge of all your stuff a couple years ago, if I remember
it's an
right?
ongoing thing. It's ongoing. It really is. It was one of those things it's when I got back into gaming, back in 2008 or whatever, I devoured a lot of the stuff that I missed and everything. And then I'm just, like I was trying to collect the entire run of the old, B and X adventures and everything. And then I was just like, I had a good deal of them. And I'm just like, let's be honest. It's like once 50 is in the rearview mirror, you're like, yeah, it's like, let me deal with this problem or somebody else has to, it's like, it's like I don't want to have anybody, I mean, people won't even let me move they won't help me move anymore because I just had too many books. They're like, no, it's like, books are heavy. Noble Knight has a lot of my collection. Yes. So, yeah.
Do you get weekend rights that you can go visit it from time to time?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. They show up at GaryCon, and I'll go to GaryCon, and I'll be like, "Oh, that looks familiar,"
That's awesome. Well, Mike Mearls, thank you for stopping by and sharing your Caverns of Thracia stories. It was great hearing them.
Thanks for having
really
me.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and congrats on the success of the campaign. It's fantastic. I'm super excited, and we're closing in on 5,000. Yeah.
Let's remind everybody,
crazy.
if people want more of Mike, he contributed one of the essays that we are publishing in Caverns of Thracia.
Yeah.
So you'll get more of him even if he's not on the show.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mike. And everybody, we'll be right back in just a minute. Hey, everybody, we're back with Scott Moore, who handled the 5e conversion for Caverns of Thracia. Welcome, Scott.
Hi, all. Hey, I haven't checked in a while. We think we're going to hit the goal?
Dude, we're so far away. It's never going to happen. Sorry, you're not getting paid.
Darn.
Scott, my gnome from another tome. How you doing, man?
Nope.
Good to see you, sir. I want to say, although you guys probably aren't surprised by this, Bob and I have been like texting each other like two giddy little kids before Christmas. You see where we're at? You see where we're at? So,
Oh, yeah. What do you mean, like giddy kids before Christmas?
Well, exactly like giddy kids, except for the age that kind of fits into the bracket of kid. I can't get away with that anymore.
Are you going to wake me up at 5 a.m. the day this ends and be like, we got to get...
So we might still be awake.
My bike together overnight, right?
Yeah. As an adult, I found out. So remember as a kid, you would negotiate with your parents. You're like, we want to get up at 7 a.m. on Christmas. They'd be like, no, how about 10 a.m.? And you landed on some number. I forget what number we all landed on, but my dad told me when I was like 30 that he had actually been changing the clocks all those years. So I thought we were getting up at 6 a.m. and it was actually like 8 a.m. But he went through and changed all the clocks that were in our rooms in like the immediate vicinity. He changed like 6 clocks in the house so that he got an extra 2 hours of sleep every Christmas. Yeah.
Good parenting. That's what that is.
Yeah, I know. But iPhones ruin it, dude. Like I thought about that now, and my kids, they have an iPad and automatically updates. Like you can't fool your children the same way anymore.
Can't fool your children in an analog world.
Right. Exactly.
That's still better than what my family used to do. Be Christmas Eve, we'd be having the big family Christmas. My uncle would be like, why don't we just save the presents for next year? We don't need to do presents. I'm full. I'm tired. We don't need to get up tomorrow. No.
I know. When you're a kid, you fall for that stuff. That's tough. All right. So technically, we are 11 minutes.
Chat.
Oh,
No.
Sorry. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I saw somebody say something in the chat and I didn't see it answered. And it was a question about, hey, after Dark Tower and Caverns of Thracia, did Janelle write anything else that we might see coming soon? And I think they completely left out the Hell Pits of Nightfang.
Chris is pointing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was. I see it behind Chris. I don't know if it was mentioned on the channel tonight, though.
Great call. How about let's mention it? You guys tell them all about it. That's a great call.
And there's still time to pick up a copy. So
yeah,
in the featured version of your choice and different covers of your choice. You can have the OAR cover treatment, or you can have the regular FEF cover treatment, or you can have the DCC version. So
Hell Pits of Nightfang is Janelle's vampire adventure. One of you guys want to just expound on that and tell the audience a little more?
It was originally written for RuneQuest back in the day. I also believe it was around 1980 or 1979. And basically, yeah, it's a fun little romp. Basically, a vampire and its minions, and is secluded in this wilderness location, and you know, it's got all the typical tropes in it, preying on the village nearby, and it's got some really cool, interesting monster designs, I'll say, which we had a great time converting to both 5e and DCC. Several of them very DCC like, I would go out and say on a limb. So yeah, so if you're looking for a nice little, you can easily do it in one night. It's a nice little one shot. It's for 9th level characters for the 5e version, so it's something you can play after Thracia or during Thracia if you're tired of going through all those different dungeon levels and you just need something a little different. So
yeah, I think it's like 7th level for DCC too. So it's, you know, it's a high level one. But
yeah. So, and we are 9 minutes in. I think this is a good time to remind everybody about overtime.
We just actually had our first overtime bump. We were at 9 minutes and bumped up to 10. So now every time a backer makes a new pledge, right? It extends the clock.
Yeah, so I feel like we should do a countdown, but it doesn't even make any sense. Maybe we should do a countdown to what would have been when we get close to the turn of the hour. But that's kind of cool.
Oh no, it's kind of ruined everything. No,
Bite your tongue.
We only have a 222 person backer train at this point. You know, I mean,
yeah.
Thank you all 220. Well, actually, thank you to all 4,940 of you. We're hoping to break 5,000 backers, which would be
Can
awesome.
you find 61 friends?
Yeah.
Yes. So there's a question. Sorry, guys. There's a lot of questions in the chat that we missed. So people chatting on Twitch, if we missed your question, feel free to tee it up again. We got tied up chatting. But so one question I see here at the bottom, is there a Duck Tower stretch goal? No, but that would be cool. Maybe someday. So the stretch goal for the PDS, if we purchased the hard copy, wouldn't we have received a free PDF anyway? Yes. so sorry. You don't get a ton of benefit from that stretch goal, but you can still be proud of yourself for contributing. And you get the other like 20 stretch goals or whatever it is. So yeah. And I feel like we missed a whole bunch of other questions too.
Yeah. Well, the backer train is now glowing.
Yep.
So I'm thinking that
and a little fireball.
It says overtime mode.
A little
there's like a little fireball. That's like straight out of Super Mario. They should make that 8-bit. BackerKit people, no more of these fancy graphics. I want 8-bit. That's pretty cool. Ooh.
So yeah, guys, you can see every time someone bids, we reset back to 10 minutes. So
that's awesome.
There it goes again. So I have a feeling it's going to be like this for a while, which is great.
So, wait, question here: will the cover of the funnel get classic art or new art? The cover of the funnel will have new art. Do you have your next crowdfund? Say what? You're drawing it, Mike?
I'm drawing it. We don't have enough time. You have to figure this out. So I'm drawing.
What? Start now, man. Start now. You got 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, do you have your next crowdfunding project lined up for after? Yeah, we do have some thoughts on what's next after Thracia. We will say we are going to do a Castle White Rock sometime next year. That sort of leaked out, and we'll acknowledge that. So for those of you who don't know Castle White Rock, what, Bob? You look constipated.
How did it leak out? Brendan was on Spellbird last night talking about it. How is that leaking?
Clearly
like
an inside leak. Yes.
It's Brendan.
Yeah. Short version is Castle White Rock will come next year, and there'll be other stuff in between. So who won the trivia tourney? I think the trivia doesn't end until like 6 minutes from now. I think it officially ends at the very end of the original campaign timing. Let's see where the trivia is at. Should we reveal what the winning trivia team gets? Or not? Or should we just keep that a secret?
I think we should keep in suspense.
Okay. All right. You guys will find out when you get your books.
Because who knows? It might change now
on the trivia. Good time too.
It's just, we just have to write down if we do change it.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott. What did you say? I missed it.
I was just saying, don't tell them what it is, but just say if you haven't done the trivia, this is a really good time to.
Yeah.
Good reminder. You have 6 minutes left. So if you're on BackerKit, you'll see a little bar. This is like story, pledge levels, add-ons, community. The right there is one called Trivia Challenge. So you can click there to see all the trivia questions. I have 0 of 5 correct, but I feel like I know the answers, so I shouldn't guess.
Anything neat going on at Goodman Games at Gen Con? Well,
yes, lots of neat stuff.
Yeah. So if you're not early sign up, we are running our we're running Save X Crawl, which is going to be our tournament this year. The first time we're doing this live and in person. So if you have not had a chance to try out X Crawl, I know a couple of teams are still looking for some people. If you're on Discord, or even if you put the call out on the DCC Rocks community on Facebook, or maybe even people here might be because, hey, we need a third person. We are also doing our return of the Spell Duel tournament as well, which is we did some years ago and it was extremely popular. It took us forever to get back around to it. So it's going to be Harley, and I think he has a cohort to help him out on this. But basically, for a generic ticket, you stand in line and then you go and you Spell Duel. And if you win, you stay at the table and you take on all comers. And you keep at that table as long as you can hold your position. And if you get defeated, you can leave and go on your merry way, or you can get back online for another $2 generic ticket and try to kick their butt again. So it was extremely, it's a fun little way. There was, I know people are looking forward to that. And we'll probably have a couple of con specials too. Like,
yeah, we always have, some of our soft cover editions, like for the core rule books, we sell at a discounted price at the show. We sell the DCC core rule book in soft cover for $10 at cons, and the MCTC one also. We will have a couple new releases. The yearbook was supposed to ship from the printer today, so I'm waiting for the tracking, but we'll have the new yearbook. We will have DCC Dying Earth number 10, if I remember correctly. The Visits the Advanced Mans, that one.
Yeah.
We should have some advanced copies of that one. We should have a bunch of cool t-shirts that we're getting a fresh run on. And then X-Crawl backers, if you back to X-Crawl, you can pick up your pledge in person. Up to 100 backers. That's how much they could fit on or actually tomorrow morning I should get the tracking. If the plane takes off tomorrow morning full of X-Crawl, anyway, go to the X-Crawl Kickstarter page, make sure you read the latest update or maybe the next to latest update, which has the sign-up sheet. And we are able to ship a limited number of X-Crawl copies ahead of the main shipment to allow for pickup at Gen Con. There's probably something else I'm forgetting too, but those are the main things.
I also know that a whole bunch of new tickets for DCC events just got released into the pool. So if you were trying to get into DCC events for Gen Con and they were sold out, hop on and take a look because there's more tickets available for some of those events now.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Jen was up last night gnashing her teeth.
Yeah.
Good
we
reminder.
didn't mention there's the funnel experience. The DCC funnel experience is making its return. And there is also 5e organized play events. All of those tables are sold out, all 27 of them, I believe. So we have a lot going on at Gen Con this year.
And we're having a new thing. It's called Buy Mike Curtis a Sandwich. So if you run across me and you see me, if I look hungry, by all means, feel free to buy me a sandwich, and I will say thank you.
We got a question here. Will PDF rewards be released before or at the same time as the hardback? Should be before. Actually, X-Crawl backers have got their PDF rewards, even though the hardback hasn't shipped yet. Grimtooth, we're actually charging the cards tomorrow, and then backers should have the PDFs within a day or two. There's just a bunch of they're all ready. We have to do some tech stuff behind the scene. But our intent is to release the PDFs well ahead of the hardcovers. And Johnny A. Soam says, do I have to add the add-ons now or when the pledge manager is out? I'm not sure what add-ons I want yet and don't have the time to check them out. So you can add them after the fact on the pledge manager, rest assured. If you want to get a list of what add-ons are not in the main pledge levels, go to the latest update that we posted earlier today that sort of itemizes them all. And those are the ones that we added due to popular requests. They're not in the pledge levels.
But first of all, I don't think we're going anywhere for a while, so you have plenty of time to add them on.
Good point.
I think you've got
Ask
out the way we're looking at things here. So
yeah,
we're now 41 people away from 5,000.
Kilishandra a while back asked, how are PDF rewards being released?
You have to drive to. No, just kidding.
A BackerKit. But I know where this question's going. Some people have a library on drive-through or Lulu or whatever. We do it through BackerKit, but if you got a library on drive-through that you really want to have complete, just email us and we can, do the magic buttons to send you the links to get in drive-through as well.
I don't want to say it, but if you don't, we usually also publish the drive-through code on, so I don't.
Yeah, the books have a PDF download code, which will, depending on the book, be drive-through or the Goodman Games website. But either way, we're happy to let your library live wherever you want. Just tell us and we can send you the links. And actually, guys, officially, we've hit This is called the countdown show. Officially, we're in overtime mode, but I feel like we should count down.
Hey,
something.
yeah, we just hit 7 o'clock.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! And we're in countdown mode,
successful.
overtime mode. All right.
We just reset. So
Okay. Awesome.
Hey,
So
an
we're-
Easter egg that oh, go ahead.
Oh, go for it, Scott. Tell us.
I was going to
yeah,
say there was an Easter egg I wanted to call out about Thracia that I just learned about like 20 minutes ago.
Whoa.
So for all the calls and the videos and stuff I've been on, I've had like similar backgrounds like everybody currently has up. And the foil cover, the special edition covers, I'm usually looking at them on my small notebook screen. And it wasn't until my wife in the other room happened to have Twitch on the big screen TV did I see the detail on the horn rings on the Minotaur's head. And I thought those were awesome. And if anybody hasn't looked at them close enough,
Yeah.
I'll leave it as a surprise, but it's pretty awesome. I thought it was an awesome call out.
Yeah. All right. We have a special guest. Sorry, Scott. That is awesome. But our special guest is texting us from another dimension, insisting that he be let in. It's time to do our summoning ritual. So let us pause for just a moment, and everybody, we will come back with a special guest. Scott, thank you for joining us. And the
unfortunately,
rest
we
of
had
us
to
are,
sacrifice
Take care,
somebody
guys.
to bring our special
Yeah,
guest on. That's Scott.
exactly.
So, sorry.
We're sacrificing Scott. All right. And we'll be right back.
There was a
Hello! Master! It's me!
Molon, how nice of you to join us. How are you doing tonight?
It's my pleasure, just got off the warehouse, fortress things, But I'm here, and I'm really excited about lizard men.
For sure. Is there any, so things have gone great. We've been sacrificing to you regularly. We really appreciate your support in this project. There's a lot of small animals missing, and it's really paying off for us. Is there anything else we can offer you to give you a continued dark blessing on Caverns of Thracia?
More sexy lizard men. That's what we need. Lots of that.
All right, somebody take notes.
I feel like I should chime in and say, no small animals were hurt during the filming of this broadcast.
Only large animals.
Yes. Minotaurs
right.
mainly.
Minotaurs, man. Yeah, they're expendable though. There's like more than one. It's a total tease. You're like, oh, there's one Minotaur. Then it turns out there's more than one.
Dime a dozen.
Well, I mean, mythologically, there was only one. It wasn't until
Oh.
Jack got his hands on it, and then we get more.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
mythologically there was one, but we don't know how he spent his teenage years, right? I mean,
I was there.
So is it a herd of minotaurs? Is that it? I don't. What's the plural? Herd of minotaurs?
Manatees? I don't know.
Hmm.
a
Manatees.
maze of minotaurs.
Ooh, I like that one, Bob.
Amazing.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we
Amazing.
have
I
a new
like that.
monster. If we go into overtime, we do no monster. I want the
Oh, we forgot.
more. I want to. It's manatee from like the
Yeah.
waist up.
You'll
That's
have
it.
to read the ecology to find out what a group of minotaurs is going to be.
That's great. That's a great call, Chris. And so that reminds me. Sorry, we forgot to say this. We're going to give out a bonus monster. Thank you for reminding us, Mike. What was the bonus monster? The first one. Every 15
You
minutes
have the
overtime
list.
mode.
Yeah.
We're giving out a bonus monster. I have the list. What?
Yeah, you have the
no,
list.
I do have the list. You're right. I wrote it down somewhere. Hold
I
on.
gave you the
Is somebody
list.
taking notes?
I was told you.
I am now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got too many screens going on. Let me find it. Talk amongst yourselves. Molon, tell us about your day while we look up what our stretch goals
Well,
are.
let's see here. I hunted some shimps. We did a little bit of that. Disposed of unruly shimps in the fortress. It's a daily occurrence. I climbed the box mound. Climbed the mount box because just everyday sort of thing.
Were proper offerings made to you, Molon?
Oh, they always are.
That's important.
That's good.
Intern Greg is really good with that.
Okay, okay, good. I always wonder, do you have to use like eye drops?
Oh, you
Just
know
one.
what? Look at it. It's all veiny. There's little red. You know, I'm always using drops, Master. It's very true.
Yeah.
Pose of Visine. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, so I found the notes. Thank you, Chris. So every 15 minutes we go in overtime mode. We're going to throw out a free monster. So our first monster, and actually, I think Chris, I think it was you who came up with the sea centaur. Do you want to discuss the origin of that?
Yeah, so Bob was talking earlier how all these different versions of centaurs, you guys haven't seen nothing yet. So there's actually, everybody knows my aquatic background. So of course I gravitated right towards the aquatic critters. And it makes sense because, you know, we've got an archipelago. I get it right? Did I nail it?
The
Yes.
archipelago?
Archipelago. Yeah. So we
I learned
figured,
one thing from this
it would
crowdfunding.
actually makes sense to have some aquatic critters. So yeah, so a sea centaur is pretty much what it sounds like. Partially starts with a human, then it kind of goes to a horse, and then it goes to a fish. So yeah, and that's going to be really cool. And that's basically the description we're given to the artist. So I'm sure
Wait, it was human, horse,
human,
fish?
horse, fish. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Got it.
there's
Okay.
probably some mixings up there too. So yeah, so sea centaur it's official, right? That one's in. Is that
That one's in. Yeah, and if we make
Now,
it a
where are these
415
going to
overtime
appear?
mode,
somewhere. So
the
in the
stretch goal
pack.
booklet. Great
Yep.
reminder, Bob. You only get the stretch goal booklet if you're a backer, so that won't be available in retail. So if you
Yeah.
guys are on the fence about pledging and you're watching this, you want all the stretch goals, pledge so you get the stretch goal booklet.
And
You know-
I feel we have to clarify something. It's not every time that we go into overtime. It's
Yeah.
every 15 minutes we extend, because we've gone into overtime 3 times since you said that we're going.
Good point.
We don't have that many monsters planned.
We do have a list, though. We do have a list. So
We have a
let's
list.
let's see how far down the list we can get.
Right.
Gets
Yeah.
a little, and I mentioned it. The list gets a little dubious around 8 or 9. So.
Right.
I mean, it got dubious real fast with the manticore. What did we call it? The manator? Sorry,
The Manatee-ator?
manatee-ator?
Whoa.
You know,
Manticore.
all these aquatic beasties, they go pretty good with Bob's pirate stuff, you know?
Well,
Good point.
So,
I was gonna say they go really well with pecan sauce, but yeah, that too.
the real reason we have so many aquatic monsters is Mr. Doyle there.
there you
Yeah,
go.
I'm already. Boy, that manatee idea, you guys hid that one for me, man. My mind's already spinning. I'm like, whoa, what can we do with the manatee?
I mean, not much, man.
Pretty much anything, because they won't resist.
We'll make it do something. Don't worry. Don't
Make
worry.
them psychic.
Yeah. Yeah.
They use the psionics rules from first edition.
Yeah.
The manatee, nature's no wake marker, is what they are. I mean,
It's got psionics. It does damage to boat hulls. We got this, man.
And if you're not paying attention to nature's no wake marker, it's nature's speed bump.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, so Moan, we have some exciting news for you. As you come from the DCC universe. So the last poll has officially closed. Oh wait, sorry, it hasn't closed. Oh, I was curious if the polls would stay open in overtime mode, and the poll is
every
still
time
open.
you get a backer, they can
Yeah.
vote, right? Yeah.
So it looks like the poll is still open. So
What are you
as of right
voting
now,
for?
well, so it's trivia. So everybody go to the trivia challenge tab on your backer kit. And right now, Team DCC, Moan, this is a tribute to you. Team DCC is in the lead at 72% correct answers. 5E is a little behind at 68%. But everybody, apparently this last poll is still open. So Team 5E, if you haven't voted yet, take your trivia challenge and see if you can turn that around.
If you dare.
If you dare.
I don't think you can beat us, though.
Well, we'll find out. Moan, I was going to ask you too. How's your mother doing? I heard she had a fall.
Oh, he did?
Right? Sorry.
I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. You're not in touch with her? I guess demons don't like call her moms.
We haven't talked in a while.
this became one of those awkward TMZ interview moments, real quick.
Yeah,
This
sorry.
is
Didn't
really
mean to, like-
intense, Master.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It was a fall from grace, right? So,
Right, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
We are 25 people away from 5,000.
25 and
Oh, that's awesome.
Now,
It's coming up close. There was a
Thank-
question back there I wanted to answer. When are the books expected to deliver approximately? So I'd say 6 to 7 months is the basic timeline. We're doing a much better job at turning stuff around quickly. And we never add stretch goals at the last minute that Bob has only 72 hours to write. So Bob is
However,
like,
that clock doesn't
sad.
start ticking until after we're out of overtime time. So we're getting more time and more time.
right, okay,
Every overtime we get another week.
to write a book.
Yeah.
So I have a
but-
bit of a question about Thracia. Okay. So
Go
how
for it.
about Aeon? How about that stuff? I like those books quite a bit. How would that work with Thracia? I think it could.
That
work
is a
really good.
great question. It would work really, really well. If you're already using the AI materials from the zines and the character classes, you could easily just use Thracia with that. Or if you want, you could wind back some of the history. You could run an Aeon campaign before the fall of Thracia, end it with the fall, and then bump forward that 1,000-year break and pick up with new characters and go in and see what has become of it. Oh no, there is endless opportunity to tie in with Aeon.
Bloody Bob Brinkman, as a tongue twister. You blew my mind. I'm just letting you know. That's amazing.
That's a great question. And there was another question I saw in the chat that I lost track of that I wanted to answer. We asked people to bounce their questions and then we went on too fast. I don't know. If we missed a question, put it back in because we can't keep up. VTT version. That's the one I saw several times. No near-term plans for a VTT version. But I think it'd be awesome. It was too much to throw into this campaign due to some timing issues, but down the road, certainly possible, but nothing near-term.
Yep. And there was a question early. It says, somebody asked, do we ever get tired of being this awesome?
It does get a little bit tiring.
Yeah,
I
tired of
crawl
it.
into my crypt and I take a little nap, and then I'm back to being awesome again.
Good. Mullen, you're always awesome though. I mean, you're a Chaos Lord, like it
Oh,
just
but
comes with the territory.
Even Chaos Lords, we need a little bit of rest and relaxation every now and then,
But then you're just awesome and asleep.
Exactly.
That's true. Do you like revive, like turn to ash and then come back? Or do you just kind of close your eye for a cat nap?
It just depends, on the day of the week. Chaos is a little bit weird, as I'm sure all of you know. My form is not very corporal most of the time. I'm here because I was summoned through excessive rituals. There's really a lot that is involved. Yes.
By Grinstow asks Molon, who's stronger, you, Emogoth, or Superman?
Oh wow! I'm gonna have to go with Superman. He's awesome.
I thought Milan regenerates by having Doug Kovacs do another cover.
I think that's true. Someone get with Doug. Yeah, get him on that. I need another incarnation.
Yeah.
Who would win in a fight? You, Superman, or Emogoth?
Oh, well, actually, realistically, we all know it's me. I feel like me and Soups would be friends, though. I might, convince him to be a little less of a goody two shoes. I think I'm capable of that.
Kind of a frenemies kind of thing.
Yes.
19 people away from 5,000. We just reset for another 10 minutes. So this is
awesome.
Maybe in for a bit.
And I think we have a couple more people in the waiting room. So, and Mullen, I know you have to go revivify soon.
Yes, pretty
soon. But it's my drops.
Yeah, just a bit of a spritz. Mm-hmm.
So, Mullen,
I dropped. Yeah.
Singular.
Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time away from the plains of chaos to pay us a visit. We'll keep sacrificing to earn your good graces.
Very good, master. I bid you adieu.
Thanks, and everybody, we'll be right back.
Hi, Bola. And that's how you make tuna. Oh, we're back. Okay. All right. So. Hey, we got
Hey,
new
everybody, we're
people.
back. We got new people. Yeah, welcome. So we got Matt Hildebrand, our art director. Matt, you want to say hi?
Matt says hi. Greetings, everyone.
Okay. And then we have the
A
famous
screen
Joey
fast
Royale.
man just joined us.
Hey, guys, before we go live, Joseph, do you want me to do the, back it now or I break your fingers, or should I take the nice Joey route? Which one you want to do?
Well, good. Let's go. We just had Mole on the Chaos Lords. Why don't you do the nice Joey?
Okay, so when we go live, I'll do the nice Joey.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah.
Very
All right.
good.
And we're live.
Hey, ciao, Python! It's your old cool Gene Joey Royale. How we doing, everybody?
Doing
We
good,
are-
Joey. Good to see you.
Good to see you all.
Welcome.
Yeah, good Joey, bad Mullen. That's
I know.
Oh man, so well, Joey, thank you for joining us here as the clock resets yet again, and I'm saying that's because people saw you. No, and we are now 10 people away from 5,000 backers. So I have
Wow.
a good feeling that we're going to crack 5,000 before this thing comes to an end.
Congratulations.
I know we're supposed to talk Caverns of Thracia, but Joey, I've been looking forward to you being on here because I know you, like me, have a fondness in your heart for Garbage Pail Kids. And I got some cool
yeah.
ones recently that I was going to show you. Can I show you my new toys?
Oh, please, come on. I'm dying over here. Yeah, sure.
So they have that new literary series. I got the Conan one, Howard Havoc.
Oh,
You
I
can
saw
see this.
that. I don't own it. I saw it. That is chef's kiss, as we say.
I know. I'll trade you maybe 2 for 1. I also got the Dune one, Dune Boone. See the little worm eating his head? Yeah, I got, dude, there's this amazing bookstore a little bit north of here that we randomly came across. It's like a collective. There's like 6 or 7 people, and like normally be like a flea market collective, and instead it's like a bookstore collective, and they all have their own stalls.
Yeah.
There's like, one of them is all old Mad comics. The other one is like all old sci-fi novels. The other one is like all just old like random military and stuff. But they also they had a ton of Garbage Pail Kids, so it was pretty cool.
my
I got some
goodness.
good ones.
That's a great one. I got one of my favorite of the new ones I got was it's split down the middle, and it's Andy, half is Andy Kaufman and the other half is what's his name?
I know who you're talking about.
This is killing me. Tony Clifton.
No.
Half is Andy Kaufman and the other is Tony Clifton, and it was just perfect. It's perfect.
That's
They still
awesome.
got
I
the
haven't seen that
magic,
one.
Joseph.
They do still have the magic.
I'm excited about this project. So I've been going back to the movie vault. Have you seen the new movies about Greek mythology? Say no.
No, not at all.
No, well, you ought to see them.
Okay.
Hey, what was the favorite game at the birthday parties of the Greek gods? Hydra and Go Seek. Hey,
That's
why did the
hilarious.
chicken cross the road?
Wait. Hold on. To get to the other arena? To get to the other maze?
Close, because it was Zeus, and he was trying to seduce a woman across the street. Ow!
These are great. What else you
Enjoy
got?
your souvlaki, folks.
That's awesome. So I got a joke for you too. My 6-year-old goes to the school where they try to teach them public speaking skills. So they made all the kindergartners get up and tell a joke in front of the entire school,
Nice.
which for some of them is great. For some of them is utterly terrifying. But why can you not trust an atom?
I don't know why you can't trust an atom.
Because they make up everything.
Oh, that's a
That
great
went over great in the kindergarten crowd. You guys
That
might be,
one can be used all the time. That's wonderful.
yes.
Did you hear the one about the performer who was petrified by Medusa? He was
No.
a real rock star. That Medusa really grinds my gears. You want to know why?
Why?
She's always objectifying people.
Oh, that's great.
I'm not allowed to go upstairs later on. My wife, I tried these on my wife. She said, I don't know what I'm doing married to you. Now, listen, I have a question for you guys, if I may. So,
Sure.
as a kid, I grew up with I grew up with a lot of Greek people, and so that my parents made me take Greek lessons when I was a kid. So when growing up, when I saw the title, I always thought it was Thracia, Caverns of Thracia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. because my
Interesting.
neighbors, they were from Samothraki, Thrace. And so I was all, but you guys are all collectively calling it Thracia, right?
Yep.
I mean, we might be wrong. I mean, I've learned that it's archipelago. Who knows what
I
else
was
I've been saying wrong?
I was going to ask Joey, what do you call a collection of islands?
Yeah, I know.
Archipelago Island. Yeah, that's nice.
Right,
But that's neat, you know, it's
Yeah.
different at every table. It adds to the mix. You know what?
Interesting.
One more thing. I was thinking about this too because I love Greek mythology, and I think part of it started when I was a kid. Do you guys remember Crossbows and Catapults, the game?
Yeah, they brought that back.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did. But I remember there was an expansion set I got one Friday night after going to Papa Gino's Pizza Parlor. I did well on my spelling test, and I got this set, and it's like my holy grail for my toy collection. It was a Minotaur, and it was a Cyclops. They were about this big, and you would put the little
I
chip,
sort of remember that.
and they would throw
Yes.
them, you know, like you'd put the chip in the Minotaur's horns, and they would throw it at the castle, and the Cyclops do it. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I gotta Google that now, dude. Yeah. That is a great reminder. Yes. Like
And of course,
catapults.
the Harryhausen stuff. I was raised on that stuff.
I
Yeah.
have because I've never been able to say who did it, but I have a Crossbows and Catapults anecdote, which I know nobody else can.
I love this crew. I love this crew.
Back in the day when Crossbows and Catapults were out, I was playing Crossbows and Catapults on the floor of my bedroom with my brother. We'd set up and everything, had the catapult, we launched the disc over there, and it hits my brother's thing. Suddenly, the entire house is rocked by a massive explosion. That's how powerful that was. Turns out the Grucci Fireworks Company on Long Island, New York, blew up at the exact moment that I had fired the thing. And so inadvertently, I'm responsible for
That's wonderful.
Michael,
that's the war cry every summer in my town. Grucci. They don't come around anymore, but the Grucci's were the best fireworks company in the tri-state area.
I think this was 1980 or 1981, right around there. Yes. So.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wait, they really blew up? Like the factory blew up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like one guy was like smoking and like through the butt or something, and it was all over.
No, what I think it was, they were packing explosives. They were packing it's been so long since I looked at the details, but it was like it got major coverage on the East Coast when it happened.
Yeah, it was huge.
And
Wow.
the other thing, it happened the same weekend after they showed the day after. So you could walk out and you literally saw a mushroom cloud in the sky. So it was exciting times.
That was a big deal.
Yeah, it's just it's the good old days, you know. It's just not like
and
that
we've
anymore.
we're at 5,002 backers right now. So
That's amazing. Sorry, and we owe people a monster. We said for every 15 minutes we've given a monster.
Ooh.
Mike, this was your idea, the Lupin. Do you want to tell people about the Lupin? Your idea of
Well,
this is a bonus stretch goal,
Not
everybody.
necessarily going to call them Lupin because, but we got into the discussion of I was looking at the folklore of Thracia, or however we're going to call it. I'm going to keep calling it Thracia, at this point.
Thracia? I don't know what.
Thracia.
Thracia. Okay.
But there's like this element of like divine wolf hunts and stuff going on, and I was thinking about it. It's like, so we have dog folk, and we have like minotaur. There's like a whole lot of like half animal, half humanoid thing. And I said, is there like a wolfoid in DCC? I mean, and like in D&D and everything. I mean, you got like a jackalwere, and you've got like werewolves and everything. But we couldn't really think of like a wolf person. I mean, you've got them in like, I think you got them in Traveler, you got them in Star Frontiers, you got them in various other stuff. And then I did recall that in Castle Amber, there was like and they were called the Lupins at that point. But we said, hey, you know what? We need that for 5th edition. We need that for DCC. We need like some wolf folk. So we don't know much about them at this point. Though maybe they're a result of divine curse. Maybe they're a cross with the Manitores or something. I don't know at this point. But so we don't really have a name. We're just calling them wolf dudes at this point.
Wolf dudes.
Cool.
I like that.
Nothing beats a good wolf person.
Nope.
Yeah, I love half human, half animal hybrids. Like in Greek mythology, there was Chiron, right? And Chiron was a doctor who was half horse, half man. So he's basically the centaur for disease control.
Oh my God.
The hits just keep coming.
No, wait. Joey, we've only got a couple more minutes left with you. Let's just give you the floor. What else you got, man? This is great.
Oh, okay. What did Poseidon say to the sea monster?
I don't know. What did he say?
Hey, buddy, what's cracking?
I love it.
Oh, man. What else? I got another one. Let's see. No, I think I milked that cow pretty good. There's nothing but dust coming out now. But seriously, what an awesome campaign you guys have run. I can't wait to get my hands on it. I can't wait to talk this over. Gen Con? Who's going to Gen Con?
I'll be there.
We'll see you there. Yeah.
It's going to be a blast. I got my, I'm going to do a reverse Minotaur costume when I'm there. So basically, just, I'm going to just go pantsless. I got really hairy legs. And I'll be at the booth. So stop by the Goodman Games booth.
We're going to keep him behind the table. People, don't worry. Behind the table.
Yeah, behind the table. No,
it's a wayside table.
I'm a horse's ass 24/7 anyway.
So, when you hate your family. That should be the Goodman Games logo. That's Olive Garden. They already got that one. No, but this is going to be really cool. Nothing beats some great mythology-based gaming. That's I love that. It's just so rich to take from, you know.
Yep. And Joey, I googled the Crossbows and Catapults Minotaur and the little Cyclops. First of all, those are awesome toys. And I do vaguely recall these. I don't think I had them. I think my friend Alan had them. But I love how the Cyclops has these like skinny little arms, but like the giant belly and like the big torso.
Belly filled with villagers. Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah, those are really cool toys. Very fragile, not made of the most durable plastic. That's why they go for a lot. But I'm going to get my hands on those one day. Or if not, you know what we should do, Joseph? How about when we go to Indianapolis, I'll get the Cyclops, you get the Minotaur tattoo, and that'll be it. That'll be, we'll take a couple hours out and do that, okay?
I'll bring my wife. She'd love to be part of that.
Very good. We'll all get tattooed. It'll be beautiful.
Yeah. We just got to make sure we keep it away from Mike because we know what damage he can do with the Minotaur.
Grucci! Yeah, that's going to be great. But it's an honor to be on this. And like I said, you guys killed it. This is amazing. So keep pushing. And to all my friends out in Spaghetti Land, pull out that wallet, swipe it, get your diner's card out, and swipe. Telly Savalas says it's okay. Get it. Caverns of Thracia. Goodman Games, baby.
Thank you, Joey. We'll be right back, everybody. Hey, everybody, we're back. We brought along Aldo Gatti. Aldo, say hi.
Aldo's saying hi right here.
This is the Italian segment of the show. We had Joey Real. Now we got Aldo. So, for those of you who don't know, Aldo was the sales rep for Goodman Games for like 20-something years, repping us into distribution. And he was on the invisible side. You didn't see his, names for the products or anything, but really helped establish us. And fun fact, piece of trivia: if you guys all get out your DCC rulebooks,
I'm ahead of you.
Oh, you got it. Okay, what page is it on, Mike?
I knew
was in the
we
DCC core
wouldn't get to the show without showing you one. So
we got to give him. We got to let the fans know where he is.
You'd think I'd memorize that page by now. Wait, there it is. Oh my god.
So what page number is it, Mike?
It is page number 430.
430.
So if you guys go read the entry in the DCC rulebook for the Troll Lords, the whole thing is inside jokes about Aldo and my friends Davis and Steve from Troll Lord Games.
Aldo right there. There's Steven Chanel from Troll Lord. So, and who's
good times.
Again, I forget who's our dwarf here, our troll dwarf.
That's Davis. He's
Steve's brother.
Yeah, Steve's brother.
Yeah, it's it comes a long way from when Joe and I met each other when our booths were right kitty corner next to each other at a trade show, and he had Brontosaurus Rex, and I had the games of mine that I won't mention.
Oh no, let's mention them. Tell us all about. I don't want to say it. You have to say it. That amazing game.
No, I'm going to say the more common one. So I did a role-playing game called Og. It was prehistoric caveman word stuff. But then my bigger game was Battle Cattle. So that was long back in the 90s when Joe and I first met. And him and I lived near each other, so we get to see each other for lunch and go do movies and game and all that other fun stuff and at local conventions. So yes. So
dude, Battle Cattle was great. Remember Steve Jackson Games put out a version of it later on, and I bought it for my brother for his birthday, and like whatever long ago, like before I knew you, I bought it online, and like it was fun. It's a great game.
Remember you mail ordered? That's the first time you knew my name, is when you sent a mail order over my website in like 1998 or something and bought, I don't know, a physical copy of something. So
yeah.
Joe and I have known each other a long time, and I figured I don't make very good games, but I can games and distribute them just fine. So anyway, so.
And so we're just here hanging out, talking about Caverns of Thracia. So Aldo, I know your gaming group, I know they were reading Dark Tower. I don't know if they actually ran it yet, because you were texting me questions about the spells.
Yes. So my local game group is a big DCC group. And my friend Derek, his kids play it a lot, and he runs it, and he got his Dark Tower, and he's texting me. He's like, this profane flame is quite, I don't know if that's right. Does it mean this? And so he's a real, he was a real stickler about wanting to know exactly what the rules meant for that. And Joe, of course, was courteous enough to get that for my gaming group, and he's thrilled that.
Mike,
that
I think
really
you ended up.
Your gaming group emailed you. You emailed Joe. Joe emailed me. I made Bob. And then the process repeated itself.
Yeah, but I have to. So they've taken it a little farther because I haven't been around a little bit. But I mean, we've played a lot of funnel games with them, but they've taken on reading Dark Tower now, and they already, I think, 1 or 2 sessions without me. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. So. But yes, they're quite into it, and the kids, they love it, and all that other good stuff. So.
That's awesome. I was telling folks I ran a game for my son and some of his like 6th grade buddies. It's now been a couple of months ago, but it's so much fun playing with kids, because they have no expectations, and it's just a very different ball game from all the grown-ups who've already fought a skeleton in the past or whatever. It was really fun running with kids. They fought dire rats and kobolds and had the time of their lives because they had like no idea what they were up against. It was great.
Every time I've done a funnel, whether I did it for like a free RPG day or a local convention, everybody who never played DCC would always groan when I would be like, oh, it's 0 level. You have nothing. You do nothing. You are nothing. And they're all just like groaning. And I was like, but you get 4 characters and they're still groaning. And then obviously by the time the funnel and they've killed some of their own characters in magical, wonderful ways, they go, this one's it. He survived, So yes, you have something there, whether adult or children,
Yep.
With the funnel concept, keep them going. So.
Now, you have the Kubla Khan logo behind us, or behind you. Tell us about Kubla Khan.
So I'm hijacking things. So I did all this boring distribution stuff for many years for a lot of companies, even Modifius and Free League for other RPG companies out there. And I stopped doing it, and I don't do that anymore. But now I am one of the 2 owners of Kubla Khan. And then that's Kubla Khan Fall, which is our year 1 convention for Veterans Day. So this Veterans Day in the San Francisco Bay Area. Kubla Khan's been around for over 20 years, the regular one in May. And Mr. Joseph Goodman is always there because he's local. And your good friend, John Wilson, he runs the booth all the time. And we got people running games, and anybody wants to run more games, come find us. Love to get more DCC games at Fall and Kubla Khan and all that other good stuff.
Two-bit in the chat already said, I'm going to run a 12-hour Thracia session at the next Kubla Khan. So, so.
Wait, why can't I see the chat? I can't see the chat, man.
You got to know how to use the internet. Did you turn on your internet?
Well, I did have the internet on, but so that's okay. Oh, wait, there's my, hey, look at that. There's the pop-up. Thanks for somebody sending me that. This Twitch thing, it's quite interesting. So there it is. So yeah, that's awesome. Yes, we'll be opening up regular Kubla Khan October 1st, but Kubla Khan Fall is open right now for the Veterans Day weekend, and it's free to veterans actually. So for year 1, so that's kind of a cool little shtick we're doing. So, and John's coming.
Are you gonna have the thing I love about Kubla Khan? There's many great things, but the con and like the kids thing where he leads tell everybody about the parade and all that, like that whole the kids track is great.
We have hundreds and hundreds of young players that we have a young players room, and Kubla Khan is based off the great Kubla KHAN Con. We have somebody that dresses up and they start yelling and they just yell and go in a horde. We call it the Kubla Horde, and they just run through the convention with the kids just yelling as loud as they can and getting free stuff. And it's just the excitement in the convention that is, like I said, has tradition for over 20 years, which, you know, this little trek of kids, you know, which I think Haven and your
No, we missed it the last time, but I want to bring both
okay.
my kids. Yeah, we brought Haven and his friend Eli, and then timing wise, we could only be, I don't know, there's some birthday party or something, but they loved the kids room. The kids room was great. And we played some games. Robert was there. We played with Robert's son for a while. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, so everybody's invited. You know, everybody's invited, not for free, but well, veterans are free, but everybody else is invited to come to KublaCon and all of that. And then I have to say, Joey was talking about going to Gen Con and all that other stuff, and it's with complete sadness that I'm going to miss Gen Con for the first time in 20 many years this year. I got a family thing with one of my kids and all that other good stuff, so I'm crying right now, but that's okay. I will continue next year.
Well, whenever we all come back with COVID, you won't be crying. So
look, if any of you want to bring me back one of those nice gold foil player's handbooks, can I say the other game?
No, you may not.
Can I not say that? Oh yeah, okay, that other book. You know,
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
want to go stand in the line at 7 a.m. to get your ticket to go stand on the line later in the day.
Yeah.
Oh no. I get a lot of good stuff from Mr. Goodman here, and you know, a lot of great things that they're doing with the OAR line, and you know, it's endless fun. So there's my plug for you, Joe.
Thanks, man. Wait, so it is almost time for us to give out another monster, I think. We said every 15 minutes we go, we're going to give out another free monster as a stretch goal. We're up to 5,016 backers, and we still have 10 minutes left because the clock keeps resetting. So thank you, everyone, for pledging. It must be broken.
Every time I look over, there's 10 minutes left. You know?
Yeah. So, Mike, this one was going to be the three-headed chaos dragon. See, now every time I see the word Thracia, I want to say Thracia. Joey messed me up, man. So like
Joey is like Discord. He comes in, he throws a golden apple, and next thing you know, we're all arguing over things.
Yeah. Anyway, we said a three-headed chaos dragon. Was this your idea or was this Chris's idea, Mike? I can't remember.
This was my idea because I was looking at Thracian folklore, and there is a whole thing about in the mythology about one of the gods against a three-headed chaos dragon. And if I see three-headed chaos dragon, I'm going to say, well, solved. You know.
So I feel like in the spirit of this show, with our last three guests, one head should look like Moan the Chaos Lord, you know, one eye, curly horns. One head should look like Joey Royale with like a little mask, and one head should look like Aldo. Because we just right place, right time to be a three-headed chaos dragon.
God, you don't want my mug on that.
Repurpose the art.
I'm taking
we have
notes.
an art director right here. What do you think, Matt?
I'm taking notes. I'm writing it all down.
Wait, Aldo, do like more of a three-quarter view. We need to get the angle right.
All right.
Okay.
No more photos of me in any of your stuff. No more handwritten, no more scribbles, none of that.
You heard that, Matt? Lots of more caricatures of Aldo and all of our stuff.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Good God. Everybody's going to be like, who is that lame guy who has nothing to do with the games?
You sold a lot of our books, man, to game stores. Like, we wouldn't be where we were if it weren't for you behind the scenes. And it's,
wow,
you know.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now just little KublaCon. Like I said, I just want to play games with my friends all weekend and show up at shows and just keep playing whatever game. Yours, somebody else's, other.
Never pick your favorite children. You know, it's just all games are equal.
No.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for stopping by, Aldo. It was a pleasure as always.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. And I hope you stop by at fall in November, and we'll grab lunch and a movie before that, hopefully, and most likely, and all that other
sounds
good.
Stuff.
So, okay. Well, thanks very much, everybody. Good seeing all of you as well.
Good seeing you, Aldo.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Hey,
guys.
everybody. We'll be right back.
Okay, good.
Hey, everybody. We're back. Thank you for
Hey.
continuing to watch us on Caverns of Thracia. And we have with us now, so Mike Curtis has transformed back into Chris Doyle. Matt Hildebrandt's still here. And Brendan LaSalle, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. It's fantastic. And thanks for everybody for tuning in tonight and hanging out with us. It's, hope you're all having a fantastic night. And thank you so much for supporting Caverns of Thracia. This is absolutely amazing. And all the love we're getting for the Caverns is super exciting for all of us. And we are all loaded up to here with all kinds of good creative awesomeness.
It is
Couldn't
amazing.
be more excited.
For sure. Yeah, it's been great. Brendan, how's your day going?
So great. No, seriously, let's say that I've been looking forward to this all day. I've been looking forward to hanging out with everybody and seeing everybody. And, I'm glad to be here, as we say in Georgia, they ain't shot me yet. So I couldn't be happier. How about you guys? How's everything going, boss?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm doing good as well. We're talking about Thracia, but in the side, I'm getting, if you hear beep, 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 it's Doug sending me videos and messages. He's actually hanging out with Harley for a couple of days before Gen Con. They're both skateboarding. He keeps sending me skateboarding videos of the two of them.
Oh, that is so cool.
which I wish we could put on this screen, but anyway.
That's fantastic.
We got Thracia and we got skateboarding Doug.
Have any of y'all ever seen Harley's broken arm picture?
I know.
So Harley he'll show it to you. He's it's like an x-ray where you can totally see like bone is like this.
It's like full on broken. Like,
it's nuts. It's and it's a clean, like karate looking, it's the craziest thing you ever saw in your life. You know what I mean? So I wish I could remember he was late on some manuscript. I mean, sorry, let's be clear. Harley's late on all manuscripts, but he was late on. That was his reason for being late on one manuscript, and he actually sent me the X-ray, and I was like, "Oh, that's legit." You clearly cannot type. Your arm is like.
Yeah, there's like doctor's excuse, and then there's broken arm X-ray.
Yeah.
That's next level. Yeah,
it is. That's hilarious.
Brendan, I feel like we put that in one of our yearbooks. I feel like it's been like 10 or 11 years ago, but
really?
Yeah, we got to do. I remember being like,
he needs to break another bone. Yeah,
Matt, if you don't mind, text him back and tell him to give us some more material for this year's yearbook.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what we could do? We could go through and put like all of everyone's weird injuries and do like a page of like the Goodman casualty things. My hospital pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like I actually deleted a bunch today. I had to delete a bunch of space to make up on my phone. And I had like all these crazy hospital pictures. I'm like, oh, I don't ever want to see it again. No. They weren't anywhere near as cool as his arm break. Nowhere near.
There's something about an X-ray that just like, I don't know, because blood and guts and like gore pictures kind of gross you out, any kind of fluids, but like an X-ray is so clean and aesthetically simple, But
yeah.
Just like
you don't feel so bad about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, agreed. Yeah, I have my one gross out medical picture. I had my eye got this crazy blood thing on it that for a while I was sending out to everybody. Like, look at my crazy eye. It was the worst thing. I had to get an Uber to the emergency room. Like, hi, are you my ride? Are you taking me to the hospital? Great. No problem. And just drive. Everything's fine.
Did you like bring napkins to like clean up the blood on the seat or whatever?
I had paper towels. I was sure it didn't bleed. It just kind of like got like I had a blood thing on my eye. It did. Once I got there, the guy, if you can picture it, the guy's like over me like this. He goes, "Okay, it's gonna hurt for just a second." And then it was like, "What?" So it was terrible. Yeah, it was.
So my older son broke. I don't know how we got onto this, but let's roll with it. My older son broke his arm not long ago, 6 or 7 months ago. So my kids do parkour. Do you guys know what parkour is?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Ninja Warrior stuff, and now there's like parkour gyms, and like they do Ninja Warrior stuff at the gym all the time. And like the little kid section where my younger son in is like padded up the wazoo. There's like foam everywhere. It's like those gymnastics mats where you can like fall from 50 feet and like it's just you bounce. And then the big kid section is like a rock hard floor and metal pipes everywhere. And so of course, like my older son, trips in his 5th session or whatever and falls and like breaks his arm because he lands on a really hard floor. So anyway, that whole thing was a problem of its own. But what's crazy is when we had to go to the doctor and he had to get surgery because it was a weird kind of break. Turns out there's a surgeon in San Francisco. I can't remember the name of the surgery, but he specializes in basically fixing this one specific kind of broken bone because at least one kid in the Bay Area breaks their bone like this every day, more like 5. I mean, all he does is this specific break, like 3 surgeries a day or something every day.
Wow.
And then half of them come from this parkour gym. Turns out like the kid like the day before broke at the exact same break in the exact same gym in like a different time slot. So just be really careful which parkour gym you send your. I'm not going to name them on the show, but like it's pretty dangerous. This Ninja Warrior stuff. Like you fall at the wrong angle and it's not good.
It's a Arm Smash Academy. That one.
Exactly.
I've heard of it. I think I've heard of that place.
Yeah. Matt, it sounds like you have a story here.
Well, I was just gonna say, I feel like if you follow the money, that doctor owns a part of that gym. I'm just saying.
That would be so
or the
funny.
family tree.
Yeah. He's like a silent investor or something.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I don't have a break story, but here's the thing. As art director, I've seen a ton of great art already coming in for this project, and there's a ton more. And one of the main categories of that art is Minotaurs, right? We got Minotaurs. And we got Minotaurs. We got Minotaurs, we got undead Minotaurs, etc. And I was thinking about, like if I had my crap together, I'd show up, with like big horns and whatever. But I started thinking about some of my favorite horned fictional characters in different media in the past. And I have what I think is probably my favorite, but I wanted to extend that question out to you guys. If there's do you have a favorite? And if you can't think of any, I'll throw a
horned
couple up.
creature.
Exactly. Yep. Fictional. Like I got some from movies, I got some from comics.
Go for it. You got to share yours with us before we go.
Well, I don't know if we want to go the top of the list for me. Probably Hellboy. I mean, if you got a horned dude that's pretty awesome, I think Hellboy might be the top of that list.
Maybe oh, good.
No, you were probably going to say the same thing.
No, I was going to say like the Prisoner of the Horn Helmet. I've always loved those art things.
Yeah.
You ever seen that book series?
I got to check that out.
Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer. I really enjoyed them when I read them as a kid, and I went back and read the first one again as an adult, and I was like, oh boy. But it really does read like, it reminds me a lot of like, remember Fire and Ice? Like it has like kind of like larger than life sword and sorcery kind of thing happening to it. Nice. And he's a regular tough barbarian guy that can't be beat, but then he puts his horn helmet on and he can't get it off, and now he's like a killing machine. And
that's cool.
There's hot sorceresses and whatnot. And,
Speaking of things making an impression at a young age, I would say, how about the Darkness? Tim Curry's Darkness from Legend. Remember that?
Yeah. That was great.
You tune in for a little Tom Cruise with a sword, and all of a sudden, you got a nightmare to worry about. Yeah.
I'm gonna go Venger. Can't be Avenger.
Avenger.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Badass, man.
There it is.
I had one down in case you weren't here, Chris. I was going to add in one for you. I figured it would be the Bantha from the old Star Wars.
Oh, that's a great call. Actually,
he has them curly horns.
Yeah, horns don't have horns. I like that. So.
Loki. I think Loki's an easy in on this list.
Yeah, the Loki crocodile. Yeah.
Loki crocodile.
Yeah.
That is so fun.
And I only got 2 more. I got Maleficent. I mean, I think if you go orange, you got to call out Maleficent.
Those movies were good, man.
Yeah,
totally they were great.
Yeah, totally good. And last one on the list it was competing with Hellboy for the top, for me at least, was the Fawn character from Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah.
Oh, that movie's amazing.
It really is. Yeah. I shared that one with my youngest daughter, and I can tell by her reaction right away she loved it. But she has top 5 movies on her phone, and like as she lives her life, things displace other things. Anyway, Pan's Labyrinth went right to the top, and I knew I had a winner. Yeah. Anyway.
That's a lot of horns, Matt. You had to really think that through.
Yeah. We've had some time. To think about horns.
Horns and an orchestra there. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Forgot Huey Lewis in the news. Now how about they got a whole section.
That's horns. That would have been mine.
Good,
I
pretty
think
good.
I like the Bantha, man. That's actually a great call.
Yeah,
That's
those are cool.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they were always neat. They were kind of underused, like until the what do you call it? Movie
Mandalorian. Yeah,
Mandalorian.
That's
That's when the Bantha finally gets his proper due.
Yeah, that poor Bantha that they strapped all the bombs to and fed him to the dragon.
That was
That's right.
That was some high level action figure stuff going on right there, man. Because I mean, you just take those firecrackers and just tape them onto the Bantha action figure and
cold,
and then you're like, I need another Bantha figure.
All right, so Chris, we are almost at our next 15-minute mark. Should we give out our next free monster?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, what do we got? I think it was
list.
the Thracian, or man, Joey, you messed me up. Thracian boar, Thracian boar, Thracian boar, Thracian. I think that's the one, right? That was was that your idea, or was that Mike's?
That was Mike's idea. So
okay. So can you sub in? Just pretend you're Mike.
I am. I love that idea. So wait, I'm not setting these up, am I?
Yeah.
Because I love the idea unless I'm setting it up. Then I hate it.
We could go. Wait. Oh, actually, let's switch up the order. Let's give one that you. So you were the one who the Catobla pass was your idea. If I said that right. See, man, this whole thing is like a spelling pronunciation show. Yeah. Say it again.
There's a Catoblepus in the archipelago.
Catoblepus.
Catoblepus, yeah, that's what we've always said. Catoblepus.
Mm-hmm. I had one of those on my kidney, but they got rid of it.
Yeah. Thank goodness. If you got one of them on your kidney, it's not going to go well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
There'll be an X-ray in the next yearbook.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea those guys were inspired by Greek mythology. I had no. I mean, I figured,
oh, they are.
I mean,
they always just seem like some weird monster that somebody made up.
They are totally inspired. I had no clue. I mean, Gygax was famous for grabbing stuff from all over the place and all the different cultures and that. But I figured he grabbed it from something, but I didn't know that it was specifically Greek. I mean, yes, Hydra, Harpies, and Minotaurs get that, but like the Catoblepus, I'm like, okay,
Catoblepus.
Yeah.
You know what other monster from the monster manual that everyone pronounces incorrectly?
Ixia
No, it's the hobgoblin.
Showing off.
It's the hobgoblin, which is I don't know why. Come on, get it right, guys. Just like it's spelled. Hobgoblin.
It's a hobgoblin, but it's got a little thin mustache, right? Cigarette holder.
Hobgoblin, yes. Actually said this. I can't back that up.
That is hilarious. Wait, so Chris, say it again. Catoblepus.
It's just what it's like. It's spelled. Break it down into small words that Dark Masters can understand.
And then, well, Ixia. God, now you're just rubbing it in.
They're really cool.
Tell us about the Ixia Chittle.
Those are the manta rays with arms. They're by the way, guys aren't getting those guys. They were just talking about cool monsters in the monster manual. So they're the ones with they're the manta rays with arms. And then
yes, the little like squid manta ray guys who are
there's no squid part of it actually. It's manta.
Okay, aquatic biologist. It's kind of like a squid to me.
Squid.
Well, they got the little head that's like the little triangle head, just like a squid.
Okay.
Right?
No. Oh my gosh. Can we talk about?
It tastes like chicken. So
not something else. This is getting. Like,
am I embarrassing your biology?
Here. Look, we're not. People aren't backing anymore because you're talking about.
Oh, sorry. Back to Catobla pasta. Yeah. Catobla pasta.
Archipelago.
Catobla pasta. I might make Catobla pasta this weekend.
Wait, so I think we're bringing on another special guest in just a moment, and Brendan, I think you know him.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and bow out. But let me just real quick say thank you everyone for showing up. Obviously for backing Caverns of Thracia. The support has been absolutely amazing, and super excited. And thank you all so much for helping us out and for letting us bring so much coolness to everybody. This is going to be absolutely amazing. And we're very grateful for all your support. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, Brendan. Hey, everybody, we're back with our good friend, the Cyclops. How you doing, Cyclops?
How am I doing? I am doing as much damage as I can to humanity every chance I get. That's how I'm doing. Destruction. Right. Also, it's been decent. It's nice weather out today. It's lovely. How's everyone over at your end?
We were just talking about Greek mythology. Are you Greek? And I just never knew that.
I am indeed. My ancestors were the servants of Hephaestus, and we warped his forges and helped him bring forth the greatest and most powerful artifacts of the Grecian era, including the Aegis shield. Yes, the winged slippers, and one you wouldn't suspect, the original Model T. We had it first.
No idea.
We had it first.
Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah. Why can't I smell your blood through this stupid machine? This is terrible.
Is it too late for me to change my vote for my favorite horned real creature?
It's never too late, Matthew.
Oh no, it knows my name.
It's right there on the bottom there. I can see a little.
I see.
So what have you been up to lately, Cyclops?
Oh, my normal hiding, stalking, slaying, eating. Good times, y'all. Real good times. It's been decent. It's been a lovely summer. I feel like it's been happy hunting season for all those who would run away and escape the Cyclops. Oh, I have such sights to show them all.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
So since you are an authentic real life mythological creature, I thought I would ask you to settle something. We've had a little discussion here about pronunciation. How would you pronounce the region known as Thracia?
Thracia.
So it's Caverns of Thracia.
Yes, exactly.
I have a suggestion, actually. I think we keep it Thracia with everything Thracia related, but anything Hell Pits related, then we go to Thracia, because I think that sounds a little more vampire-y.
It does sound pretty cool in vampire. You're right. It's got that like Eastern European vibe, Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Well, Cyclops, how would you pronounce, I'm going to spell it, Catoblebas?
Yes. I would pronounce that sheep idiot that never picks up the tab. I would never hang out with them. Never. Oh, always like, oh, sorry, I turned the barmaid into stone. I guess that means this round is free. Such a bore.
All right. Now we had a trivia question, Cyclops, and since you are authentic Greek royalty, let's see if you know. So Medusa was one of the 3 Gorgons who were sisters who could turn flesh into stone. Can you name the other 2 Gorgons? All right, and I can make this multiple choice if that's a little more your style.
Yes, do that. Yes.
Okay. So we have A, which is, and I might say this wrong, Hyegia and Panacea. We have B, which is Thelma and Louise. We have C, which is Clotho and Lachesis. And we have D, which is Safino and Uriel?
Of course. It is the last one. Uriel and Sophia. The Fury
nicely
sisters.
done.
Oh yes.
Wow.
Those are the three Furies. In fact, it has emblazoned the shields of the brave warriors who would dare to invoke them for their love during combat.
Wow. So
Yeah.
everybody who's listening, he just answered one of the trivia questions. Team DCC is still in the lead. Team 5e, you could jump in and maybe, turn the tide a little bit. Give it a shot.
Not just a pretty face.
Did you say not just or not even? I didn't hear which.
That's supposed to be funny. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If I leave now, I could be eating you by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You know that, right? Very fast runner. Very swift. The speed of Achilles and the appetite of 100 Colonel Sanders.
Was Carl Sanders really that hungry? I mean, is writing sci-fi that hard?
Darwin. For the truth.
Okay.
Oh, I
Very
thought you
good,
said
very
Colonel
good.
Sanders. I apologize.
No, he said Carl Sanders, the
My-
famous sci-fi author.
I
Yes.
apologize. Yeah, I was.
I had.
You're
Colonel
lucky you're the
also.
Dark Master.
Chris, let me turn the floor over to you. We are soon going to be
Sure.
at our next 15-minute increment, so we should start thinking about our next monster.
Yeah.
Do you want to
we
pick
got-
one from the list and select? And I feel like since we have the Cyclops here, we should get one that's like, Greeky.
Handsome.
They're all
Han-
Greeky.
oh, handsome and good looking. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Oh.
Handsome, good looking, great dancer.
Actually, this might be our monster here. The
Yeah.
dancing Cyclops.
The dancing Cyclops.
What,
It's the third thing I'm known for.
after handsome and good looking, or
After manslaughtering and hiding under your bed,
okay.
that dancer.
right, of course.
You know what's funny? I'm not kidding.
All right, Chris, I'm going to hide for a while. Why don't you take the next question?
Take the next question.
I'm
What does
sorry,
that mean?
tee up the next monster.
Oh, see up the next monster.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to pull my list. I mean, do you care? Well, let's roll out the Thracian boar then, because you were
All
going
right,
to
go
do
for
that
it.
one. So we'll do.
But
the
I think we
Thracian-
established it's now the Thracian boar.
the Thracian boar, because that does sound a little bit more deadly.
The
Than,
Korean boy.
yeah, it does sound like it's a little bit. It sounds like it's a few more hit dice higher. I mean, basically, is what it sounds like. So yeah, so that is a massive boar with divine abilities. So, and we choose the right to figure out what those divine abilities are at the time of creation. So,
Oh, lovely. I have a suggestion.
lay it on us.
13 of them should be able to get together and elect a new pope.
Okay.
That's their divine ability.
Once in a lifetime event.
Elect Pope. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is that like an instant action or like a standard action?
Oh no, it's a ritual.
It's a ritual. Got it.
Gray
Okay,
smoke, robes, little beanie hats.
All right, I gotta take some notes. Hold on. Invoke ritual to
Yeah.
elect Pope. Got it. Okay,
Maybe not
got
a pope. Maybe he's like the dire boar deity summoned creature.
Like the King Boar, Emperor Boar,
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He could be the ruler of all tasty deli meats. And he's got a big head.
Mhm.
He's got a big head. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's the god of
All
God.
God, God. All right. So we got a question in the chat. I feel compelled to answer. Is there another stretch goal at 636? Hint, hint. So to be clear, we're giving out stretch goals now on this show, which is bonus sponsors. We're up to 5, including the Thracian boar. But I know there's a puppet master behind the scenes trying to get more adventure conversions. So I don't know. Let's see how the night goes. And I feel like Thracian boar. So I remember my pronunciation, my non-English pronunciation. The 2 dots is the umlaut. What's the one with the little like spiky thing that goes over a vowel? What do you call that? Symbol. What?
Accent aigu, like a.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that goes up, right? And then accent grave goes down.
But what's the one that's like both of them together, a little upside down?
I think we need to get an editor on. So
Yeah. So yeah, carrot. I agree with the chat. I think CARAT is what you call it, like in English, but that doesn't usually go over like a letter, or maybe it does. Circumflex. I'm just saying. I think Thracian boar needs one of those on it. I think that's how you get it to be pronounced Thracian as opposed to Thracian.
Gotcha.
Cool. I think circumflex is that thing underneath the C that kind of makes almost looks like a G.
Oh yeah, the squiggle guy.
I shout out to Francois. We have an artist who has a circumflex, so I know the keyboard combo to spell his name correctly.
That's hilarious. Okay. Oh yeah. Somebody just thank you, Elena. It's a hot check? Is that right? Hot check?
Yep.
Hot check.
Oh no, I think you're right. Circumflex is that thing that goes above the O. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, so it
Yeah.
is a circumflex. But I kind of like the hot check. A hot check is like an upside down circumflex.
Hot checks are welcome anywhere.
All right.
Oh, and macaroons are delicious.
All
I'm
right.
getting
So,
hungry.
Cyclops, thank you for joining us for a moment. I know you have an important schedule of consuming mortals to attend to, so we will let you go, and we'll bring in our next special guest.
Certainly, but may I threaten your audience one more time before I leave?
Of course.
Your lives are mine. I shall take all. All shall be ignored. Also, don't forget to vote.
Thanks, Cyclops. It's Grimtooth.
Oh, looky there! It's my favorite nerds coming back for a noogie or two, I bet. How's it going?
Pretty good. We're back here with Bob and Mike and Grimtooth, the troll himself, the most famous trap master of all.
That's right. And a #1 Duke of the Dungeon had the biggest, bestest crowdfunding of all time, but it looks like I've been usurped.
How do you feel about that, Grimtooth?
Well, let me tell you, I have my crown still, and that's all that matters. And sooner or later, I'll be getting it back. You know me, baby. I got another book in me or two, and we'll see if this Cavern of Thracia will hold the crown or not.
Hey, this is a 12 skull crowdfunding project.
Whoa. that was hitting below the belt, Bob. You hit him where it hurts.
I like how you made the crown disappear. It was almost magic.
It hurt me right here.
Yeah.
I can take it. I've been doing my ab workouts.
So, Grimtooth, it's great to see you. How's your week going?
Oh, it's going great. I started doing a little bit of gardening, and I got some gnomes, and I had to take some extermination measures, and but now my garden is flowering really well with all that gnome blood. So it's very cathartic. I've been seeing a therapist about some of my anger issues, and they said gardening's a good thing, and well, it's so far so good.
What is Grimtooth without anger issues? What do you like when you're not angry?
Well, I don't know, to be exact. It hasn't worked out quite yet. But I can tell you what makes me happy, and that's stomping gnomes. So, we're taking baby steps here. I'm trying to be the best troll I can.
Well, I'm going to have to say, Caverns of Thracia has a troll, has a gnome, which you may have met your match with this gnome.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's a giant gnome.
It's an 8-foot tall gnome.
Now, how can a gnome be 8 foot tall?
Pituitary problem.
Yeah, right. They eat a lot of Wheaties.
He's a put you in the garden gnome.
Hey, I might have to wrestle this guy.
That is. That I think that's that we should have that at the Embassy Suites next week. After hours, we have a giant
after hours gnome wrestling. Gnome versus
Grimtooth.
I was thinking about maybe showing up. We'll see. We'll see. They don't really. The Embassy's gym is a little lackluster. Let me tell you. Okay, they don't.
But their bar is great.
The bar is great. No doubt about it.
Actually, I think we should just pull up in front of the convention center in the Wizard van and just open it and have like all our masked characters just emerge from it.
That would be pretty funny. Molon's driving, Grimtooth jumps out of the back with the Cyclops.
I have a question, and Joe, feel free not to answer this because it does dive into the business thing. But now that there's another company publishing Tales of the Magician's Skull, did they get the mask as part of the deal?
I know. I was like tempted to see if the Magician's Skull could make a cameo, and I was like, technically is not ours anymore. So we did sell it. What's the whole phrase? Lock, stock, and barrel. So I mean, it was in the possession of Howard. I cannot vouch for the actual, transfer of goods, but we did sell the skull, including his head, which was kept at Howard's house.
I don't know if there was like a meeting at the lawyer's office. You sign something, and hand it over the mask, and then
hand over the mask.
Yeah, Can I be nervous with my own intellectual property? Are you just gonna dump me off like some abandoned baby?
Abandoned man baby, but yes, technically, Grimtooth, you are licensed, so you will expire in approximately, I don't know the exact date, but at some point in the future you will expire.
That's not necessarily a great term to use with Grimtooth. Lots of people expire around
Grimtooth, buddy. All right, I do the expiring around here.
Okay, all right. You do the expiring around here. Got it. Okay, we'll bring you to the contract negotiations. Maybe we get an extension.
Written in blood.
Okay. All right.
So what is a Cavern of Thracia? What is a Thracia? Is that like what are those?
It's like an archipelago, but more landlocked.
Okay. I'm trying to understand how it beat me. How did this beat my crowdfunding campaign? I don't understand.
Well, because if you're playing a Grimtooth dungeon, you're dead in 5 minutes, right? Because Grimtooth.
Yeah.
Well, you get over a year of play out of Caverns of Thracia.
Oh, I see. Longevity.
Yes.
I should look into that. Or not.
I feel like at this point we need like a pull down map. It's like, what exactly is Thracia? This is Thracia.
Professor Curtis, explain, please.
Well, see, here we are. This is the Mediterranean. In this section over here.
I'm still stuck on gnome wrestling. I feel like you're onto something, Mike. Like, just to be clear, we're not talking about dwarf wrestling. This is giant gnomes versus Grimtooth the Troll. After hours at the Embassy Suites.
There's a reason I feel like you're onto something. I mean, I was talking about Idea Man earlier. That's even no.
It'd be like that old Hulk Hogan Andre the Giant match. It'd be good. It'd be fun. We can call it Dungeon Mania.
Like
they won't sue us for that.
Big red pointy hat for the gnome, and then and a beard, and we go at it, right?
Well, last time I was there, they were remodeling, and after we get done with our wrestling, they're gonna have to remodel again. I don't know if they're gonna allow it
or rebuild.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely.
It's already hard enough to get a good night's sleep there. It's like London. It'll be a wonderful city if they ever finish it. I can say that because at this point, if Jules and Bruce are awake, that's it. Yeah, I can't help but notice that we're past the 5 o'clock mark over here on the West Coast, so everybody is now home from work, and now they're tuning in, and this is why we keep getting bumped. That's it.
Could be. Yeah.
Yep.
No, out here in California, yeah, you guys have been. It's 8:30 on the East Coast, but 5:30 in the West Coast. Everybody's getting home and opening their email and be like, "Oh, hey, this Thracia thing's still going," and it appears to be working.
They're going to be opening their emails and going, "Oh, this Thracia thing is still going and going and going."
I know.
Except they're in their LA because they're still on the 405 at this point. Just
the parking lot, formerly known as the 405. Yeah.
We'll be home for another hour.
It's okay, folks. If you're on the 405, use your phones while driving. Totally cool. You're going slow.
Because you're not really driving.
Yeah.
Being stationary doesn't count as driving.
Yeah. Wait, so Mike, we have to give out our next monster. We're closing in on the next 15-minute mark, and maybe Grimtooth can, maybe you can pick one that Grimtooth can like impersonate or something while we're, while we have him in the show.
I mean that's fine with me. Apparently I've gone in the fuzzy I'm passing the fuzzy dimension right now. So
yeah. What's the next two monsters that we had in the list were not suitable for Grimtooth? What do we got here that's oh, you know what? So what about the Mike, I'm gonna say this wrong. This whole show is like comment on my pronunciation skills. The Gegenes, number 9 on your list. That seems like one that Grimtooth could get into.
I don't have that list in front of me.
Oh, okay. Wait, no. Here's the one. Grimtooth, this one's for you. It's called the Ono Centaur. It's half donkey, half human, also known as.
I've been to one of those parties.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So Grimtooth, what's your impression of an Ono Centaur?
Ono Centaur. Okay. Well, it's gonna sound something like this.
Okay. All right.
Did you hear any of that, or did it cut out? I don't know.
It cut out a little bit. You might want to do it again just to make sure we got the full impression.
I don't know if I can. Ono Centaur. They sound something like this.
And that, folks, is Caverns of Thracia. Welcome to our show.
So I half donkey, half man. Is that what you said?
So it's like a centaur, but half donkey, half man. Yeah. Which,
okay. All right.
If Chris, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Grimtooth. Go ahead.
Your apology accepted. Well, I just I'm trying to envision it. I'm trying to wonder why anybody would make such a creature exactly. Like, is it a wizard making these things? Are they natural to the environment of this Thracia place?
Yes.
I don't know if we figured that out yet. We haven't fully fleshed this out. There's no stats yet. We just have a concept from kind of Greek mythology,
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
And who knows how love blooms? The Ono Centaur, it could be a romantic tale.
Which half is which? That's what
I guess I just kind of assumed the bottom part would be the centaur. I mean, be the donkey part.
I mean, we could be looking at a minotaur, but it's a donkey instead.
A donkey tar?
A donkey tar.
Donkey Kong? What? We have a Donkey Kong license now? What's going on?
The donkey tar is just, I was going to say it's not as cool, but maybe it is cool.
I don't know. I think that'd be more frightening, honestly.
It would be kind of frightening.
I agree.
I would not want to run find one in the end of a maze, a donkey tar.
A donkey tar.
Thank you, sir.
I was thinking for a second when you said like half mule, half human. For a second I was thinking time bandits, but then I was like, that's a pig. I gets turned to a pig person, right? So all right, whatever.
Okay, we got.
It's a little punchy here, right?
It's been a long night. Okay, wait. So
Ono get this guy a drink.
Ono Centaur / donkey tar. Let me write this down. We're taking notes, folks, so we can keep all these stretch goals straight later on.
Yeah.
Oh no, all right, we got it. All right, well, Grimtooth, thank you for stopping by. Any closing remarks or parting words that you want to share with us before you take off for the night?
You may think that this is the end of Grimtooth and that he's been usurped. His crown has been taken from him and he's got no place to go. He's a bum kicked out on the street. But I'll be back, baby. Nope. Hey, quiet you. I'll be back. And I'm going to be wearing that crown and I'm going to be taking my title back as the best crowdfunding campaign around, okay? Because these muscles don't lie.
All right, thank you, Grimtooth. Thanks for stopping by.
Anytime.
Hey, everybody. We're back. So we brought another friend. So everybody welcome Stefan POG, artist extraordinaire.
Yay!
Hey, hi, everybody.
Welcome to Madhouse.
So
Yes.
Stefan, tell us a little bit about yourself for those who maybe, haven't met you before.
Oh, okay. I live in just outside of Detroit in Michigan. I think I've been doing artwork for Goodman for almost 20 years now, maybe.
Has it been that long? Wow.
Well,
maybe you're right, actually. It has been a while.
It's close to 18, maybe. And I will be at Gen Con. So I think we'll be set up in the stadium. So come on by and see us if you're there.
That's right. And you are one of those artists who draws on actual paper, right? Not digital,
Yes.
but actual canvas paper. What are those things they call? I think it's called how do you say it again? Pen? It's pronounced pen.
Pen,
Yeah.
pencil, brush. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
All those like weird old school things that you guys use to make art.
Yeah, I have one here. Yeah, no, I think we like the traditional media because you can always, also have the drawing itself, to look back on and reference, and I don't know, it just gives another look to things that I think is kind of important for I guess the way we've been doing things. I'm not against digital art. I'm just not very good at it. So I leave that to other people.
I mean, you're pretty good at the hand-drawn stuff. That's for sure.
Well, you should play to your strengths, I guess. It's my philosophy.
Actually, I feel like this is a good place to mention another piece of DCC trivia. So, Stefan, you had art in the very first printing of the DCC core rulebook, and you kept practicing and honing your craft and decided you could redraw some of those pictures better. So between like the first and maybe like 8th or 9th printing, you kept redrawing all your images. So like every new printing had like another 20 pictures by you that were like the same picture, but you redrew it and then we updated the art. So like this is, if anybody's really super careful and looks at every single printing, there's like this swap out effect and evolution of all the Stefan art in those printings until they finally kind of stabilized to where they are now.
Right, you got to collect them all to see the full portfolio.
That's really neat.
So we always say, it's like, is there anything new with the printings? We usually be like, we just fixed some typos, but actually it's we just swapped out more of Stefan's art. Or my favorite part is say, oh, I solved the secret message, and then I was like, which one?
Right, I know. I just wound up confusing myself with all this. I used to have like a secret folder on my computer where I kept track of all the, the 4th printing has this secret message, the 5th printing has that secret message, and then I can't even remember anymore.
No, I'm afraid I can't remember them either. Which
you drew like half of them.
I know.
lots of stuff happening, I guess.
Well, so I feel like we should tell everybody, if you don't already know this and you're out there, I mean, there's a lot of new fans in the DCC world. I mean, how much should we reveal here about the secret messages, guys? Do you think we should? Because you have that one image, Stefan, that's like the Rosetta Stone, you know? You don't even remember this, do you? He's like, do I?
Yeah, no, I did. When we did the first one, this is maybe interesting trivia. When we did the first one, it was, Joe, I think it was your idea, and you suggested to me that I should do it.
Okay.
And no, because you were saying that Steve Crompton had done something like this. And so I then put the message in there, and it went for months. Nobody noticed that it was in there. And then I think you dropped some heavy hints somewhere. I don't know if it was in the newsletter or one of your public appearances. And then people started sending in the solution. So since then, when I put a new message in it, people like decode it within 24 hours of the PDF coming out. So the cat's out of the bag on that one. We're going to have to come up with something super hard next time.
Time for a new cipher.
Yeah.
It does sound like it. So here's one of my all-time favorite random gaming trivia facts. I feel like Mike, I've told you this one before, but if anybody gets a hold of White Dwarf number 77, there was a fellow named Brian Ansel who bought Games Workshop. This is in like the 80s maybe. And he moved their headquarters from somewhere to Nottingham. And a lot of the staff had to either like relocate or quit. They were very grumpy. And so in White Dwarf number 77, if you read the table of contents, there's an acrostic, which is a fancy word for like the first letter of each line if you read it down. And I think it's actually not the title of those stories. I think it's like the little blurb underneath it, the first letter of each.
Blurb.
Is that it?
Blurb
Okay.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. It spells sawed off Brian Ansel. Sawed off being British for, you know.
I think you're actually incorrect. I think it says something a little more invective than sawed off, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it back at home somewhere. I got to dig it out. But either way, it's something Brian Ansel, and you read it in the table of contents. And somebody showed me this like 30 years ago when I was new in the industry, and ever since I've been like, ha 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 ha. So we have little like secret messages interspersed throughout our products.
Yeah.
I read Dice Men a couple months ago, which was written by Ian Livingston and Steve Jackson. It was their retrospective of their time with James Workshop. And they have a whole section where they're talking about White Dwarf, where they give the details about that. Yeah.
I gotta read that, man. That was such a part of my life for so long.
It's a fun read. It's not very heavy, but it's a lot of behind the scenes pictures. It's like they flew over to the U.S. to go to Gen Con at one point. And what they ended up doing is they flew into like New York, and this was 1970 whatever. So they got one of those things where somebody needs you to drive a car to somewhere. So they and a bunch of friends like drove their car from like New York to California, and then like from California they ended up taking a bus, or they were like drove like another car from California to, at this point I guess it would have been Minneapolis. It wasn't Indiana, but it was just like, oh yeah, that's right, that used to be like a thing, right? So
that's funny. So Stefan, I have a core rulebook here. Let's see. I think what printing is this? This is 9th printing, the one I happen to have on my shelf. Is this the one that has? Yeah. So this is where we added your cover. So for those who don't know, Stefan had a cover illustration, one of the limited edition covers for DCC core rulebook, and now his 2-page. Man, Zoom is messing it up. But your 2-page spread is in this printing in the back. I believe in the current printings, it's the back end sheets.
Okay.
Right, remember? There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yes. But that image, as I recall, has a secret message in it, right? It's not super secret, but I'm pretty sure it was on the bridge, right? Yes, there it is.
Joe, it's got two secret messages.
Ooh.
And is it the same script that's in the Rosetta Stone? Like, I feel like we should maybe tell people this.
Boy, I don't know.
Somewhere I wrote this down and I forgot.
No, I think what I did was for one of the secret messages is in the cipher from the earlier printing.
So you have to own the earlier printing to like interpret.
Yes,
Dude,
yes.
that is great. Also a little cruel.
Yeah, well, it's, I don't know. You got to be like, I don't know, Jim Kitchen or somebody to
I know.
be able to.
I know. It's like him and Sketch are like the two out there who can like decipher this one.
Well, it's not. Jim Kitchen has an unfair advantage though, because he just buys the originals half the time, I think, and he's just staring at them for so long that it's like one of those pictures you cross your eyes and focus on the. It comes into 3D. I think he just reads them that way.
That does give him an edge. So hold on. I gotta find the Rosetta Stone image, Stefan. By the way, while we're chatting, do you want to like show off some art? I don't know if you have images, if your camera will pick them up, but if you happen to have any Thracia, like, finished images or something floating around.
Ironically, I didn't do that much on Thracia. I did an end sheet, which
that's
looks
awesome.
like this.
Oh.
And so there's a this guy is, I think he's called the Immortal King or something. Spoiler alert, he's like down on level 4.
Dude, you ruined it. You ruined it.
And he's a real dangerous guy. He has also spells, so he's doing a fireball, which I imagined as a breath out of his mouth, but it can go other ways. So that's for the end sheets. One of the end sheets. And then I didn't get out. I think we did. I don't know. There's some little NPC drawings, which these will just be little tiny quarter page guys, different kinds of guards and other folks. And then giant bat attack.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's great.
Yeah.
And then manticores.
Gotta have a manticore.
Manicores?
Manticore?
Manatee cores?
Which is it brings me to a question that I'd like to present to the assembled geniuses here is, are there female manticores?
Yes. But they all
Like you sound very.
Yeah, they're like dwarves. They're almost indistinguishable from their male counterparts. So
Okay.
Like dwarves in the sense that they have beards? Like they're bearded female manticores?
Yeah.
Oh, wool manticore, somebody says in the chat. Okay. All right.
So if you were looking,
Manticore.
looking for the Rosetta Stone art, I believe it is on page 20.
Yeah, I was just flipping through. Yep. So for those of you watching, just in case you didn't get the secret message, and I'm sure it's out there in Google somewhere, but you can find the image on page 20 of your DCC core rulebook, which Stefan here did, and then start flipping through to basically every image Stefan did for like the next 50 pages or something. And if you look carefully, you may figure out the secret message.
Yes.
Does that sound right? I'm flipping through my copy here.
Yes.
You'll find one of the secret messages.
Sorry, good point. There's others. Yeah, there might even be. Are there 3? I can't remember.
No, there are 2.
Okay, all right. Losing track here.
Are there 2?
Well, yeah. But
I could swear we added a 3.
You weren't responsible for the second one.
Oh, did we not tell Stefan about the other? Aha! So the man of secrets, there's a secret he doesn't know.
Well, there's always secrets I don't know. That's what makes them secrets.
Good point. It wouldn't be much of a secret otherwise.
Yeah.
I think we changed it with the 12th printing. I think we changed the second one, but I don't remember.
Dude, exactly. I feel like there was another one.
I have the soft cover in front of me, which was the 11th printing that we did.
Okay.
So, and I think when we did the 12 printing, I think we said let's change that again. And I know Matt and I discussed it, but I don't recall. It was so long ago that I don't recall what we did. I'll just follow it up. But if we didn't change it, then the old one is still in there. So there's still 2 in there. No.
So Michael Bolam, I remember. Was he at Gen Con last year? I feel like I haven't seen him recently, but I used to see him every year at Gen Con and Gary Con. I feel like he was really good at puzzles. And I feel like he solved a couple of these puzzles along the way, or these sort of secret messages, as I recall. So Michael, if you're out there and I'm remembering right and you remember the answers, maybe remind us. We should write this down somewhere.
Hey, Joe, is it time for another monster?
I believe
why, Bob, thank you for reminding us. I think you're right. So we're on monster number, we've revealed 6. Mike, I'm trying to remember which one of these you did that you'd want to. You know what? Actually,
I gave Chris had this whole thing lined up. He said I had like 8 of them, and he had names and stuff, and mine was just more like general concepts. So
okay, wait, Mike, I'm going to put in the chat here some of the lists I have to remind you. Any of these, select one of these that you feel like should be the next one that we give out.
The hell are we? Then what do we get up to?
Oh wow.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to go with this one just because we've been having a lot of knees and stuff. So this is the Jigenies, which are
I know. How do we say that?
Yeah, wrong. Apparently, that's the way you pronounce archipelago. Wrong. These are giantest humanoids with 6 arms and 6 attacks. I actually read that with 6 arms and 6 legs. I think we're going to have to change that. So I think it's just going to be nothing but arms and legs coming at you.
It's like a centipede giant or something.
Yeah, why not?
Kind of makes me think of those John Carter. What were those? The touch the TH. Remember John Carter and Mars, the big like 4-armed green guys.
Arcs.
Arcs. That's right. Yeah.
You know what? It reminds me of Muscle Men. You remember,
dude?
Remember those? The little kind of there was one guy who had like one of those. Arms. Yeah, that's.
I haven't seen one of those, and so that was the weirdest toy. Like there's no plot, no like just like a bunch of weird muscle dudes who are half of them were like aliens or bionic or whatever.
Well, no, they eventually came out with like a little mini wrestling ring for them. I think it like.
Oh, they did?
It was battery powered, so it'd vibrate, they'd move and fall over.
I don't even remember that. That's hilarious.
That was a football game that I inherited from an older cousin or something with the magnetic thing and it vibrated. And the little guys kind of
Oh, yes. I do kind of remember that.
Yeah. No.
Okay, I Googled Muscle Men and I did not get what I was looking for. Nobody Googled Muscle Men.
No, Joe. Wow.
Go on eBay. Muscle Men toys, and then probably be.
There's a period between each letter. It's
an acronym for something.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Here we go. 80sbaby.net has I'm sure this. Yeah. I know. Muscle Men. I didn't know there was one.
Actually, Rex in the chat is all over this right now. He's like, I have muscle guys for miniatures. It's an acronym. He's got like it in there with a period. Yeah. So.
What is Eddie Rex? What's an acronym for? I feel like we got. Oh wait, it says right here. Oh, I won't reveal it. I'll let him reveal it. It says it on this webpage. But wow, I'm learning a lot here. I didn't know there was a guy who was actually Muscle Man himself. According to this webpage, there was.
So small.
Well, we'll give them a potion of growth, and they'll get in there.
Only Rex doesn't know what the acronym was for.
Okay, well, here's what the internet reports. The internet reports that it stands for millions of unusual small creatures lurking everywhere.
I'll buy it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is right or not, but apparently it came from Japan, where it was based on some sort of manga, and then made its way over here. What do you know? How about that?
That would be awesome.
You know, I had a bunch of those, but
I want to see where this came from.
Yeah, I know. They're probably made of really cheap plastic. Like these never, G.I. Joe figures like turn up. I don't think I've ever seen one of these turn up in the modern era.
I swear to God, they were made out of like the same material that erasers were. They were soft rubber. I mean. Oh, any wreck. Come on, you painted them. let us know. Am I right? Is it like a soft rubber? No.
That's my memory for sure. Yeah.
They were rubbery and hold up still, to be honest. So there you go.
Seriously? I know I had a bunch. I must have sold them at a yard sale or something. I feel like I never see them turn up at like, I don't know, we go to vintage shops and whatever. They always have old TSR and old Transformers and old, G.I. Joes. Nobody ever has old Musclemen.
They were so small, you could sell them by the bucket.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure many of them met their end inadvertently under Dad's lawnmower because you were out playing them with the yard. You forgot about him, and
or his little muscle-bound caltrops.
I have a front yard story related to G.I. Joes. So my first G.I. Joe was Breaker. Remember the communications guy? Remember, like, first wave? He was just like a grunt, but he had like the phone backpack that you see in like the Vietnam movies. And so anyway, I remember I was in the yard. I don't know why. I was a dumb kid, and I was tossing him in the air and catching him. And of course, he's green, and all his equipment is green. Tossing him, catch. And one of the tosses, his backpack came flying off, and of course, lands somewhere probably within 5 feet of me. But I never found it because it was olive green in my front yard. And I was like all upset because I was 6 or 8 or whatever, and I'd lost my backpack for Breaker, so he didn't have his communications equipment anymore. I still am scarred by that.
Hey, Joe, Errantry 14 points out that Super 7 actually are making figures in the same style as the Muscle Men, the Keshi figures.
No way. I got to check this out. Hold on. I'm busy. You guys keep talking amongst yourselves. This is important.
You're saying that.
That's pretty cool.
We may lose Joe to the Super 7 website. I understand.
I love Super 7, man. They're so good.
We've been talking nonsense for hours, and every time I look over, we're still 10 minutes left on this. So
I think the clock's broken or something.
To see how many people are in this chat. There are a god number. There's a lot of people,
which is fantastic, right? Let's just stop and bask for a moment in the fact that
good point.
The outflow of support and enthusiasm for this project is so great that we're coming up on 2 hours past the end of the project, and we still have 10 minutes to go in the funding because people are still coming in.
That is amazing.
That's so cool.
And
Thank you, everybody.
Said, I got your muscle men right here. That's it. Justin wants to so if I cancel it and recreate my pledge, can I force the timer to go up? I think we asked about this, and I think that's a questionable case, and especially if you're 48-hour backers, you definitely don't want to cancel it.
Yeah, you got to actually create a second email account. So Gmail lets you have up to 4 fake email accounts. So, and I don't know if like the $1 levels count or not. Feels like they shouldn't. Dude, Super 7 has some new G.I. Joe shirts. I didn't even know about these.
And despite what Joey Royale says, I don't think we take Diners Club.
I feel like we should try.
Does anybody in North America take Diners Club anymore? I mean, it was big in Europe, but never really caught on here.
I tried to book tickets on Pan Am with my Diners Club, and it just didn't work.
Oh man. Oh man, remember Silent Interlude? The G.I. Joe comic? They have a Super 7 has a, by the way, in case you don't know, I love Super 7. I live in the San Francisco area. They actually have a retail store here, which is amazing. So I try to hit it up whenever I'm in the neighborhood. Dude, check out this Conan Comics t-shirt. Oh, is that yeah, you got that when you were there. Yeah.
No, actually, this were afterwards. I had to get this one because this was my gateway drug. Well, not technically, I played Holmes, but this was the first one I actually owned.
And really? That's cool.
Behind the television set are the Conan the Barbarian ones. No.
That's awesome. So you know what? This is a great segue. Let me tell you guys about the latest book I'm reading. So part of our very fun chores here at Goodman Games is every year at Gen Con we have an amazing spinner rack of vintage sci-fi and fantasy novels inspired by Appendix N. And as Bob, tell them about your road trip recently. And I know you have a lot to talk about here.
So Jen and I do most of the book acquisition for the spinner racks, and we've actually taken 2 road trips. We took one on the 4th of July weekend, and we took one this past weekend. And the first one we hit 6 stores in 3 states, and this time we hit 3 stores in 2 states, and we scour looking for great old Appendix N and gorgeous covers. Some of the stuff we're going to have at Gen Con this year is stuff that I've never seen before. British Conan covers and really old, great versions of we have, Joe, we have managed to acquire, and they'll be on the spinner racks, 2 of the Jack Vance Ellery Queen books.
Okay, just to be clear, Bob, those won't be on the spinner rack because I get to pre-shop before the booth.
Oh,
opens.
that's true. Well, okay. Well, you get to pre-shop. We also have, I think, maybe 15 different Frederick Browns that I've never seen before.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we scour, we look for some really good stuff. We take, Joe, we take spending your money very seriously.
Thank you very much.
And so yeah, so I've been the pre-show today, before the show, I was bagging books and boxing books and getting them ready to go to the warehouse to get put onto pallets to go to Gen Con.
So we're gonna have at our booth 4. Well, it depends on how many we can fit, between 2 and 4 spinner racks, but with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vintage novels, vintage sci-fi, vintage fantasy, tons. Conan's always like the most popular, so we specifically scout out that. But all the Appendix N authors, always lots of. There's certain that kind of crop up: Lynn Carter, Michael Moorcock, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and then some are a little more rare, like the Vances aren't as common. Lovecraft's hard to come by these days, but tons of really cool vintage novels. So Bob and Jen do a lot of the shopping. Sorry, Mike, you want to jump in?
Restock daily. at least.
Restock,
yes, we do.
Yes, because it sells down, and then we have more boxes under the booth. So if you don't see it on Thursday, come back on Friday because there will be more coming out. But
it's like 2 boxes per spinner rack, and we've got at least 12 boxes, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is it? Hey, Posnell, how's it going? John King Books. Where is John King Books? It sounds like a find that we need.
Detroit.
Oh, we haven't.
What are you doing between now and Gen
barely
Con?
crossed into the border of Michigan on July 4th. We didn't go far, but just like we still plan on hitting Chamblin's book mine down in Florida, where they've got 1 million books under one roof.
That place is amazing. Wait, but it sounds like Stefan knows about this place.
I do. I've been there. I don't remember them having paperbacks though. It is the biggest used bookstore that I've ever been in, I think. But I think it's mostly hardbacks.
Did you go in the basement? Because there's always the basement. It's always
there's like 5 floors. When you arrive there, they give you a map.
Okay. Are you serious?
I'm
Holy
completely
smokes!
Serious. They like if you're looking for anthropology, you have to follow the map.
I love stores like that.
That's amazing.
We hit one this weekend. We pulled up, and the open sign was turned off, and it was in an old house. It was built in like the 1890s, and I figured I'd go up and see what the sign on the door said. And the owner came out. She's like, "Well, we're closed. We don't have any power." A tree came down, and she's pointing all the scorch marks around the exterior spotlights. And she's like, "Well, but I guess we can find you a flashlight." So we went in. It's a husband and wife. They bought the house like 30 years ago. They turned it into their bookstore, and they literally set the downstairs shelves up as a labyrinth. So you twist and turn, and there's weird dead ends and cross paths. That was a lot of fun. I think a few years ago, Jen and I hit a store in Missouri that is literally open on Saturdays for like 3 hours. And we were in this small town at the other used bookstore, and I was like, "Is there really a used bookstore in this town that's open on Saturday for 3 hours?" She's like, "Oh yeah, but I'll call her. She'll open up for you." And she called. She's like, "Yeah, I've got 2 people here from out of town." "Oh, okay." And she opened up, and her father had opened the store after he came back from storming the beaches of Normandy. He opened a store selling shotguns, birdshot, and bird books, and eventually just became a bookstore. There's so many neat little weird stores where people are like, well, we haven't been in the back room in 20 years. I don't even know what's in there. We can't get there. There's boxes in the way. I'm like, I'll help. If it's fantasy, we'll start moving through it. So yeah, that's awesome. I
feel like we need to publish like a road atlas of like great out of the way bookstores with fantasy inside, because I hit one too recently in Northern California that I never encountered before, and it was awesome.
And you're ruining it all, though. I mean,
that's true. That's
well,
true.
We'll publish that. We'll publish a list after Jen and I have been through.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Joe, I will accept the quest of going to John King and seeing if they have paperbacks.
Awesome.
Thank you, Stefan. The third or fourth floor.
According to the chat here, James is saying it's the third or fourth floor.
Oh, really?
That's amazing. And James says he'll go with you. Yeah, so our official policy is, everybody, Stefan, load up on Appendix N books. We resell them at the booth. Just full disclosure, we basically price them at $1 up on what we paid for them. Just covers the whole experience. But yeah, if you find a ton of cool books, buy them, and I'll buy them off you. Then we'll sell them at Gen Con. And because somebody's going to want them, man. So sorry, go ahead, Bob.
It's monster time again, I think.
Oh, wait! I gotta tell you about my.
Oh, you gotta tell us about your book.
Yeah. So I'm reading The Road to Kings. So you guys know Kane, written by Carl Wagner. This is the Conan book that the Kane author wrote. Anyway, it's pretty good. It's not as good as I thought. Like, he hadn't gotten to his Kane level writing skills. I kind of went into it expecting Kane, and it's good. It's not quite that good, but good read so far. I endorse Conan, The Road of Kings by Carl Edward Wagner. You should all check it out. All right, I'm done. Monster time.
We owe people a monster. Yep.
We owe people monsters.
Who's behind a monster?
No. I see a monster I really want.
Right. And actually, wait, before we award this monster, Stefan, I don't want to keep you here all night. I know we said you'd be here for a while and then you duck out. Do you want to maybe show off a couple more pieces of art, and then, you can take a break and we'll bring Chris on again?
Sure. I've been working on, you've told people about your tomes of adventure, right?
They are public. You're welcome to. I know. What? You ruined it.
Okay. Yeah. Surprise. I've been working on title pages for them.
That is cool.
I got a whole bunch of them. And if you're at Gen Con, I'll have the originals there. I think these are 3 of them.
Yeah, those look like the table of contents spreads. Those are awesome. I've seen scans of some of these. I haven't seen the originals. Those look great.
Yeah. But I'll have all those at Gen Con. So come on by, and you can take a look.
And if you're on Instagram, you should be following Stefan, because he does sneak previews of his stuff. So
that's how you find out.
I love watching. It's like, I know what that's for.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on. It's great to see you all, and
good to see you
congratulations on the very successful Kickstarter.
Yep.
Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by.
See you next week.
Right.
We'll be back in a minute, folks. Hey, everybody, we're back.
Hey.
Chris is back. How's it going, Chris?
Going great. What did I miss? Anything?
I don't know. I just got back here myself.
It's all just one festive blur at this point, Chris.
So I've heard we've unlocked more monsters. Do tell.
At least one I remember being here for. So
yeah. So it sounds like we're 7 unlocked. Is that correct? Is that what you have, Joe?
I have 7 unlocked. I mean, Chris, we should discuss the pronunciation of several of these.
Okay.
But
we can save that for later.
Sure.
I did skip ahead. I was given the option to choose anything, so I chose number 10.
Yep. I got the Ona Centaur and the whatever that one is. I can't pronounce either.
The Muscle Man monster.
The Muscle Man.
Can I pick a monster?
Sure. Why not?
I want the sea goat. Unleash the sea goat.
Seriously? Like the
Yes!
sea goat was at the very end.
Let's-
We're going to
let's
be
drop-
disappointed
let's
if we
drop
get
the sea goat
something
now
different
while
than the sea goat.
Well, people are still, resetting the clock. That's
Yeah. The sea goat would probably make them go away. So I'm just saying if we
Oh,
strategic about
no,
it.
no! That
Right.
just sounds too fun.
So, so what exactly is a sea goat?
It's pretty much what it sounds like, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's a sea goat. Yeah. I mean, it's a goat that's part goat, part creature, like fish. So
Does it have like, divine powers or arcane powers or like turn undead or?
sure, it could. I mean, probably produces pretty good milk, I'm guessing. So and
It's a goat. It can eat anything. It's got
Yeah.
really
Right out from
freaky
under you.
eyes.
There you go. You're Odysseus. You're trying to get home. Next thing you know, sea goat eats
Yeah.
your boat. That's it.
yeah.
Aquatic charge attack? Oh, come
Here's a little
on.
known. Here's a
And we
little known.
we reset. We reset for the sea goat. So we got 10 more.
Of course. Little known goat fact: they use goats to control invasive species. Do people know that? There's actually places that will rent you goats and you release them on your yard and they will eat all the invasive species up and everything. They'll pretty much eat everything up, actually. So it pretty much is a clean reset. But
Chris,
throwing it
thank
out
you
there.
so much for that, because I've seen signs for goat rentals before, and it
You're
always
like-
frightened me. And so
Yeah.
I'm very glad to hear. Yes.
There's an ecological reason for it. Yeah.
Thor's just not making the money these days. He's got to rent out his goats. I mean,
Yep.
Clip it's
Out
right.
here-
Who lives in a junkyard deep under the sea? Yes, sea goat. See, everyone's on board with the sea goat.
I see. Now here's the ship of Theseus question. Is it still the ship of Theseus? If the goats eat half your boat and you replace it. I mean, how much of your boat can a sea goat eat before it's no longer your boat? Right.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Goats have a lot of uses. Goats are, yeah. Sea
So out
goat,
here,
young goat.
they use goats. I live in fire country, and they use goats to control the weeds and stuff. So routinely, it was very surprising the first time I saw it a couple of years ago. But now you're just driving around, and there's like 50 goats on a hill that weren't there yesterday, and then
The other, they're like,
What they do.
that's what
Pretty
they do,
much.
basically. Yes.
I mean,
All right, wait. So we got to award our next couple ones, right? Are we going with the sea goat? I feel like we
Yeah,
owe people
I
two.
heard sea goat pretty. Yeah, I think the masses would be
Yeah.
disappointed if we.
And we're 5 minutes from the next one. So, I mean,
All right. Let me make some notes here. Sea goat. How do you spell that?
C.
I'm
Just
kidding.
like it sounds. The letter C and then goat.
Got it. Okay.
Greatest of all time.
the great sea goat migration of 1508 BC is actually what destroyed the Minoans.
Is the next trivia question, Bob?
I don't know. I'm listening to Errantry 14. But yeah, see, it wasn't the sea people that wiped everybody out. It was the sea goats.
No, right. That's it. I love the sea people. They're my favorite footnotes in history. We got our butts kicked by who? Sea people. I don't know. They just showed up, they just laid waste, they got back on their boats and left. And we reset.
Yep.
I tell you, it's the sea goats. Everyone loves a good sea goat. I mean, as long as we're here, we could just, sea sheep, I guess sea cows are manatees.
Well, of course, the sea goat is the greatest of all time. So,
Exactly.
Well, these
you
are all
can't
like
really top it.
These are like the B-list sea creatures, but like the sea sheep, the sea chicken, the sea. What else lives on a farm? Sea pig.
Sea
I don't know.
Isn't the sea chicken tuna?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicken of the
Ask
sea.
any tuna you happen to see.
But we haven't satted it up yet. I mean, that's the crucial factor here.
The Cyclops.
That's actually not bad.
Oh, I love that.
Like
sea llamas.
I'm writing it down right next to the manatee tour because there's a good chance we're going to need to tap into these. So I'm writing it down.
So everybody, this is the Goodman Games creative process at work. You are seeing how the sausage is made.
Which apparently, according to one of our users, for pizza is mostly goat meat. So it all comes around.
Sausage is made.
The sea ranchula.
Just as ugly.
Ooh, that sounds. That sounds creepy.
No, that's a sci-fi movie. That's
Tarantula. Yeah, wasn't that Deep Star 6?
No, Deep Star 6. The spate of 80s underwater action movies.
The Sea Mastodon.
Leviathan, Deep Star 6, The Abyss.
I mean, Sea Rancher
oh, no,
does
we're
have a
still
ring
10
to it.
minutes. You know, Joe, if we're still at 10 at 2 a.m. doing this, yeah, we're not showing up for work tomorrow. That's
I'll just schedule a 7 a.m. hindsight meeting just to recap the day.
Well, we'll still be on, so we might as well just
That's
do the
true,
meeting.
yeah.
Real time.
Let's
We
just
might
have
as
a
well
meeting.
just totally show them how the sausage is made and just have our meeting on Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone has said they would purchase a B-side Monsters DCC guide. So
B-side, the B-side. That's hilarious.
That would actually be a good product to have, actually.
That's where the sea sheep and the sea fish ended up at. Sea chicken.
I will say that there was a third-party initiative going on in the DCC community of people putting together the monsters they submitted for backer monsters for Dungeon.
That's true, actually.
Get accepted. So so technically those are kind of the B-sides of DCC. So it is out there. It's just we didn't.
Actually, where did that go? I remember. That's right. Who was organizing that? Was it? I don't want to say a name. I get it wrong. But yes, I do recall that project. I don't know where it went, but that would be a cool project.
I thought, did it crowdfund recently? I just saw something about it within like the past 2 weeks.
Okay.
Dungeon Rejects, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Electrotech says that Laws was involved.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a great name.
B-sides by the seaside. Oh, I like that.
That's
pretty good.
Aquatic Medusa, the Medusa.
Seaside, that's a Loot the Body album. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is.
That is a Loot the Body album for sure.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute, right? I mean, I was absolutely thrilled. One of the things that has been so fun for me is I'm not in the upper level meetings for what's going on for this. I just find stuff out when the backer mails go out. And so I was absolutely thrilled to see that Loot the Body is doing, the atmospheric soundtrack as well as a new single for Thracia. I was really excited about that.
I love his stuff. Like, if you guys don't know the Loot the Body, somebody put this in the chat. The Loot the Body YouTube channel where he does all his music videos. They're like, the lyrics are so good. They're so I don't know, appropriate for the adventure modules in question. And then the music's great too. I mean, but honestly, half the reason I love it is the lyrics are great.
Oh God!
But check him out after the stream, though. Don't go check him out now. Wait till.
Good point. Okay, yeah. Stay with us. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Good call, Chris. Yeah. Okay. No, it's great. And he did the soundtrack for our Purple Planet project. It was actually like the campaign video. And he did a bunch around classic TSR modules too. I feel like you got to keep on the Borderlands. I'm trying to remember them all. During one of the Cyclops con, we just Barrier Peaks.
He gave me Barrier Peaks. He gave me the Barrier Peaks one at the when we were out we saw Dragon Slayer actually.
That's right. Yeah.
And he did, of course, for Music of the Spheres, DCC 100.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's now just mentioning it. Music of the Spheres Gas is now stuck in my head.
And I recall during some of the Cyclops con way back during the pandemic, we just streamed his music videos on our channel for like, I don't know, a couple hours it felt like, but it was just, I actually put it on this background music. It was awesome. It was great. It's like D&D theme music. It's cool.
Yeah, it's Errantry 14. There's a whole album of Barrier Peak song. Yeah, that's the one I got, and I was given that one at the Dragon Slayer because I was the one who got to convert that one over to Ore. So,
well, we've just been really lucky, right, with the number of amazingly talented musicians that are DCC fans. I mean, there's Loot the Body, Karloff's Ghost is their stuff is great. It's wonderful to see that side of creativity of the community.
It is. It's a skill, man. I do not have the music gene. And people have that. I got a lot of respect because I cannot do what they do, but I love what they do.
Yeah, Jen and I can sing, but we cannot strum. So, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Wait, so Chris, I hear you have some trivia questions for us.
I have a lot of trivia questions. Are we unlocking another monster yet?
Yeah, we're at our next monster unlock already.
Again? Already?
Well, yeah, because we went overtime, and then
How are we gonna beat the sea goat? Chris, you set a high bar.
We're not.
I can't even read the entire list, but I can read Sea Goat.
Yeah, we're not gonna beat Sea Goat. Man, I put Sea Goat so far down on the list.
I believe the backer train is 381 people long at this point.
That's a long train, man. And Kablooey Fine Nerdery in the chat has a wicked idea. I'm not going to read it out loud. That will keep the project going. But full disclosure, we only have so many monsters, folks. So if this goes on too long, it's going to be more sea goats.
Elena would like to pick a monster.
Elena's in on this now.
All right.
Pick a monster.
Elena, you want to pick one from that list? Yeah.
We have not, and that was looking pretty. That was looking pretty spicy too. So I think it's a good choice.
All right.
Chris, you want to introduce it?
So that's I guess it's the Arae, is what I'm going to say. ARAE. They are female spirits or fiends, whichever you prefer, that specialize in curses. So for this guy, I imagine random tables of curses basically for this, because how cool is
That's actually
that?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've I don't remember ever seeing a monster that has that aspect to it. That's a really cool idea.
Yeah,
Teases and curses are one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
We've got the the meta magic section of the core book. We've got the witch, and the witch uses curses.
Nice.
But beyond that, not a whole lot. Oh man, I love curses.
I thought she just had a mouth like a sailor. You mean like actual magic? All the time.
It all depends on how you play the game at your table.
There's no wrong way to have fun, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, I feel like she should have like one big muscle, you know, like a Popeye with like a little anchor on it, you know? And that's like.
It's the sea hag.
Oh my God. Now I'm flashing back to that horrible movie.
One, the one with Robin Williams?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
where
amazing.
Popeye's not really Popeye until the last 5 minutes of the movie. Yeah, that one.
It's the Popeye origin story. Everything's got to have an origin story, right?
They were just setting it up for the sequel.
Batman's origin story takes like the first 10 minutes of the movie. You know, Tim Burton sets it up
we've had
nicely.
it 8 times. Oh.
I have to admit, I'm still kind of stuck on the Super 7 website. They have a really cool Conan shirt that I need to get.
TCC is like One Piece to pirates for fantasy nerds. Wait a minute, I am a pirate nerd.
All right, Chris, lay some trivia on us.
Lay some trivia. All right, I've got classic D&D module trivia questions, and I tried to come up with ones that like weren't like super easy. Like you can't probably Google it, but if you have the books near you, which I happen to, you probably can figure them out. So I got a whole bunch of these. Some of these are like open-ended too. They're kind of like listings, so they could go on for a while. But all right, we'll kick it off. So
wait, should we say maybe the audience puts their answers in the chat, the Twitch chat?
Audience,
and like
put your answers in the chat, and we'll whoever gets it right first is the winner.
Well, remember there's like a 20-second lag or whatever. So
yeah. So
sea goat. Right. You win a sea goat. It's like a sea monkey. We're gonna mail you a tiny invisible seed.
We'll send you a single brine shrimp.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Artemia. Sorry, I can tell you. I could drop you the Latin name of a brine shrimp if you want. But anyway, we will not do that. Okay.
What about
so
the
first
Greek
question,
name? Do you know the Greek name for a brine shrimp?
Yes, Artemia franciscana. Look it up.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
1 point for Chris.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure about the species name, but I know the genus name is right. It's one of the genus. Anyway, stop. You just derail me on these aquatic questions. All right. In the classic adventure D1, Descent into the Depths of the Earth, what is the name of the lich that's just hanging out in the side room? See what everybody gets. The name of the lich in D1.
Rachel.
Drop it in the chat, folks. Rachel, is that what she said?
Rachel. He just literally, the lich is just hanging out. Like
no, it's Raquel. It's an 80s lich. Raquel lich.
Yep. Never enough dice. Steve. Nope, it's not Steve. Derek. No. Oh.
Short for
Brendan knows this. Well, instead of typing, I totally know this. How about you put the name in, Brendan? No.
Azrak. I like that. I like that though.
You're close at least. You get partial credit, maybe. There it is. M to the square gets it. Asperdize or Asperdize. whatever. So, all right.
All right. Good job. M2 the squared. And good
Call
point,
Richard
Brendan. Yeah.
Fell.
That was a good one. All right, so here's one that this is going to make people dive into things.
Son of a lich. I love it.
Richard.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, in the classic adventure module B1, In Search of the Unknown, in room 31, it's the room of pools. How many pools are there?
Far too many.
Yes.
How many pool guys are there? Like, is somebody cleaning these and checking the pH levels?
Well, I know all of them weren't getting clean because one of them's like green slime, right? So
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot of coke in there.
Oh yeah, a lot of
People are just guessing random numbers.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when you guys get it right.
I'm gonna say there are 10. That's my guess.
Say 10.
That's purely a guess.
11, 14. Oh, we got a winner. Q-lectic, or whatever that is. Collectic? 14. 14 is the winner. 314. Very close second. Very close second. So, small town vices. I ran it, but I can't remember. It's an honest person. We love that. So
it's been years since I ran that for my D&D group.
So cool. All right, I gotta mark these off so I make sure we don't get them again. So, in the classic module N1 against the Cult of the Reptile Guide, what is the name of the Naga? Hint, it's Latin, and it's 2 of names. So, wow, the chat went silent. Golgoth, no.
Snaky McSnake person.
No, that's what all of our friends called her.
That's not a good hint.
I think someone actually redeemed channel points for a hint.
Yes. AB, what is that? Inicio?
Illegitimate non-violence.
I'm guessing that was on the internet somewhere. Otherwise, it was scary how quick you got that. So, cool. Are we just going to keep going with this? I mean, are the pledges dropping off? I mean,
well, I mean, we got to 5, and then we jumped back up to 10, and then
as soon as we started trivia,
because that's what happens, right? It jumps back to 10. It's really neat. Well, if you want,
yeah. Are we just doing drive-through RPG searches now? Yeah, probably. So probably I tried to come up with questions that were not like that. So I tried. Let's see if we got any others here on there. All right, here's a good one. All right, this will be another number one, so people can just totally throw numbers out there. In the classic module Q1, I think that was Queen of the Spiders? No.
Queen of the Demon Web Pit.
Thank you. Queen of the Demon Web Pit.
I got that for my birthday the year it came out.
All right. So you got this question. You're going to know the answer to this one. How many decks are on the spider ship? Loth has this spider ship. How many decks are there? So, all right. Can we hit 640K? Isn't there a stretch goal if we hit 640, Joe?
Yes.
Is it 650?
Tell you how many decks are on the spider ship.
We have 5, 4, 640,000. No. 8. No.
Think I know?
Yeah, wow. All right, must be a lag. 9.
Well, waiting for people to come up with an answer. When I ran that, I ran the complete D&D campaign all the way up through Q1, and the spider ship was always kind of a weird thing. And on the Dragonfoot site, someone had done an alternate ending, and when you kill Loth, there's a 50% chance that she vanishes instead of dies. And I made the roll and she vanished. So they then went to the next plane where she was at and took her on in Loth's temple in the abyss.
Seriously?
Nice.
Yeah. And wow. Since it was an alternate universe, one of the old players who had dropped out got to come back with his dead but no longer dead character. It was a lot of fun.
Oh. So wait, hold on. We gotta talk pronunciation. You guys keep trying. How did you say the name of that demon queen, Bob?
Loth.
Well,
I also say it different. Do you guys all say it that way?
Yeah, we do. So, how do you say archipelago?
I always said Lolf. Nobody says Lolf?
Which might be right.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
All right. Well, we're going to give it to Errantry 14 there, lettered right A through G. Yeah. So if you can count that out, that would be 7. But I'm going to take A through G. So
The second L moves around.
Does it?
No, I swear there's two different spellings.
The first L is silent. It's Ulf.
Two different
Oh,
spellings.
we're still on pronunciation. Okay.
Wait. So Mike, like in the adventure, like they were inconsistent.
No, I think actually in the I don't have it in front of me, but I think actually they use a different spelling in the Forgotten Realms stuff. And then they do for the Greyhawk stuff.
I think so.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think in one it's like LLOTH, and then I think in the other one it's LOLTH. But so somebody can take a look on that on the can look that up on the intertubes and let me know if I'm completely off base or not. Since we another 10 minutes, so we're gonna be here.
Yep. Well, while we're talking about how to pronounce her name, next trivia question: in the first edition rules, what was her armor class? What was Loth's or Loth's armor class?
Or
Loth's. Yes. Look at, oh my God. Aaron Tree's got to have the book right in front of him. Or -10 is correct, but -2 is also correct because she had two armor classes. One was her humanoid form and the other was her spider form, I believe. But -10 is technically the lowest AC you could get. So if I recall, she didn't have a lot of hit points, 66 if I recall. Yeah, she had 95% magic resistance, 66 hit points, but a -10 AC. So
wow.
Yeah, inside the numbers.
It's like DCC. We have high armor classes and low hit points, where 5e has low armor classes and lots of hit points. No, I mean it's a design choice. It was, I mean, if you have lower hit dice, you hit a lot more, so you feel like you're succeeding, but it has enough hit points to make the fight interesting. Where the older school stuff is like, well, if I hit it, it's gonna hurt, but I may not hit it for an hour and a half.
But is it more interesting if the combat takes 30 rounds? I mean,
well, I mean, it's not like we're playing Shadowrun, right? I mean, first edition Shadowrun, a combat took 3 sessions.
So yeah.
Elena's backing me up in the chat. The Forgotten Realms it is spelled differently. No.
Interesting.
About that. See that we are bringing knowledge tonight. Knowledge and Super 7 figures we are bringing to the table tonight. Things you guys did not think you were going to get when you logged on to this show.
People always ask me how I got started in this business, and I always say poor life choices. So I mean,
there's still time for everybody out there.
Why we know these answers to these questions.
This is I understand so much now, Mike.
And everybody out there in TV land, there's still time for you to make poor life choices and join us. So don't feel like you missed your chance.
Especially if you're good at designing Greek monsters.
Like the famous sea goat, really the epitome of design.
Joining us is a good choice, but if you want to get on the road to bad choices, I think the Gong Farmer's Almanac is still open for submissions for like another week.
Yes, great reminder, Bob.
So get that stuff in there, and we're coming up on 5,100 backers. And are there any monsters left to unlock? Because it's time again.
This list is going up to 13 as far as I'm seeing. So so I think we're
the Cyclops and the Manatee tour. You can go up to 50. So.
Bob, you have like a monster countdown clock over there.
Well, I just happened to look down at my clock, actually, on my computer, right? It's 9:31.
A clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to...
have we got the Kayleys yet? Number 7?
Nope, we haven't gotten them yet.
I think that one's an interesting one. I think we should bring that one in now to kind of watch the sea goat out of the...
Watch the sea goat out.
Tell us all about it, Mike.
Because the Kayleys eat sea goats, so that makes sense. So.
I like a little ecology going here. I like it.
So Katelys is I don't know what this word means. It means a celestial half maiden. I'm assuming that's some sort of angelic creature. A celestial half maiden, half golden eagle, this is basically the lawful good version of a harpy.
Ooh.
So she has that fresh minty breath, and she says, she sings horribly. Right? It's like she doesn't attract you. She actually repels you away. No.
I like it.
Like a harpy with auto-tune.
There used to be a falconer on the Renfair circuit who had a golden eagle as part of his show, and he always warned people, don't bring food to the show, don't bring pets to the show. And people always try to get clever It's not a good idea. So, like a human-sized golden eagle is a terrifying concept if it's angry with you.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they've got a 6-foot wingspan normally.
Whoop down and steal your turkey leg.
Yeah, a guy thought he was going to be really clever, and he just put his food under a napkin in his lap, and he lost part of his jeans as well as his food.
Ouch.
Someone else lost a small dog. So yeah,
and Brendan is there. I don't even know. Search query: Eagle snatches baby. That's it.
Let's not click that link.
Yeah.
He's already playing. This is the next X crawl encounter. That's it.
Yeah,
well, heck, is anybody in the chat from Illinois that's about my age? There was a case when I was a kid of an unknown large bird that nearly carried a toddler away. It grabbed them in the backyard and made it to the fence.
Well,
I wasn't allowed to play outside for like a week after that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a thing in Alaska. Bald eagles will grab cats and dogs. So like there's no stray cats like up in, and when you do see a cat outside, it's very proficient at running from like under a car to under a rock to under a, because they're going ducking and cover. So
wow.
In one of my like weird monster folklore books or anything, there was actually I just say it was a flap, meaning that there was a spate of giant like eagle, giant unidentified bird sightings in the 70s throughout. Like they were seen in Tennessee, they were seen all throughout the Midwest. So yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. We just did a family travel trip, but we went on a little rafting trip on the Snake River up in Wyoming, I think. But we saw 4 bald eagles over like the course of an afternoon. It was really cool.
And Evel Knievel.
Yeah.
It was being carried across the Snake River by
a bald eagle. Yeah. Being chased by what was that other osprey? We also saw ospreys being chased by an osprey. I just have to say, there's no modern equivalent to Evel Knievel. Is there? I feel like I was trying to explain Evel Knievel to my kids, and I was like, it's like so-and-so, but I was like, there's nobody doing that stuff. Like, who's jumping over canyons nowadays?
There's actually thousands of people doing it on YouTube and TikTok. That's it.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
And Nick Walenda doing wire walking across the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, he's probably the closest, but the tightrope walker dude. Yeah.
There's no fire. There's no like loud motorcycles. It's not. I mean, not to take anything away, he's amazing, but like it's not the same as the Evel Knievel experience,
No, you're right. I remember on Saturday afternoons, someone would come running outside and say, Evel Knievel's gonna jump, and we'd drop what we were doing, which is generally like playing guns, because that's what we did when we were kids, and we'd run inside to watch Evel Knievel completely wipe out horribly on ABC's World of Sports.
Exactly.
Or the time he was going to jump over the swimming pool full of sharks, and they had this entire special planned around it, and he wiped out an hour before doing a practice jump, and so we got to watch a special about him preparing for but not jumping over a pool filled with sharks.
But that's okay. Fonzie made up for it a few years later, so.
Right.
I am so proud actually, because when I don't know if it was his going away party, the same one where we were playing Caverns of Thracia, but I was talking with Brendan at Tim DeShane's house, and he was working on the X Crawl adventure. There was it was a Bay City Firestorm, and we talked about the last. I said, you know what you need? You need like a little demonic motorcycle guy who's Evel Knievel, EVIL, and everything, and he just goes around like, I'm evil. And he made it in there, so I'm very happy that.
That's awesome.
Thank you, brother.
And I have to appreciate somebody in the chat, M2². You're right, because part of it is nobody has that awesome helmet. You got to have a cool helmet. And I feel like you got to have tassels. Like there's not enough tassels in modern American fashion. Like, the kind that come off your arms of your jacket.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like, and I feel like maybe that's what we need for Gen Con. It's probably too late for this year, but some sort of like tassel jacket with like a big eagle on the back. I don't know. Maybe
Doug can add a new member to the band.
Yeah.
When I was in college, a buddy of mine, he had a motorcycle. We were learning. He was like, "I'll show you guys how to ride a motorcycle." And everything. So we were in the parking lot, and he shows up there. And he literally had like the white helmet with like the stars and stripes on it and everything. I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna go bad right away." I tell you. My friend Gil was like, "Yeah, you put that on me," and somebody's going to the hospital.
Yeah, it just takes over. Yeah, Elena, if your sewing takes off, you got to make us one of those jackets. That's we need some tassels.
Right.
Somebody. Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm reading the chat. Getting sucked in.
I was gonna say maybe we need another trivia question.
Another trivia question. Let's see. Where do we want to go here?
Reset the clock.
Reset the
Down to
clock.
9 minutes again.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's. So what? The Steeding of the Hill Giants. G1. What mountains were those set in? The name of the mountain range.
Mm.
In the Shutter Mountains, I'll say them.
Yeah, it was not the Shutter Mountains. We'll say that right now, although it could have been.
Now I have a pronunciation question because I always thought that was the Steading of the Hill Giants.
I did too,
Okay.
actually.
Is it? It could be wrong. Yeah, it could be Steading.
Watch our Twitch show. We mispronounce everything.
Aaron Tree says the Yatil Mountains.
Close, but no. He's in the right geographical area. Yes, there we go. Lando, the Archmagi. Wow, Lando. It's like, yes, the Jotuns or the Jotun.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yes.
First you're
The
gonna find
Jotun. So let's keep it going. Where is the glacial rift of the frost giant, Jarl? Which mountain range is that in? It's not the Jotuns or the Jotuns.
I was
Oh, he's GMing it. Lando's GMing it right now. Uh-oh. He's probably got the next one too then.
I don't know. I know that Jen still has flashbacks from G2 because I thought she had been killed and she still had a hit point left. She's like, "No, I'm still standing." And you've got one hit point, and you've just told me you're still standing. We'll throw a boulder at you. I slept on the couch that night.
Did folks not hear the question? Did folks?
Pamir Mountains?
Nope, it's not the Pamir
Crystal
Mountains.
Mist.
Where was that? Oh yeah, Crystal Mist. There it is. Yes, Aaron Tree nailed it. The Crystal Mist Mountains. Yes. And we might as well finish it off with G3 and the Hall of the Fire Giant King. Which mountain range is that in?
Hotfoot Mountains.
The Hell Furnaces.
Hell Furnaces. Yeah, I think most people know that. So.
Someone's got their old Greyhawk Gazetteer.
Yep.
Wait, I gotta. First of all, hey Kojo, how's it going? And there's an official pronunciation guide in Dragon number 93. How did I miss that? I think I got a bunch of old dragons back in the house. I gotta look that up.
The only one who missed it. Apparently, everybody missed it. Because
does it have archipelago in it?
Yeah, maybe. Hey, ask Rick how you pronounce drow all the time, man.
Oh, is it the Drow thing?
The drow thing.
Who says Drow? Like
he tells this story how he went up to, and I'm throwing shade on him right now. He tells this story how he went up to Gary Gygax at Gen Con in a bar and cornered him one night and asked him what the pronunciation was. And I'm like, so.
I'm sure Gary loved that. People finding him at bars and quizzing him on
it.
Just trying to nurse his gin and tonic. And
I say, back in the day, I mean, like at the Mecca Convention Center, you'd leave Gen Con, you'd go to the safe house, and Gary would be, 4 sheets and sailing at the safe house. You could ask him anything.
Yeah.
You might not get a, comprehensible answer, but those are good times.
Started, I always say, how do you pronounce that again? So.
If you run into me at Gen Con and buy me a sandwich, I will answer any question you have. As long as you are willing to accept the answer, I don't remember.
You know what? That used to really freak me out. I'd be like, "Hey, I've got a question about this," and you'd be like, "It was so long ago, I don't remember." And I get that now, just because of how long it takes from start to finish to release for a product. By the time a product is in someone's hand, you're like 2 products down the road. You're like, when I was getting when the question was passed right all the way along about the Dark Tower spell, I was like, I'm gonna have to pull up my notes. I don't have an answer for this question anymore.
No, I know the feeling, Bob. So I wrote this game called DCC RPG.
Yeah.
And I'm at a birthday party. This is a real story. I'm at a birthday party last weekend for a 6-year-old. And I won't say the name. You know who you are if you're out there watching this. How's it going? But one of the dads, turns out, he's been reading DCC. I don't know if he's playing it, but he sort of revealed his secret at the birthday party. and he asked me a question about a spell at the birthday party. I'm like, man, I think I remember the answer to that. This is what I would say now, but I don't remember exactly what I wrote like 15 years ago in the book. So like, double check me. But it was exactly that, what you just described, that moment of being cornered with a rules question, you know, when you're just like hanging out and not like your head's like, it's different when you're in a game and like your head's in the right space, you know, but when you're at the birthday party thinking about cake, like I wasn't like, oh wait, that's an arcane spell. You know, it's not ready to go.
But you've got the best possible, you know, cop out answer ever. Oh, I didn't write that spell.
Oh,
Peter wrote that spell. Or Harley wrote that spell.
Yeah.
I wrote a big chunk of them, so you know,
Yeah.
it easily could have been me. I got a text from my brother, you know, some months ago. He's like, can I get a PDF copy of something? And I was just like, what the hell is that? And he was like, it's a short story you wrote. I'm like, oh, did I? I was like, I don't even recall that. You know, it's like, you know, yeah, it was one of the things I did for one of Jim Ward's like short story collections. And I apparently I wrote 3, and I remember 1. So I was like, okay, all right, no, yeah. Hey, here's a good one here. Okay, question: what would be bucket list non-TSR module that you wish you could convert to DCC and 5e?
Non-TSR. That's an interesting point there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Beneath the Storm Giant's castle.
Wait, is
I
that non-TSR?
I loved that adventure. It was the first Judges Guild adventure I ever picked up. Satan is the actual villain of the adventure, and there are 1 hit point balloon people that can TPK your party. It's weird, it's wacky, it's strange. It's set underneath a cloud castle. I would totally do that.
I'm looking it up right now. I never played that one. Okay.
We got 2 Castle White Rocks popping up. I'll throw one out. People probably won't recognize the name, but it's called Dragon's Delve. If you remember, Monty Cook started this back in the day. This was Dungeon a Day, where he was actually doing a mega dungeon, and every day of the week he would put out a different room. And it turned out to be, I believe, a 20-level dungeon, I think. And then he, I think, sold it to Super Genius Games, and they finished it off. I think they converted it to Pathfinder near the end or something. But anyway, it is a mega dungeon that would be awesome to convert. So that would be my
sorry, what was the name of it again, Chris?
Dragon's Delve was the name of the
Interesting.
Dragon's Delve was the name of the dungeon. There was a big dragon at the bottom, allegedly.
Don't ruin it.
So
interesting. Okay.
You know, I mean, I'm gonna stick with like the fantasy stuff. I mean, because there's
oh yeah, that's true. I wasn't even going non-fantasy.
Yeah.
I got a thought on that. Go on.
All right. I mean, obviously, like, you know, there are a couple, you know, like obviously something like City State of the Invincible Overlord, you know, would love to be doing something like that. But I'm gonna say, actually, I'm gonna pull something out of the back of the record collection here. So it's not a module. It was an adventure which was written, I think it was like dungeon number 2 or 3. It was like one of the first 5 or something. It was really, really on. It was called In the Spottle Parlor. And it was for D&D.
Yeah.
It's a great
ogres.
Yeah, it's a great little bottle adventure where you basically, it's a gambling den, and they're playing this game called Spottle, which involves this like a big toad which is sitting on the table, and you it's a dice game, and you have to put your dice in like dried flies, and then you roll the dice on there, and it's kind of like a crap game, but there's a chance that the toad will eat the dice because they're fly flavored, and you know, so it's you playing this gambling game, and then people come in, you know, they take up new seats and everything like that. It's, you know, it's very DD. It's very like basic D&D. So it's like a fool, and you know, I mean, it's really it's one of those things that would have like a DCC vibe because it's just weird stuff, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah, there were some great ones back in the old dungeon days. There were some really good ones.
I mean, yeah, that's a great call. Dungeon Magazine ran for I don't know how many. Well, we're supposed to be non-TSR though, so I guess we can't go there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh
yeah.
No,
that was the official query in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and someone's follow-up question is going to be interesting as well.
I'll come back.
Yeah, I'm not giving any of my anatomy to convert a license. Yeah, I know.
Well, and if you answer this question, Joe, people are going to think that that's some sort of like secret hint I mean,
Right, exactly.
Both times that we had Michael Moorcock guest on Sanctum, people were like, "Oh, Goodman's going to announce they've got the Elric license." I'm like, no, they're not. They wouldn't be doing that on our show.
And Joe, you have been very, very open to the fact is that every time the Conan license comes up, he's like, we make a play for it, and just,
We have been on the Conan license previously. I would love to do Conan. Yeah. Although I kind of feel like Conan's been oversaturated
It's been done so many times. So
Kothar! We need to do Kothar.
Totally different from Conan.
Yeah.
I still want to write Hawk the Mighty. I want to write the Manly Way Melvin Caveman setting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that Hawk, Hauk. I believe it. You gave me that book. I feel like I think I read that because you gave me that book. It was pretty good.
That was my way. It's like, can I write this one next?
Yeah, I know. So, random story. Dieter Zimmerman. Dieter, if you're on here, shout out in the chat. Dieter, if I remember correctly, Dieter's mom knows the. Yeah, Mike, you're remembering this connection. What was that connection again?
It was, but I don't think that that's true anymore because I think somebody else is now handling the estate. Because I think
Got it. Okay.
Something about that, or maybe even Dieter said something about that. But I think that has changed. So
okay.
But we did have a team with Manly Way Melvin for a while.
Thanks to Dieter's mom, but apparently that's changed. Let's see. Lots of suggestions in the chat here.
Yeah. Favorite module adventure that was light on combat but great player interaction and role play. I'll say UK1 Beyond the Crystal Cave, which ironically just got reprinted, but that was cool. That was the Chanted Garden one where there wasn't a whole lot of combat.
But you can get through that entire thing without
oh yeah, easily. They had those couple little fights in the beginning in the water before you got to the waterfall, just to I guess let you swing some swords. Ooh, Thundar.
Yeah, I tried to get that license once.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take my money.
Yeah.
Weirdest thing I'd ever encountered.
Wasn't one of the UK modules one of like the rarest of the TSR adventures? Wasn't it the UK RPGA?
Like Down the Garden Path was really rare.
The Jade Rabbit. There's the two of them, yeah, because I think both of them were released for like a horticultural convention.
Are you what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the reasons they were so rare, they weren't even produced for like a gaming convention. It was just, I'm sure somebody.
Wait, sorry, back up a sec. How did TSR license? Was this like TSR UK going rogue, licensing stuff for a
Wild
horticultural?
West, man. Who was paying attention back then?
I think TSR went. If someone's going to throw us enough money, we'll write a module for them.
But who at the like flower convention was like, I know it'll get more people. Let's do a D&D adventure.
Didn't they buy like a sewing company or something, or a craft something at one point?
The Trent on Stokes Flower Festival sounds about right. That's Aaron Tree 14 signing and asking a question.
Wow, I never heard that aspect
Wheeled
of
Warriors for MCC. Sign me up for some of that.
I drew as MERP to DCC convention. So it's
also been done to death.
I am such a Tolkien fan, and I love the MERP stuff in theory. I like very much what they were doing at that time, but the One Ring, the stuff that has come out later is just such a better job of like getting that Tolkien vibe than the MERP stuff did, because literally it was D&D. Yeah. I have a big chunk of MERP stuff though. I'm not bashing MERPs outright. I'm just saying it was very much a product of the time. So.
Chris, didn't you work for I feel like you were somehow associated with MERP back in the day, or am I misremembering that?
No, I did West End Games. So that was one of the few IPs they didn't have.
Okay. I have to say I've never heard of
Rollmaster.
Sorry, go ahead.
Middle was Rollmaster, right?
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was like kind of like a Rollmaster Light, but even Rollmaster Light was still, there's a lot of stuff here.
There was still a lot to it, yeah. They had some great source books, though, if I recall. They did some great gazetteers of different regions and stuff.
Was Rollmaster? What system was the one that had like Claw Law?
That was Rollmaster. Yeah.
I remember those ads in Old Dragon magazines.
Claw Law, Spell Law, and something else. I thought.
Arms. There was another arms book.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
So yeah, Sword Law, Arms Law. Yeah. Aaron Tree. Yeah, there was Iron Crown Enterprises.
Yeah.
They
Ooh,
have the
Fraggle Rock. Fraggle Rock MCC. Yeah.
All right, so I got to say, I'm getting educated by this chat. I never heard of Jason the Wheeled Warriors, but that actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He's like, that was like the Centaur pinball machine with the half motorcycle, half dude.
Gorgar, dude, Gorgar. I love Gorgar.
No.
Gorgar
is not that.
Centaur is
Centaur. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe it didn't air where I was, or I just missed it back in the day. That looks pretty cool.
If you blinked, you would have missed it. That was like probably one of those shows that had like 10 episodes.
Apparently 9 episodes according to the internet.
Nine.
Season, yeah.
Command D. Command D would be awesome for MCC.
From what I understand, MCC is Command D. I mean, Jim Wampler.
But can't get that. Oh man. And someone asked if there are any upcoming plans for MCC.
I mean, there's always plans.
Yeah.
So, MCC 15, I want to say is, hold on, I got to check my notes here. The answer is yes. Let me double check my notes on, it's getting late and we've been on the air for a long time. So my head is a little blank. I feel like I have the printer proofs around here somewhere, but yes, MCC 15 is at the printer. Somewhere in my giant stack there, I got the printer proofs. And I don't recall the ship date for it, but there will be MCC 15 out in a couple months. We'll announce that when it's a little further along.
And that's going to be, I forget the title off the hand, but that is Steve Newton's basically MCC meets Area 51. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
The Mutant Menace of Lab 47, if I remember correctly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And if you know Steve Newton, you know there will be giant beavers showing up in appearance you may not recognize though. But
nice.
And come on, Stephen Newton, also the author of the first third-party MCC product to be released, right?
Yes.
Children of the Fallen Sun or Children of the Fallen Star? Children of the Fallen Sun, I think.
Yep. Exactly. Hold on, I got all these things here. I know I got a copy of the printer proof somewhere here. You know what? While we're here, let me show this off. I got the advanced copies of X-Scroll. So this is the foil edition. Yeah, it turned out awesome. I got a whole stack here, but and we have all the interior adventures too. But yeah, X-Scroll looks amazing. So these are the advanced copies. Tomorrow we will hopefully hear that the plane has left with all the Gen Con pickups, but X-Scroll is looking awesome. All right,
I know third party is encouraged and well supported, but how do you determine what will be official first publishing? Not sure what that one means. M to the D squared.
I'm not 100%. Oh, you mean like if we do XCC, what's going to be the first XCC third party? Maybe that's what he means. It's just whoever's first to the party and gets their adventure out first.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a race.
It was, you only get one chance to be first, right?
Yeah. I've already heard somebody on a third party circuit say something about setting a module on a Thracian island.
Well, okay. Someone asked if there's any updates on Radiation Crawl Classics.
Yes, it's not been forgotten, but actually, I have a cunning plan.
Is it so cunning you can put a tail on it and call it a weasel?
Let's leave it at that. It's not been forgotten, but if my cunning plan comes to fruition the way I hope it is actually makes things a lot easier for Rad Crawl Classics in the long run. So,
Awesome. Let me dig through my printer proofs. I'm going to show off some other stuff. These are always fun. Actually, and Brendan, I have some of these for you at Gen Con. I remember, but these are the. Oh, okay.
Past his bedtime. It passed his bedtime like an hour and a half ago. So yeah.
So these are the covers to X-Crawl. If the Zoom thing doesn't mess me up, but they're not bound, so they're like nothing on the inside. But they're great for framing. So anyway, Brendan can't see this, but Brendan, I got a couple of these so you can frame these up. This is the X-Crawl cover, and of course we have the foil version too.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, somewhere in here, man, I gotta find. Okay, chat amongst yourselves. I'm gonna dig.
Who did the foil cover for that?
That was Doug. Yeah, and we printed it in 3 colors as well. It turned out great. Yeah.
I'm going to leave my camera running for a moment, and I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll be right back.
We've been trying to mute that mic forever. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, and I'm gonna dig through my printer proofs file here. Let me find the MCC 15 printer proofs, and somebody asked about it.
Ooh.
The trouble with printing so many big books lately is I have so much stuff that I have to hang on to until it actually comes out, so I can be sure that there's no mistakes made and so on.
Looks like the raffle's going to be good at Gen Con this year.
Yeah, actually, I can't fit all this in my bag. It's going to be raffled off somewhere, but probably not there. This is the next Lankmar adventure, The House of Jade and Shadow. This version doesn't have the foil applied, but this will be released in a couple months when it's back. Oh, wait, that's not it. That's another book. Lots of books in this pile. All right, where is it? Too much stuff.
Oh, while they're doing that, Chris, do you want to ask another trivia question?
Sure. Hang on, I have to fire one up. All right. So what was in the classic adventure N1 against the Cult of the Reptile Guide? What is the name of the village that the adventure is set in?
Oh man. See if Reston?
Nope, that is incorrect.
Aha, I found it.
Clearly, still people are all on that. So,
The Mutant Menace of Lab 47 with Doug's awesome cover. Got the Area 51 vibe. Zoom doesn't mess me up here.
Omelet, no. Oakhurst, no.
Oakhurst.
Oakhurst, getting warmer. People are scouring the internet right now. Oakland, getting colder. No. I knew it was you. That's why I made the comment.
No, it's not home.
Or Lane, Kilishandra got it.
I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave my video on too.
Yep. We're at that point in the evening where
oh, come on, you can't be getting tired already.
I mean, we're only what? 4 hours really since we started this.
It's next monster time.
Oh, it is. Quick, let's pick one.
I think we missed one actually.
I think we did too.
Yeah, because we're 3 hours into overtime.
Yeah, so we should be at 12.
What we didn't do 9 though, did we?
We have not done 9.
So let's do 9, so they'll catch up with us, and then we can start up with 11, and then
all right, so yeah, so Cetus, number 9 is Cetus, and that is it's essentially it's a sea monster, it's a sea dragon, it's a sea whatever. The Kraken technically from Clash of the Titans was a Cetus.
Oh yeah.
So,
anything based on Harryhausen wins, right?
Basically, yeah. So this is one of those things where, you know, we can kind of go hog wild with the design on it. We can really kind of just this is one of the ones where we might want to unleash the artist and say, give us a cool whatever underwater creature thing, and then we'll stat it based on that. So
yeah.
You have in the notes this comes from Setzian, so or Ketkian, if we're going to do the true Latin pronunciation for whale. So, but this is Thracia. Shouldn't we be using like the Greek version for whale?
Well, I believe Latin was Greek.
No,
no, it's not.
Two different languages.
Are different. I thought the Greeks spoke Latin. Okay,
no, the Greeks spoke Greek.
Oh, okay. It's Greek to me. So yeah, so all right, yeah, so that's our number 11 monster. We are scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We're getting in this. Oh yeah, we've got the 2 winners left.
God, Kilishandra's got some great questions.
Run out of time, or we just start crowdsourcing stuff.
Which Goodman Games module do you wish could be turned into an animated show or video game? Both answers, please.
Well, I mean,
X-Crawl, right? I mean, that one's kind of too obvious for both, though. Wow.
I mean, I want my 5-season Shutter Mountain, television show. Yeah.
I definitely watch that. Yeah, Shutter Mountains would be fantastic. But for a video game, God, I think People of the Pit would actually make a really cool video game with the slow winding descent and the tentacles coming out.
Right up and down.
Be very like 8-bit jump and fight. I could totally do that.
Well, I mean,
especially with the ziggurat.
Right. Well, the opening challenge of the Sea Queen Escapes is basically inspired by Mario. So I mean, you're literally hopping from turtle shell to turtle shell to get across a big pit. So you know.
But yeah, I would definitely watch a Shutter Mountain show.
I do. Yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, the only reason that I ever put on The Legend of Hillbilly John is just for the opening theme by Hoyt Axton, and then I can turn it back off. So we need good Wellman-esque entertainment.
RPG would be interesting. That'd be interesting, like, you know.
Yeah.
Exploration and, you know, mass combat and stuff. I could it'd be a fun one. No.
I could even see Purple Planet in the style of like the old Ultima games, right? With the overhead and you filling out the map.
I'm out of food. Oh. I have to go to Lord British's castle where Sister Slade sings "We Are Family."
But now that Joe's back, I would love to hear Joe's answer to this question. Kilashandra asked, which Goodman Games module do you wish could be turned into an animated show or video game? Both answers, please.
Oh. Joe, you're muted.
You're muted, Joe.
I mean, that's really the answer. That's the whole schedule for next year. Sorry. Well, there's a question that I got distracted by already.
So the question is, what DCC adventure would you like to see? Which Goodman Games module, doesn't even have to be DCC, do you wish could be turned into an animated show or video game? Both answers, please.
I don't know. I have to think about that. I mean, we've published a lot of adventures. It's like 200 or something now, maybe 250. Animated or video game? I don't know. The video game part's interesting.
Bob and I agree that People of the Pit would be a good video game. Because you have multiple levels, you got tentacles to ride up and down, you know.
That's true. There's that element. Yeah. I don't know. Animated show, animated, like,
yeah,
you gotta have long, strong characters. I mean, Brendan wrote an epic level adventure in 3rd edition, which was called The Belly of the Beast, which featured cockroachmen and a giant space turtle. And I remember him telling me once the only reason he put cockroachmen in there, because like you can, you know, surprise players with zombies, undead, horrible looking creatures, demons, devils. But if you say cockroachmen, like everybody goes like, ah, like they have a visceral reaction, you know, because like in real life, we all hate cockroaches. That one has just a lot of crazy visuals that I think would look good in probably an animated series, you know. I still remember the giant space turtle, which was on the cover art. That comes to mind for that. I don't know. I have to think about the video game part because I feel like you need something that has a very abstract element that you can't capture already in a role-playing environment, you know? I don't know. Let me think about that. I'll come back to you.
The Purple Planet would be like a fun, you know, like a fun video game where you have like a mass combat thing. You can do like almost like Ultima, you know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do that now.
Yeah, I can see that. The One Who Watches from Below video game. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There is a Dark Crystal RPG. The two.
It feels like every property from the 80s is now getting a revival and an RPG and 6 board games. You know?
Modifius just announced they're doing this Space 1999 role-playing game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I shared that with some friends who are Space 1999 fans, and they were like, why?
I think it depends on if you're talking season 1 or season 2, right? Season 1, season 2 had a lot of really wild stuff.
Oh, do we have to do a monster?
We did a
Oh, we're
monster where
behind
you were
schedule.
gone, Joe.
But I think we still, yeah, I think we're coming up.
Which one was it? I gotta write it down. We're totally
10:15 should be monster 13.
10:15. Oh, we haven't done. We've only done 11, so we're behind.
Did you do the Cetus?
We did this. Yeah, the Cetus.
Okay.
We are literally down the dregs.
We're at 11 right now, right?
Yeah.
By the way, if I can make a recommendation, if anybody lives in the Bay Area, go to Good Earth in Fairfax and get their turmeric flavored cashews. Amazing.
Anybody have any suggestions on what two winners get the, or are we dipping into the Cyclops and the Manatee tour?
I just want to say we're scooped over $5,000 away from 650,000 at this point.
Holy smokes! Wow.
So
that's crazy. Thank you all for the support. It's insane. Really glad to see this. It's amazing. We must have done something right.
430 people on the backer train.
Toot toot.
And I think that's even when remember the backer train crashed at some point during the day. I think it would have been higher if it didn't. So
good point. Yeah, everybody, we crashed BackerKit. It was awesome. Like that's when you know you're doing good.
Like Brandon Sanderson.
Well, I saw like a couple days ago, this was the 14th most successful BackerKit campaign ever. That was a couple days ago.
Wow. We're only like 23 million behind Brandon Sanderson. We can do it, folks.
Paxaneski is asking which town again, Joe? Because they are up in San Rafael.
Oh, no way. So I'm actually in San Rafael right now in my office. I live in Fairfax. So yeah, so there's two Good Earths, one in Mill Valley, one in Fairfax. The one in Fairfax, it's like turmeric and something coated cashews. They're like so good, kind of spicy, but like really good. This is my dinner.
Okay. Who was the film, TV, written hero that you wanted to play when you started playing RPGs, and which RPG were you playing?
Luke Skywalker. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, I think I'll answer first because I mean there only was one RPG when I started playing, and and I didn't even have a hero in mind. My first DM handed me my first character so that I could play. So I didn't have that experience. Not until I started like playing Champions and I started making characters based on the question.
Yeah, I never did that. I was involved in a Marvel Superheroes Avengers Assembled campaign, which was kind of fun because you could have they had rules for basically you set up like an Avengers franchise, like the West Coast Avengers. We're like we're the Miami Avengers for some reason. And my friend Joe was literally playing Dar. He was playing Dar from Beastmaster. Like that was a superhero. It was like
I love the Miami Avengers. I remember West Coast Avengers, that comic. My brother was really into that comic. It was great.
There was the Great Lakes Avengers.
Wait, what? That was
there was a team, the Great Lakes Adventures. They had like Flatman, Mr. Immortal. They were, oh my god, they were like the Z team. It was awesome.
World Girl, like a member of them now or something. I mean,
is this for real? Like this was actually in
yes, there was the Great Lakes Avengers. I don't think they ever had their own book. I think they appeared in a couple other books, but yeah.
That's hilarious.
Like Mr. Immortal, his only power was if he died, he would come back. That was his entire power.
Just power to get an Antarctica chapter. That's of course they did. Somebody's got to keep those penguins in line.
Oh, completely fun nerdery. Yes, wizards. Oh my god, there was a wizards role-playing game back in like the early 80s, and I've looked at it. It's disappointing, but I love that movie. I saw that in the theater. It was fantastic.
Doug loves that movie. I feel like he's talked about it a number of times.
Oh. Chronicles of Prydain. Oh, yes. That was a fantastic series. As a matter of fact, we have a very small handful of like maybe 6 books for the spinner racks that aren't Appendix N. And one of them, Jen, insisted that we had to pick up, and it's the last book of the Chronicles of Prydain, The High King, which is my favorite of the entire series. Oh, that was a great series.
So to answer the question about Grimtooth traps, maybe. Kind of depends on how well the first does, and the license. All licenses have an expiration date. But if the first one does well, it's easy to come back and say, hey, this did pretty good. Let's extend that license and do another one. So maybe I would like to. We covered, what is it, 150 traps, I want to say?
Yeah.
Out of the 500 or something that are in the original works.
I believe there's over 600. So,
600? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's plenty more to
probably
do.
Another 100 or 150 that are worth doing.
I mean, after book 3, you're right. It's a lot of yet another pit trap,
This one has oil covered snakes in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I will tell you, one of my favorite adventures that I wrote was the Mysterious Tower, which we published as DCC number 3, and half of it involves, there's all these I don't know, tropes of dungeon exploration. Like I have my 10-foot pole and I encounter a pit and therefore I jump over it. So there's several stretches in that adventure where basically if you use traditional dungeon tactics, you get kind of destroyed. There's a pit that's very easy to detect. Then right exactly 11 feet over it is a pit that's nearly impossible to detect. So you find the one, you jump over it and then land right on the other one and go down. But I had a lot of fun with that adventure. I remember running it, and yeah, a lot of that. It's not Grimtooth quite, but it's like taking on the dungeon, stereotypical dungeon setting elements and so on, and then just having fun with it.
That's why I loved the trap Satan's bow so much, right? You find a bow, it detects his magic. Really? How strong is it? Well, your fingers just fell down because it's a diamond monofilament string. Loved that. Oh my god,
that's great.
Great. There was also it wasn't the Delver's catalog, but there was a kind of a companion book of weird equipment. I've got it somewhere boxed up. We haven't unboxed all of our gaming stuff yet. That had all sorts of really neat, cool, just weird, mostly useless stuff that we loved.
I love hearing the stories from Steve Crompton and some of the old Flying Buffalo team, because they described the early days of working at Flying Buffalo when they were all working on those city books and then Grimtooth and how it took off, and it just sounded awesome. They all sat in one office, were constantly bouncing ideas off each other. It just sounded like a really cool place to work back in the day. And yeah, Mobius, man, all the Mobius stuff is great. Any of you guys read the Brandon Graham comic books, which have a real he's great. He's a new modern author or artist, I guess I should say, but he also writes some of his stuff. It has a real Mobius feel to the art, and it also doesn't make any sense, just like half the Mobius books. But it's great comics. So guys, we're at 10 minutes left.
This is awesome. I'm not bored, and if they're not bored, I'm having a good time. Which famous or historical people would you like to run through a DCC one-shot, and which adventure would you choose?
It's 10:15 of mine. That's a far too deep question for me to ponder at this point.
I know. You East Coast people, it is okay if you guys need to crash at some point. This just keeps on ticking. It's crazy.
I would say 6 incredibly rich people. And it would pay me $1,000 a minute.
Yeah, I'd say Stephen King, because there's rumors that Stephen King used to play Chill. So Stephen King might have been a role player at one time. I think it'd be really fun to run him through any one of the DCC horror adventures, but I would specifically go for the one that creeped me out the most as a player, the Sinister Sutures of the Semptress, which just made me want to run and hide.
Yeah. That's the thing. Here's my recommendation for writing horror, because it doesnn get me really to horror. It's actually kind of strange. It's like I've seen so much horror that it's like a magic trick. Like you know how big they're putting me. So when I have to write horror, I pick somebody and I write them to scare the bejesus out of that person. Because I know if I get one person,
that is fascinating.
That's my trick. No.
I would pick, if I recall, Robin Williams was a gamer. If I recall,
Really?
how about Robin Williams playing X-Crawl? I think that would be pretty amazing.
I know he played a lot of
would be-
minis games. I think Robin Williams just announcing an X-Crawl game would be great.
Well, I
would
think
want
that
him to
would be-
run it.
That would happen during it at some point. But yeah, maybe Robin Williams running an X-Crawl game. Maybe that's
yeah.
I agree. That'd be awesome. I saw him in a movie theater once. He lived around here. This is years ago. We went to see a movie and realized he was in the back row with his family, which is pretty cool. Wow.
Oh God, the Oz setting, which is I'm pretty sure the actual Oz books are public domain.
They have to be at this point.
Like the actual novels. Yeah, that stuff is really weird.
It's like 1910 or whatever. So, you know, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Somebody in here made a
got Billy
reference.
Crystal into Warhammer.
Oh, wow, that's a fun fact for you. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I remember seeing something with Robin Williams' daughter talking about going to a storage unit where Robin Williams had all of the miniatures that he'd bought over the years, and it was absolutely amazing.
Wow. Somebody in here mentioned Thorin in his horror game. Wasn't it Thorin who was running? Was it Dallas? What was the soap opera RPG he was running?
That was Mr. Curtis who ran the Dallas RPG in space.
I wrote yes. When I did North Texas, every year I would run like a weird game. There was like Mike's weird game, and one year I got the Dallas the role playing game. And me being me, I just couldn't run Dallas because I figured, how many people nowadays like had any idea who the hell people are in Dallas, including me. Like I remember it. So what I did is I just took it and it made Dallas in space. So basically, I just took all the rules and I took all the characters, but I just put every sci-fi trope I could possibly think of into it. So there was like, there was like a briefcase of gold pressed latinum. One person was a replicant. There was like the deed to the Millennium Falcon. So it was a lot of fun. It's really like a proto LARP because you do everything, but then everybody goes away for like 15 minutes and they have little private conversations and they kind of figure out what's coming and they come back to the table with new schemes. And that was a lot of fun. James McGeorge,
That's awesome.
For that. He bought them for me from years ago. I ran that.
That's awesome.
Ran the Adventures of Indiana Jones.
That's fun.
The old TSR one. But I knew everybody wants to play Indiana Jones. That's the problem with it. So the whole theme of that was Indiana Jones had gotten kidnapped. So it's all his friends coming to save him. So we had all the characters, and then I made up characters for Henry Jones Sr. and Marcus Brody, in addition to like Short Round and Marion and Willie. And there were two people playing Marion and Willie. We're just like, we're gonna rescue my boyfriend. What do you mean your boyfriend? They were getting.
That's great.
And the character who became the waiter who gets killed in like the first 30 seconds of Temple of Doom. The waiter who shows up there, like they actually had stats for him, and he got his hands on a machine gun at one point, and he was just laying waste underneath Oak Island.
That's awesome.
I used to run an adventure called We're With the Band, and it was like the Weasley thief from Conan the Destroyer. It was all the sidekicks, and then one person had a 4x sheet, and they were all 4 animal companions of the Beastmaster. And the whole idea was that the main heroes had all gone missing, and they were trying to get them. Stuff like that can be so much fun. And I've never seen people so excited to play a pair of ferrets in my life.
Kodo and Podo.
Yes. And that poor tiger that they painted black.
Yep.
We played a couple sessions in college. It was this homebrew game, and the setting was it was a post-apocalyptic game, but we all ran a fast food restaurant in the apocalypse. And I remember one of the languages you could speak was drive-through. So we would have conversations like
having worked a drive-through represent.
That is so good.
I was the fry cook because I was like, I had crashed into the wasteland. I walked out and I had 4 arms like the muscle guy. So I was a really good fry cook. I had extra arms and everything. Yeah, it was hysterical.
Mike, this has got to be in next year's yearbook. Like, this has got to be. We'll call it Fast Food Crawl Classics. I don't know. Or like that's.
I mean, to this
so
day,
good.
drive-through as a language slot was just genius. like that's like one of the few things that actually survived after the campaign. Like, I think he's speaking drive-through. You know, like.
Okay, my whole life, my mom has never been able to understand people at the drive-thru, and like it became a running joke. Because me and my brother would go through the drive-thru, and she'd be like, "What? What?" like, we'd have to like lean forward and interpret for her. That's so spot on.
I worked late night at a Taco Bell for so long. Welcome to Late Night at Taco Bell. I'm your host, Bob. Your manager this evening is Tony, and our cook is Greg. What on our menu tickles your fancy? That will never leave my brain. I'm scarred.
So Brendan, I've known Brendan a long time. I mean, like 20 years. And at least once every 6 months, I find out about another job he had, which I never heard about. It's just like his careers have been endless. But Brendan was a fry cook at one point. At somewhere, I forget where. I want to say it might have been the KFC. I can't remember. But everybody asked Brendan about his career as a fry cook. Basically, he and this one other guy wound up becoming like the best fry cooks in like the district or the region or whatever, and then had to give. I'm totally butchering the story. Brendan tells it. It's his life, not mine. But as I recall, he was the best, and he gave like talks to other people about how to cook fries. And he said that like all it was that he actually cared, you know, and tried to make him right. And like that was his magic sauce. But yeah, one of Brendan LaSalle's many careers was fry cook. I had a brief career at DJ's Diner. I'm happy to share. Anybody here remember Six Flags Over Georgia, or anybody in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
I remember it.
Yeah. Okay. The one in Georgia specifically you've been to?
Yeah, because I lived in Roswell and Marietta back in '88.
Is that so? And
yeah.
Chris, you remember the one in Georgia also?
Yeah, I went to the one in Georgia. We had family or friends of the family lived outside of Atlanta. I don't remember. I just remember going to Stone Mountain, and I remember going to Six Flags in Georgia back when I was like 7 or 8. So that would have been the late 70s.
So I worked there. I guess this was like summers in high school, maybe. Should have been like early 90s. But I worked at DJ's Diner, which was like this, 50s themed checkered pants. I had to wear this like ridiculous outfit. And mostly what I remember was we failed our health inspection. I was too young to understand what this really meant, or just didn't really know the ways of the world. But yeah, all of a sudden, all the executives were there like on site every day, like all the big wigs were constantly present. And all the flies around the salad bar started to disappear as we sort of cleaned up our act. So that was my brief career at DJ's Diner, serving cheeseburgers and bringing people up and all that stuff.
So I performed at Fright Fest at Six Flags up in Gurnee, Illinois. And they gave me a microphone and put me on the back of one of the trains. And they gave me a script that went out the window. And I spent most of my evenings making fun of rides. And I finished one of my rounds, and it turned out the park president and 2 other executives had been on my train. I was like, well, this was a fun gig. But they laughed so hard that I got to keep my job. It was Conductor Bob, the megalomaniac with the microphone.
That's great.
Well, my first job, I worked at it was a health food store, and I was a dishwasher. And once I got all the dishes done, I would be bored. So I didn't know what to do. So I used to sit on the countertop, which is probably not a good thing, but I would sit on the countertop and I would sharpen the knives with a big home thing. I would sharpen the knives for like an hour straight because I was bored. Well, then I come in one day and the short order cook cut his finger really bad because the knives were really sharp. And then they're like, would you like to be the short order cook? And I was like, sure, I think I can do that.
Now we know how Chris gets his promotions. Everybody watch out.
Attrition.
Watch out for the knives. Watch out for the knives. So
Well, shall we drop the last monsters? It's 10:30. We should have 13 monsters out by now.
Oh yeah, good point. Okay, everybody. More monsters coming. All these will go in the stretch goal booklet. So if you're watching this and haven't pledged yet, pledge now, because only backers get the stretch goal booklet, which will have all the other 20 stretch goals too. Plus your exciting monsters, including the mysterious sea goat, as well as the Catobla pass. Did I say that right?
No, you did not.
Catoblepus is
Catoblepus.
Catoblepus. I'll remember.
Campaign.
Oh, 7 minutes left. Oh, we should start the countdown. Let's wrap this up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. See,
the last two monsters. I apologize, people, but I was really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We got the giant Cree, which is a feral goat. That apparently
wait.
So we've got more goats.
And the sea goat. I just want to make sure I'm clear in my head.
This is what? This is a terrestrial goat.
Now we need an air goat. Now we triple threat.
That's another one. Air goat.
Terrestrial goat, sea goat. We can do an air
fire
goat. Fire goat, and maybe void goat.
A mega goat.
Air goat, fire goat, right?
Yeah,
air goat and a fire goat.
Well, they had. Remember where was it? The Monster Manual 2, where they had the quasi elements.
Yeah.
The
para-elementals.
I recall it was the ash, the para elements, the ash, the lava. I feel like they could all be goats. The ash goats.
They could totally all be goats. Hey, I'm sorry. Goats are a thing in Greece. Okay, it's like when you
because they're delicious.
Like fauna of Greece, it's like goats are like crucial to surviving in the archipelagos. And then the last one is the giant skink. And if people don't know what a skink is it's a lizard,
with
but
teeth.
It either has no legs or reduced legs, and it kind of looks like a snake. So it's like one of those things where you look at it, it's like, oh, it's a snake, but it's not really a snake.
They writhe when they run, and they've got teeth.
Yes.
We have them in my backyard. We see lizards all the time, and skinks like once a month. They're very elusive.
Yes.
Although a giant skink would not be quite so elusive.
This one will be very elusive. No, this will be so elusive that you won't even know it's in the book.
I wonder.
We should print it in 6-point text to enforce the elusiveness of the giant skink.
I did not know that there were legless skinks. I wonder if glass lizards from Florida are a type of skink, because they're a legless lizard, and the only way you know they're not a snake is when you go to grab them, their tail drops off.
Yeah.
That happens to me.
Is that what happened to your tail?
I
was wondering.
Question: is there an old plot, hero, story, or monster from D&D or AD&D before 3rd edition that you would like to see updated and brought back?
Sorry, say it again.
Plot, hero, story, or monster.
The main point is from 3rd edition. Something from 3rd edition we want to bring back.
No, before 3rd edition.
First or second.
So 2.9 or earlier.
Yes. OD&D up to the end of the TSR era.
First of all, I have to make a point here. We've had requests to convert all of our adventures into every system. The one that has the fewest number, including 4E, people are still out there playing 4E. The one that has the fewest number of requests is 2nd edition. But there's one guy who emails us, I feel like clockwork, and wants our stuff converted to 2nd edition. And then I found out the former president of Gamma, John Ward. Hey, John, if you're out there, he's still running a 2nd edition campaign. And he was asking me at a recent con if we're ever going to convert our stuff to 2nd edition. I think the answer is probably no.
I say we bring back the original Balrog.
I want to bring back the original Knoll.
Back before they got sued by Tolkien. Back in the original white box where the Balrog was a Balrog. It wasn't none of this Balor stuff, And halflings were hobbits, and yeah.
And we can get sued too, damn it.
Now knowing that OD&D Knolls were gnome troll hybrids, I want to bring that back.
I know.
That is just some goofy stuff right there. Yeah, but Talos Vern agrees. Bring back the gnome troll.
Well, who knows? Well, if the Grimtooth versus Giant Gnome thing goes, maybe we put on some Barry White and a little bit of soft music. Who knows? We might end up with some Knolls,
Oh my God! Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Love is in here.
We're not gonna do that in the booth. Oh wait, random joke request. a random. I got a joke.
Oh my
What's
God! It is
brown?
Judge Jen.
It is. I know her. Wait. I got a joke. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
This one's good. What's brown and sticky?
A stick.
Yes. Did you guess that, or did you like know it already?
No, I knew that one.
You also heard that one in first grade?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we do better than that? Maybe. Anybody else got a better joke?
Well,
Also, like,
I'll tell you one of my favorite clean jokes. Brendan is going to. All right. So on top of this highest building in the city, there's one of those restaurants that spins around and everything, and there's a bar up there. And so the bartender is there. He's serving two guys at the bar. These two guys sitting at the bar are clearly, they're deep in their cups. And one guy turns to the other guy and says, we're so high up here that you can actually jump out the window and the breeze will carry you right back up. And the second drunk says, get out of here. And he goes, no, watch this. He gets up, drowns his beer, walks over the window, throws over, jumps it out. And then like 30 seconds later, whoop, comes back up and he walks back in. I was like, that's amazing. Like, let me buy you another drink. So they're sitting there, they're doing drink a little bit more. Second drunk's like, I have to do that again. He's like, sure. Drinks the drink, opens the window, jumps out. 30 seconds later, comes back up and walks back in. So that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I have to try that. The second drunk goes up, drinks his beer, opens the window, jumps out. Splat. Bartender looks at the first drunk and says, you're a mean drunk, Superman.
Oh, that's pretty good. I used to do all these jokes. They're kind of sort of coming back to me now. A lot of them were this is the one I like. You've probably heard this one too. You know what you call cheese that's not your cheese?
Nacho cheese.
Yes. Also a favorite among the first graders.
We are rapidly closing on 650,000.
I know, this is crazy. I feel like maybe at 650 we like wrap up the Twitch show. Just see what happens.
Just walk away, Joe. I'll stay till we're done.
It's cool. And I'll check in with you maybe at some point. But this is nuts. My wife just put my kid to bed. This is nuts.
Oh, man. Well,
yeah, I know, Elena. It's okay to be sleepy. Bob can run the whole thing. He's good.
Yeah, if it crashes, the show's done, right? But I can stay on and talk.
Wait, you're just mentioning this now?
So your stretch goal at 650K is you get to watch Elena die on camera, and then Bob fumbles with the controls to keep the show going.
See, we just threatened to end it all, and just 3 more people backed.
At a Goodman Games talent show, what are y'all doing, showing, performing?
Oh man, this reminds me of Lou Zocchi, man. He could I hope you all got a chance to go by Zocchi's booth back in the day when he would do a magic trick and he won the Navy talent show. I want to say U.S. Navy talent show multiple years in a row. Guy was amazing.
So I was a professional fire breather, so I would probably do that.
Glad to know you're not one of those amateur Bobs. I hate those amateur fire breathers. They're such.
Hey,
I'm
no
glad you're
eyebrows,
professional.
I traveled the country breathing fire for a while, so yeah.
Why did we not put this to use to Gen Con?
Because fire marshals are bad.
Yeah,
Crip Wright is wrong. Amateur fire breathers do not have beards. It depends on what they're using for fuel. If you're using white gas, like I use, Coleman's fuel, you want to have a beard because you've got that extra half second to put yourself out. But if you're using kerosene needs a wick to burn. So clean-shaven fire breathers are generally using kerosene, which burns a nice orange, but it's smoky, and you can't do hand passes and cool effects.
Good to know. I didn't know all that.
And then there's people that use lamp oil, and those are amateurs. And people that use 151, and those are amateurs.
And they're all dead?
Well, no. I was breathing fire at the Texas Renaissance Festival, and I had a mouthful of fuel and a lit torch, and I went to exhale, and one of the big parade puppets picture, kindling as a character, wandered right in front of me, and his spotter grabbed him, and he's like, "There's going to be fire!" And he yelled something that I cannot repeat on the live on the Goodman channel, and I started laughing, and I ended up swallowing some gasoline. So I finished doing my my round of fire breathing, and I immediately ran backstage and picked up the can of Coleman's fuel, which says, do not ingest. If swallowed, you consult a physician immediately. So I ran to first aid because that's what I had, right? I'm like, guys, I'm a fire breather. I just swallowed some gasoline. It says, seek medical attention. You're what I've got. And they're like, well, we can take you to the hospital. I said, I can't go to the hospital. I've got to keep performing. And they looked, I'm like, can you give me like some antacids or something so I can kind of screw up my stomach chemistry, slow this down so it's just absorbing. And they're like, well, we can't dispense anything. I mean, I've got Rolaids, but I can't give them to you. And I finally looked at him and said, what part of fire breather do you not understand? And I tapped my torches, and they gave me an entire bottle of Rolaids, and I went on my merry way. It's the same show where I got to breathe fire at a biker, and it was the most exciting thing that had ever happened to him. The most terrifying thing that happened to me.
Nobody's ever breathed fire at me. Wow. Well, if I were in the talent show, I don't think I could beat fire breathing. I used to be able to belch the alphabet when I was younger. And I'm hoping nobody tells my older son because he's really getting into belching. I learned it because somebody told me my Uncle Dave could belch the alphabet, one of my aunts or something. I was like, no way, Uncle Dave. I knew he was cool. And he would never acknowledge it, but once that spark was lit, I practiced every day. And after a month or two, I could belch the entire alphabet. But that's all I got. I no fire breathing. What about you, Chris? You look like you're about to fall asleep. Don't fall asleep.
Nothing that I think people would be interested in. I could teach people how to identify aquatic plants, but that would probably put them to sleep too. So,
you have talents, Chris. You have talents.
I'm sure I do. Somewhere in my next life.
Wait, sorry. I just saw what Elena put in the chat. First of all, Elena, I'm glad we're virtual at the moment. Nice to have some distance. Oh my God. Can you do it at will?
Or Will. Will don't want none of that.
No, you can't. Stay away from the booth. At least 10 feet away. Wow. That's crazy.
Are there any DCC shanty songs? Unofficially, yes. Unofficially, yes, there are. One year, Jen and I were in the car on our way to Gen Con. We were driving up from Florida with a car full of books, and we started kicking around a concept album for our group, Marooned, and we had as opposed to rolling down to Old Maui, we had Sailors on the Starless Sea, or Sailing on the Starless Sea, and a few others. We never did record that, but there are some unofficial DCC shanties.
Sounds like we should record some of these, Bob. Bob, you did the lyrics for our GG Joe theme song.
Yes, Revival Hero, GG Joe is there. Yes, I did.
Yeah, that was great.
I also performed it. Yeah.
That was a fun one.
That is just a small window into Jen's life with Bob. Second City taught us to song parody. That was one of the first things they had us work on when I was took class at Second City in Chicago, and it is now just second nature to do weird things with songs.
That's awesome.
$648,000 stretch goal. Book of DCC shanty songs, the not safe for work version. Holloway Joseph. Oh, that's good. We hadn't thought of that one. See, these are my people. I think songs about yes, Elena, that sort of counts if it's a ship's cat at least.
Elena, would you like to sing a song? Oh, Elena's not on audio. Convenient excuse.
She's not on audio. Yeah. No, I trained at Second City in Chicago. I was never part of one of the casts, but I did perform at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas.
That's pretty exciting.
For over 4,558 shows at the Magical Empire at Caesar's Palace.
Oh, we just reset. That's it. I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay. So unlive us and we'll reset. We'll be right back, folks.
And I'm back. Hey, everybody. It's down to the last guy with energy and no need for sleep. And a diehard devotion to Caverns of Thracia. We've been streaming from the East Coast and the West Coast. I'm on Eastern time, but I don't care. I'm staying awake the entire time. I'm good until you folks are. As a reminder, we have added 3 new stretch goals. We've got 660. We're going to do paper bookmarks. 675. We're doing a digital dice insert for the DCC dice because DCC fans have been wanting those dice inserts. And if we hit 700,000, we're going to do a digital dice insert for the 5e people. So I am in as long as you people are in. I don't leave for Gen Con until Monday. Let's keep the train going. That's right. I've got the power to make my own rules and break the bank, because then no, that would be bad. I would like to see this keep going. So Dart Jr., with DCC dice in the tubes, there's essentially an inserted label on one side that has the I might have one here. Let's see if that'll show. So it has an image, but on the back of all of the DCC dice tube inserts, there is new gameable content. There's monsters, spells, magical items, etc. And so since these dice aren't going out in tubes because they've been kind of split up differently because of the vagaries of dice manufacture, we're going to at least provide a digital insert. So there's more Thracia content, right? That's the key. More Thracia content for everybody. That's what I've been pushing. I have told Joe I will write Thracia content until it tells me to stop, and then I will write 2 more adventures out of spite. So let's just keep this train going. We've got 495 people on the backer train. My God, almost $651,000. You people are amazing. And this is just great. Yes, the DCC telethon. Except, operators aren't standing by because BackerKit will just take care of it on its own. A Thracia epilogue adventure. Ooh, I think the Thracia epilogue adventure is called Dark Tower, and it's because it's the perfect thing to roll into after you finish the Caverns of Thracia. You'll be about the right level for it, and it's set in the Janelliverse, right? It's one world beneath the Isle of Serpents. Has a couple mentions that would be easy to tie through into Dark Tower. The Starry Archipelago does as well. So there's already materials there to kind of weave them together. And if your party is anything like my DCC playtest party for Dark Tower, the epilogue to that adventure is the last encounter where they roll TPK. So yeah, that's how that goes. Small Town Vice's first taste is free. That's right. And as a matter of fact, this BackerKit campaign, the first taste has always been free, right? Levels 1 for both 5e and DCC are available. Download them. Look at the differences in the way they were put together, because it's really exciting for me. Normally, when I've done the conversions, I've been handed the 5e conversion and said, turn this into DCC. And this time around, we started at the same time. So, flavor text is different. Things that Scott stresses versus what I stress and pull from the text are a little bit different. And I have found it absolutely fascinating to read. So you can check out both versions. They're both true to the original, but they're different in their own unique ways. About to pledge. Oh, yeah. Conan, City of the Dead. Are there any substantive differences? I think that the DCC book is probably a little bit bigger, right? Just physically. But the main content, I believe, is all the same because we were converting the same adventure. Like I said, there's some differences in like flavor text and things of that nature, but the missing room and the new sub-level, those are both in both books, one for DCC, one for 5e. So the books themselves are fairly similar in that respect. Yeah, Crip White, you're going to catch the end of the stream. Well, I don't leave for Gen Con until Monday, so as long as this thing keeps rolling over, I'm here in this chair. Baker Battered Uncut. Yeah, let's see. Temple of the Elemental Evil. Yeah. Phone going in the pocket while you load up the trailer. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to keep rocking it. You bet. Oh, see, okay, so you've got a day on me. Yeah. But, it's going to be a fun time either way. I'm going to make sure that all of the Appendix N books are ready for the spinner racks at the Goodman Games booth, and there's some exciting stuff there. So let me scroll up because I know I've missed some stuff through all this. My goodness. Let's see. Sing a show. I don't, I haven't sung show tunes in a long time. God, like High School Musicals, right? No, actually, so Kind of Freak, no, the prize for whichever team won the trivia contest was never announced, and I'm not sure what it is. I've got, that's a Joe thing, and Joe logged off because as long as this keeps going, there's no winner. I think he wanted to wait to announce the prize when we had a winner, and we don't. So as a reminder, Team 5e, Team DCC, there is a trivia question up there. If you haven't answered it yet, you can carry your team to victory. And I'll say based on my inklings, it's not going to be something huge, right? I mean, one of the things that we're really big on here is there's no wrong fund, right? I write mostly for DCC. I do some 5e writing. So, we're one big happy family, sure, there might be some smack talk every once in a while. So, but we don't want any side of our fans to be, left out and disappointed, right? So, don't expect it's going to be like a super secret module or something like that. It'll probably be something very small that isn't going to leave anyone crushed that they didn't win. And that's as it should be because, well, my God, because look at what you people have accomplished for us. It's amazing. Minotaurs are a player race sometimes. Is the Minotaur on the cover unique? Well, he's big and he is bad. But no, Caverns of Thracia has multiple Minotaur as well as Minotaur cows. I don't know what you would call them other than Minotaur cows. So the Minotaur is not unique, but that is the Minotaur King. He is either, depending on your viewpoint, the big bad or the very put upon person at the bottom that people are trying to kill, one way or another. Oh yeah, well, Maggot Feed, I haven't survived the funnel yet. It's still going, but the rest of the players have been winnowed out. Yeah, let's see here. Jerry Lewis at the end of those telethons singing. Well, we might get there. We were talking sea shanties earlier. Let me see here, scrolling down. The Minotaur, very cute, very cute. Let's see. Belly button lint. It might be nicer than belly button lint. Yeah, I think the 5e content is great too, Small Town Vices. I've written some of it, right? When I did the Forgotten Hive, which I wrote with kind of the DCC design ethos in mind. So I wrote it for 5e and I playtested it for 5e. And then I converted on the fly for online conventions. As a matter of fact, I believe I'm running it for a free tabletop RPG pickup con this weekend, if this campaign has ended by then. So yeah, there might even be some spots left at the table. Participant ribbon to the second place. A ribbon might be more than the first place gets. I'm just going to put that out there. delicious. Yeah, let's see. Plutotars, the cow. They're not pets. As a matter of fact, one of the Minotaur cows is actually the mother of the Minotaur king, the matronly, the mamatars. I like that. One of my campaign playtest players is asking how they have not yet met the mamatars. Well, that's because you've explored levels 1, 2, part of 2A, and 3A. You haven't even hit levels 3 or 4 yet. So, I do not really control a trivia question, and Elena's gone. It is just me, I think, at this point. I think Elena has crept off to take a nap. Wow, 501 on the backer train. The Mumatar. Kablooey, Fine Nerdery, that may very well happen because I am nothing if not passionate about Caverns of Thracia. I don't know if all of you have heard the story about how I ended up on this project, so I will share it. I had done Crypt of the Devil Lich, right? I did a little bit of work on Castle Amber. That was sort of my audition. And I did Crypt of the Devil Lich, and then Mike approached me, and he said, look, I know you just finished a big, long conversion. They can be very draining, but and don't feel that you're obligated, because I have someone lined up for when you say no, but I thought I should give you first crack, right of refusal for Dark Tower. And I was like, I want to do Dark Tower. So I finished Dark Tower, and Mike had another video conference with me. And he's like, so Bob, and I said, Mike, let me cut you off right there. I've just done 2 really big, long conversions. I'd like to write some more original stuff. Unless you're going to offer me something like, I don't know, Caverns of Thracia. And his head hit his desk. I was like, all right then. So I'm in it. I'm doing Caverns of Thracia. And Judge Ogre, Dark Tower is currently, the first printing is sold out at Goodman Games. To my understanding, there's a second print in progress, and that will hopefully be back in stock soon. My passion is infectious. Well, here's hoping, right? Here's hoping that it is lasting, right? that it will have some staying power. Dark Tower is another great adventure. I maintain Dark Tower, I think, was like number 21, I think, on the list of top 50 D&D adventures of all time. I maintain that Caverns of Thracia isn't on that list because the people making the list would have been embarrassed to have a non-TSR adventure at number 1. This is, to me, the greatest adventure I've ever read, and I've been playing since I had a lot more hair and none of this, and yeah. Let's see, crowdfund. Oh well. Yeah, Dungeon Denizens is coming out soon. Small Town Vices, Dark Tower will be re-released, so there's that. And I'm sure if you check around, maybe Noble Knight Online might have it. I know some retailers out there probably still have it. So don't give up hope yet. Let's see here. Yeah. So all right, folks. Throw me your questions, throw me your ideas. Tell me who are my favorite authors that have written an official game-related novel or an official adventure for TTRPG. Okay, I've got to say, when it comes to game-related novels, I can narrow that down to 2. I would say my runner-up would be author Richard Knack, who is from the Chicago suburbs, and he did like Cows the Minotaur and some books of that nature, and is a diehard gamer himself. I knew him peripherally. We weren't close friends or anything. We didn't game together, but I knew him peripherally from when I was working at a software store in the Chicago suburbs, and I always enjoyed his stuff. My number 1 author, though, for game-related novels, technically it's not official, but Andre Norton wrote the book Quag Keep. Quag Keep is the first D&D novel ever written. It is set in Greyhawk and was created after she played a game at Gary's table. So that would be my absolute number one author for gaming novels. As for official adventures for a TTRPG, all right, I'm gonna call out a kind of weird one. I'm gonna go as opposed to an official adventure for TTRPG. I'm gonna go for a TTRPG in total. People might not know this, but artist Brad McDevitt, yes, Brad McDevitt, created a game called Nightlife. It released right before World of Darkness did. It was one solid system where you could play any number of creatures. It was like the entire World of Darkness in one book that played together. And for my money, it was a superior system that didn't have the marketing budget of the World of Darkness. And it's fantastic. He signed my first edition years ago. Gen Con was still in Milwaukee. And I tracked down a third printing of it and had him sign that recently. And he didn't even know there was a third printing for it. Great game system. I had a lot of fun with it. So there's a weird bit of trivia for you and awesomeness, right? Top 2 and 3. Let's see. Legend of Whom. Yeah, best dragon scene on the cover there. Number one author generally. Okay, so I don't know if they're my top inspiration keystones, but there are 2 books that I reread every year without fail. In October, I reread Peter Straub's Shadowland, which is, I believe, the second novel he ever released. I've got a deep love for that book. And so I reread that every Halloween time because it's nice and it's spooky. And then sometime during the year, I will read John Stakely's Armor, which I think is like DAW 400 or DAW 500. And it is a take on the Starship Troopers concept that, in my opinion, out Heinlein's Heinlein. So those 2 for inspiration keystones, I'm thinking more like some of the old black and white horror magazines, Creepy and things of that nature, and Lovecraft. I'm a huge, if you haven't noticed from any of my stuff, I'm a big Lovecraft geek. The author may have had his issues, but I love his stuff. And we're 5,200 backers, and we're still going. And Cat Freak, you have yourself a good night. Small Town Vice is all right. You're in it with me. I like that. Do I think that Goodman is ever going to put out a default setting for DCC and try and get some novels written about it? God, I don't know. I think that I think they've intentionally avoided setting a default setting, right? Setting a default setting, because that way the judge at their table can kind of fit everything the way they want, right? When I first started gaming, anytime a new TSR module came out, we all rushed to be the first person to buy it because then, it was in our island or our kingdom. So, from the get-go, it was all about kind of blending things to our visions. So I don't know about that. I don't think there'll be a default setting, but there's some great other settings, many of which already have novels about them. Lankmar, Dying Earth, to some extent with the serial numbers filed off the Shutter Mountains. But God, it would be really neat, right? I would certainly read novels about Shanna and Hugh, but there is already the comic strips that cover that in Doug's releases. So there's that. Let's see. Oh yes, Excellency, you've got to read Armor. When I worked at a bookstore, they told me, pick your favorite book and we'll stock it. And I always kept 2 face outs of Armor at all times, and people would come back and they're like, "What's next?" I'm like, "Well, there's no sequel because the author's dead. He wrote one other book," and John Carpenter turned that into vampires. So where are the backers coming from? I don't know, but I'm here. Is there a noir style setting for a DCC module? Julian Burnick created Nowhere City Nights, which kind of has a noir-ish type feeling, right? I mean, it's not truly noir, but it would be a good thing to look at if you are interested in that. Well, Aerith, sort of technically, that's sort of a default setting, but we don't really have a whole lot of information about it, right? Into your Veil Gazetteer. Yeah, I like that, Small Town Vices. The purpose is to create your own Appendix N. And oh, there's a third party publisher, Noir. Okay. Yeah, creating your own Appendix N or just adding to it, right? Like, for example, if you are a big fan of the Fafhrd and Grey Mouser stories, there is an author, Scott Lynch. The first book in his Gentleman Bastard series is The Lies of Loch Lamora. And essentially, it's Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser if they were Sicilian, right? So, vendetta and blood oaths. And it's fantastic. There's a little bit more fantasy to it than Lankmar, but they're great reads. There's, I want to say, 4 out of the 7 books have been released. It's been, there's been a wait for the next book, but that stuff's really good. The Ripper one, Jen, really, that's not really noir. That's more of kind of a Gaslight feel, but I backed it. We're going to get it, and I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. Well, completely fine nerdery. That was 3.5, but I mean, we still reference Punjar and the Savage Kings and things of that nature. So one certainly could make the argument that setting exists. You're planning to make with Odysseys of Theros. Yeah, cannibalize all the settings. That's what we do, right? Take things apart, put them together, and just to bring joy to our tables, right? I mean, as long as everyone's having fun, there's no way to do it wrong. And we've just reset again. We're still going. All right. Aren't any steampunk environments? Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? I mean, steampunk was really big, then it became trendy and even bigger and got kind of weird for a while. I mean, give me like a good atom punk or some diesel punk, I think, over steampunk at this point. But Caverns of Thracia has some sort of progenitor steampunk elements to it. As a matter of fact, because of that, the magic or Monsters and Magic of Thracia has a Thracian steam gun in it. So there's a few elements there. What do you absolutely need to get that won't ever be available outside the BackerKit here? I think most of the stuff is going to be available. Dar Jr. The stuff, I mean, make sure you're backing at least a book level for Thracia so that you get all the add-ons, right? Or so that you get the secondary book with the additional materials and things of that nature. You get the Goodman Games Gazette. The other stuff, the Tomes of Adventure and things like that, those are going to be available. So if you're on a tight budget, and I get it, man. I've been there. We used to call the top levels of the Kickstarters. Okay, Joe, here's my wallet levels. So I feel you. You're already going to be getting PDFs of the new stretch goal adventures. So I mean, hard copies are nice, but if things are tight, right? Things can be tight. But yeah, that's the big thing is the majority of the stretch goals are not going to be retail available. So like the entire Starry Archipelago, that's going to the BackerKit book, and I would wholly recommend that. Syracuse laser gun. Yes, Kojo. Dieter would do a DCC conversion of Dragon Mech in a heartbeat. He has been beating that drum for a while, and I think it's a great idea. I've never actually played it. I've just looked through the books, and I think it'd be really cool. Let's see. Well, small time advice. I'm glad this didn't destroy your wallet. I know in the past. some of the old Kickstarters, before I was writing for Goodman, right? Some of these Kickstarters, my wallet would be smoldering and whimpering, so I get it. Other than dice, are there any items that will be physical only? The T-shirt, the die-cut sticker, the patch, right? If you were in the first 48 hours. I think that's about it. Shade of Icarus, unfortunately, I don't, I'm not on that, I am not at that level. I know that the Dungeon Denizens is progressing and hope, and I think it is, it will be delivering sooner rather than later, but I don't actually have any information on that. I'm the conversion guy. I could tell you a little bit about some of the stuff I did for Dungeon Denizens, but I don't have any information on when it's going to ship. DCC Dark Sun. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of surprised Wizards of the Coast hasn't brought Dark Sun back, but there's that, right? Yeah. Do I need to eat? Yeah. No. Yeah. I've been there small time vices. Yeah. It's like although with me, it's, how lightly do I need to sleep? Because, hey, Jen, I just went all in on this Kickstarter. The slipcase counts as media mail. I think that if it is shipped with a book in it, it qualifies as media mail because then it's a book in a slipcase. But beyond that, I'm not sure. That would be a question for the post office. Yeah, there are problematic lifestyles in Dark Sun, and it could be updated, right? I mean, we adapt, we change, we grow. Let's see. If you backed the hardcover limited, okay, are you missing out on any stretch goals other than the paid add-ons that come in some of the pledge levels? Okay, so well, I mean, some of the stretch goals were kind of paid add-ons. The slipcase and the print versions of Beneath the Isle of Serpents and the Sacrificial Pyre of Thracia, the physical versions of those, that was added after the campaign had started, and we had rapidly burned through what we thought were going to be the stretch goals for the entire campaign. So those don't come even with the all-in. So if you want those are paid add-ons that were kind of stretch goals. But beyond that, if you have backed for a book, whether it's DCC or 5e, you're going to get the stretch goals pack. The book with the Island of Thracia, Ruins of Thracia, Starry Archipelago, the Ecologies. You're going to get the poster maps. You're going to get all of that as a backer. And there's Jen. There we are. Jen's asking about it. And Jen's answering shipping stuff. Well, yeah. Let's see here. And and I've got I'm going to be writing a funnel. I'm pretty excited about that. Joe gave me gave me the authority to create some stretch goals. So as a reminder, at 660, we are unlocking paper bookmarks. If we hit 675, we're going to do a digital dice insert for DCC. And if we hit 700,000, we're going to do a digital dice insert for 5e. And I don't know as we've done dice insert for 5e before at all. So, then you can just go bug Tom for buy a tube from him, print it out, and you're all good to go. Let's see. I missed a question from Scammerific apparently. How did this campaign compare to Dying Earth? So Dying Earth was really a team effort. Mark Bruner put together a great team, and I mean, we started that project in the days of Google Plus, right? And it's you might hear my cat Vance lamenting about the passing of Google Plus in the background. But there was a lot more moving parts there. There was rules to develop and test, and then we got to dig into kind of our favorite parts. I got to make more curses. It was a very different animal to the majority of this project, since the majority of this was converting Janelle's initial adventure and bringing it to DCC with the DCC feel, which it already had, and then towards the end got to get creative when we started thinking about stretch goals. Gosh, both were a lot of fun. I think I would say that Dying Earth as a team effort was more fun because it was a team effort, right? I mean, we were a crew. I mean, we got to go to the Vance Mance, right? I mean, there is a DCC Dying Earth adventure getting ready to release that is inspired by our trip. That was without a doubt amazing. But being able to work on not one but two of Janelle's adventures, and having had a chance to work with her and have her ear and have her give so freely of her time when I had questions, is an experience unlike any other. And sadly, it's an experience like no one else is ever going to have. So both were great in their wholly own ways. Let's see here. The Starry Archipelago book, Benicio, is in, that's going to be in the Stretch Goals book. So the Sacrificial Pyre and Beneath the Isle of Serpents are separate adventures. So they're going to be their own little separate, skinny mods. Sacrificial Pyre, being written by Scott Moore, is set on the island of Thracia, which he created, and then I did what little DCC conversion needed to be done. And Beneath the Isle of Serpents takes place in the greater Stargate Archipelago, which I created. So no, the stretch goals, there is a stretch goal book for both 5e and DCC. They're going to have the same content, but statted differently. One statted for 5e, one for DCC. Magic, or Monsters and Magic of Thracia, is a dual statted book. So that is one book that will have both DCC and 5e stats. Let's see here. What about the continued monsters? Well, they left. I think we've got at least 50. They had plotted for 13 monsters. There's at least 15, and I think Joe had a list of like 4 or 5 more monsters that had come up. So there's going to be like 20 more monsters that are going to go into the backer exclusive stretch goal stuff. So I think that's going to be fun. I'm all in for the Sea Goat. Let's see. Bob and the Argonauts, the funnel. You might not be half wrong. I've been pondering. There's ideas kicking around in my brain for how to start the funnel adventure, and just me being me, a shipwreck is among them. Well, thank you, Small Town Devices. Is it really hard work when you're just so excited and love what you're doing? You're just so proud of what's been accomplished by everyone around you. I don't know. Let's see. So you got 13 Araba. You got the 9.5. So you got the Hellspires and Night Fang physical copy and some add-ons. If you did not get the actual book, so like you've got $1 pledge and then you picked up some add-ons, you will miss out on the backer exclusive book. The $1 pledge says it comes with no rewards. It unlocks the add-ons, but if you're not getting the physical book, you don't get the physical stretch goals. You can also get them in PDF. If you just get the PDF of the book, you will at least get the PDF of the stretch goal materials. Yeah, the Brazen Bull Trap, man, that is so brutal and so mean, and the history of it is so fiendish. Seeing that come up is, we will see. We will see. Let's see. Yeah. So Vance is very verbose, much like Jack Vance. Our other cats, we have Harlan. He's so named because, like Harlan Ellison, he is small and bitey. And then we have Idris, named for Idris Seabright, who is a pen name of Margaret St. Clair. And we have Etta, named for Etta James. Our 4 black cats at the moment. Let's see. Yes, you can watch for warehouse finds. Tomb of the Bulk. Yeah, there's if you're looking for additional material, like 13 Arava mentioned, right? There's some third-party stuff and other system stuff that's great. There is a third-party publisher that has an entire series called Aeon, which is mythical Greece. So there's all sorts of stuff you can draw on from there. I mean, there's a veritable cornucopia. We live in the golden age of gaming, and there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, 20 sides. I hear you, man. I hear you. I got to being able to at least talk to her was nice, but yeah. The 5 EDCC level condensed stretch goal book for both systems, right? Yes, it does. You get both stretch goals. Mazes and Monsters traumatized me as a kid, Crypt, right? I'm still catching up with the chat, man. Let's see. What was a piece of advice or inspiration that I was told by Janelle that I'd be willing to share the story of? I didn't necessarily get advice from Janelle so much, Kilashandra, as I was able to ask her about particular things. For example, when I was working on Dark Tower, right? There are the sons of Set, and one of the sons of Set, as described, presents as a woman, and so I reached out to Janelle about that. I'm like, hey, so with this in mind, how should this be handled? And she was like, they are the sons of Set. They are not the children of Set. They should always be the sons of Set. And that's that. But there was that, or I had questions when we came to the missing room in Caverns of Thracia, and discusses the architect. So most of the things I talked to Janelle about was tone, but then there is an entire race of beings, and if any of my playtesters are here, you haven't run into them yet either. Called the Dog Brothers, and when I first read that, I was thinking, dogs, hounds, etc. And I was talking to Janelle, and she explained, no, they're Jekylls. And what had happened was, Judges Guild originally had a license for first edition AD&D, and so Caverns of Thracia was going to be released for first edition, and they were going to be Jekyll wares. And then that license was pulled or expired. I don't know what happened. I know the license ended, and so she couldn't use Jekyll wares, and so she just changed them to Dog Brothers. But in her mind, they were always Jekyll wares, and so in the DCC version, they are most definitely still inspired by that. So those were nice conversations. Well, I call them conversations. They were mostly IMs and texts and things of that nature. But let's see here. Good night, Dar Jr. Have a nice night. Yeah, but trust me, I have plenty of ideas for the start of the funnel. The key isn't finding one; it's winnowing them down. Yeah, well, Legends. I wish they were doing the Legends convention again next year. Oh my God, yeah, I blinked. We're at 6:53. No, completely fine. The question was if they were getting both the 5e and DCC versions, because there's an all-in for both systems. Then you get both, which apparently was already answered. My God, I've nearly caught up. If you get, okay, reset again. Yeah. So we're at 5,209 backers. We're at $652,595. With 8 minutes and 46 minutes left, 514 people on the backer train. Okay. All right. Before I answer this next question, Vinicio, I need to ask. I need to ask the chat. How much of my game designer origin story do you want? Because there's a short version and there's a long version. So I'll ask that there. Well, that's one of you. All of it. The full story is a stretch goal. Go back to the elementary schoolyard. Well, that is when I started. It's a TED Talk. Sunrise in Europe. Trying to keep going. Judge Jen, I am almost out of mead. I would take a refill on mead if you're asking me to deliver. Because now I'm out of mead. Okay. All right. Let me just ask this then. Does anybody in the chat not want the full version of Bob's origin story? Either, Jen, same or different flavor. You have yourself a good night, Judge Ogre. Sleep well. We will keep the home fires burning for you, and we will see if we can hit some more stretch goals. All right, right of refusal once. Okay, Vinicio really wants that full story. Okay, and my God, all right, but seriously, good right? Do you really want me to go back to the elementary schoolyard? Because that is when I started. All right, last call to stop me before you wind me up and have me go, because I can go. Break it down in 10-minute increments. Is there a particular increment you would like, Small Town Bases? Oh no, I don't need to go back to in the beginning Bob was born. There weren't games. There weren't role-playing games back then. All right, well, parts of the story, parts of the early parts of the story at least, I will skim through because they're... Well, I suppose they're foundational. They are not necessarily key. I was let's see, yeah, all you kids with red box. Yeah, so I want to say I was in 5th grade when my family moved from Illinois to Roselle, Illinois to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I ended up going to a private school there, which still exists, Emerson. And like the second week I was there, joining like mid-school year, was like a 5-day trip where the 5th and 6th grades went off to kind of a camp facility, and some people were playing D&D, and they were playing B1 because that's all there was at the time, module-wise from TSR, and they were using a combination of Little Brown books and the Holmes box set. And so that was my first exposure to gaming. We play during lunch, we'd play after school, right? Because when you're in school and you're that age, it's awesome. You're too young to work. You don't have any of those responsibilities. So we gamed a lot. We couldn't afford real character sheets, so we would type up character sheets on my parents' old IBM Selectric. I'd like even underline things. I've got some of those somewhere. And then AD&D came out. I started buying those books at the local Kresge's. If anyone remembers the precursors to Kmart, some of those were still around in Michigan. So that's when I started gaming, and I kept at it up until the advent of 2nd edition, and I skipped 2nd edition altogether. This will have 20 views on YouTube. Yeah, this is going to be really long, so I don't know. Oh wait, half a moment. I need to turn. Look at this special guest star. If she leans in far enough.
Your screen is weird. I don't know. Your resolution's funny.
Oh yeah, I guess I can get bigger now, but
well, yeah, whatever.
There.
No, it's still kind of fuzzy wherever I am. So, congratulations. I love you.
You're gonna go to bed.
I am the lucky one. Yes.
Judge Jen, everyone.
This is blueberry and blackcurrant mead from the UK.
Okay. Cool.
This is the traditional. Please leave me some.
I have 2 flavors of mead. I will leave you some. I will just pour
Actually,
some now, and I will let you take the bottle with you.
I promised Elena some, so you know. It is late, and my world pretty much revolves around Gen Con nonstop right now, so I'm gonna try to get a little sleep if Vince will let me.
There you go.
Awesome.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Enjoy. Have fun, guys.
All right, where were we? I think I was 10. So.
You left off at second edition.
Oh, that's right. I left off at second edition, so I was out of high school at that point. We never really played second ed, kept playing first ed for a while. Continued going to Gen Con up in Milwaukee. My first Gen Con was, I think it was at Parkside the last year, and went on from there through the Mecca Convention Center to like 91, 92. Then kind of dropped out of gaming for a while. Was living in Las Vegas, and someone got us into 3.5. So there, that kind of brings you up to. I dragged Jen into playing Call of Cthulhu and D&D. We went to Gen Con SoCal, and I had on the Renaissance Fair circuit, I had performed as a fire breather, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, and a swordsman and a singing pirate, and we had a singing group. So our first year at Gen Con SoCal, there was a 7th Sea LARP. So we went as the pirates who had replaced the entertainment. So we took old sea shanties and we replaced them with Thean, I think it's Thea, right, for 7th Sea? We replaced them with appropriate lyrics. And at the end of the event, we walked out, and this small man with a huge smile on his face came up to us and said, "Hi, my name's Peter. Do you want to perform at my convention next year?" And yes, and so we started performing Gen Con SoCal. SoCal closed, and so they started bringing us to Gen Con proper. Flash forward to we've seen Goodman Games stuff, the pre-DCC RPG stuff, and Free RPG Day was coming up, and our friend Troy Tucker, big Troy Tucker, if you're in the DCC community, you know who Troy is, and I met him at a tiny little convention, SunCon, in Florida, and he was running this new game for Free RPG Day, and we went to our local store, and they said, "Well, we've got extra copies of the book. We're going to put them on the table for you, if you need them." And we were, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes into the adventure, and Jen leaned over and said those magic words, "I would run this system." And I leapt up, knocked over my chair, threw my credit card at Cleon behind the counter, screamed something close to take my money, but it was a lot more excited and a lot less family friendly. Bought the book. So Jen got the book. I said, "I'm not going to touch anything DCC for a year because I've been gaming forever. I've been running games forever, and I didn't want to be that guy, right? That's telling her how to do things." So. And then she joined the Google Plus group. I'm like, oh no, she joined an online group. And the DCC group was kind and friendly. Harley Stroh welcomed her to the group. And that's how we kind of started to get involved with DCC. And Jen was always writing questions in for Spellburn. So then she ended up hosting, as a host for Spellburn. And it was about the time that the Metamorphosis Alpha Kickstarter came out. And I had gotten to know Jim Wampler a little bit, and I said, "Jim, how did you end up writing an adventure for Metamorphosis Alpha?" And he said, "Well, I find that," and this is not necessarily good advice these days, but the advice he gave me was, when there's a Kickstarter going on, I reached out and I said, "Hey, I can write some content if you're interested." Now, Jim Wampler had a pedigree. He'd written gaming stuff before. I had not. But when there was a 5th edition fantasy Kickstarter going on, I heeded that advice. I emailed Joseph and I said, hey, I see that among your stretch goals there is an additional adventure, and I wrote a 5e adventure for the grand opening of our local game store. Would you be interested? And he came back with a very nice, thanks, but no thanks. We already have these things, in progress and written, because that's the way things work, right? And then 2 weeks later, he came back and said, hey, we're doing a stretch goal where for every X number of backers, we're going to do an encounter, and we're going to collect the encounters together. Would you be interested? And I said, yes, because coming from the entertainment world, when you say no, they stop asking. So you said yes. And so I did that, and then I wrote Castle in the Sky. I wrote the 5e adventure, and Jen was starting to do some editing and was running playtests, and then trying to remember how I got involved with the Lankmore project. I think Mike just asked me by that point. I'd written one adventure, and I was kind of new and enthusiastic, and so I was asked to if I wanted to take part of the DCC Lankmore project, and of course I said yes, because that's, again, coming from entertainment, you say yes. And I ran the campaign playtest for that, and I got to write a module and some stuff, and it was great. And DCC Lankmore came out, and Jen said, that's great, you still haven't written real DCC. There's nothing in the main line. Move on. So I was like, all right. And we were at Gen Con, DCC Dying Earth was announced. And by this point, we'd been doing the Sanctum Sanctorum podcast for a while. And we were doing the free companion zine, which in my mind was a great way to just keep pushing out content and kind of polishing what I could do DCC wise, right? If you want to be a writer, you've got to write. Some days you might write 1,000 words or 10,000 words. Some days you might write 5, but if you want to be a writer, you've got to write. And it had been announced. Mark had gotten the lead on the project. Humorously enough, in part because of what he put together when we did our Dying Earth episode. And I mentioned to Joe, I'm like, hey, Joe, it's August. I do taxes for a living. Come October, things get real quiet. I would love to do something for Dying Earth. And he must have mentioned that to Mark. Mark approached me, and I got onto the Dying Earth team. So worked on the book, wrote a couple adventures, and Jen said, you still haven't written real DCC, get over yourself. Mike then asked me to work on a little bit of conversion work for Castle Amber, and to write a little bonus content for it. So there's kind of a mini adventure set in the Hunting Muse that I wrote. And that was my audition, as it turned out, for Devil Lich. I did Devil Lich, and Jen turned to me and she said, you still haven't written real DCC, there's no number on it, get over yourself. So did Dark Tower, same sort of thing. Did Thracia, and now Beneath the Isle of Serpents is actually in the DCC line. So I've now written real DCC in the eyes of Jen. So I finally achieved things. But I want to say right off the bat that I'm a gamer. I'm a really fortunate gamer, right? I've met some people in the industry that have high opinions of themselves above the people that are going to share a table with them. And I'm a really lucky gamer, right? 9-10-year-old me is still screaming his full head off because I get to do this now. So getting started, like when Dungeon Denizens, they put out a mass call for people that were interested in contributing, and it was kind of an audition piece, right? And there's probably people that you're going to see again, and there's probably people in that book that you might not. The best advice I can give you really is, meet your deadlines. Don't bloat your word counts, right? If someone asks you for 10,000, don't give them 14 because they want 10, and there could be any number of reasons. And at the end of the day, always remember that you are not the customer. And by that, I mean, you can write something that you really love and you're really passionate about and that you think is really cool. And the publisher knows their audience better than you do, even if you're part of their audience. And so if they say, maybe change this, if you feel really strongly about it, you might say, well, this was my reasoning for it. But if they're like, no, change it. They're the customer. They are the person that you are trying to please. You need to be able to write something and let it go, and that's not always easy to do. But that was sort of a really big deal. So I guess the too long didn't listen is I got into to writing games because my wife started editing for Goodman. I mean, I'd written two other things, I guess. I did skip the time that I professionally wrote a review of Cyborg Commando for Gateway magazine back in the long ago, and I did write a choose your own adventure style book for the Hobby Shop Dungeon project for Ernie Gygax. This is pre 3SR and all of that. Back in the days of Gygax magazine, and that never saw print. As a matter of fact, the rights to that have reverted back to me. So there's that. But okay, hang on, folks. I got to scroll back up. That was Bob rambling a lot. Now I'm going to find the people have all logged out while I was doing that. We're 6 minutes left. That might have killed it. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Kruskies is in Western Canada. This is how far back I had to go. Stretch goal for copies of Bob's character sheets from the IBM. Oh man, I would have to dig those out. If I could find them, I'd put them up, right? I mean, they're not great, but I mean that's what we all did, right? I mean, we take pads of graph paper and we tape a couple pages together and we draw a map and write like, well, this part of the floor is frictionless. Oh man, I found some of those and wow. They weren't really adventures. It was, combinations of frictionless floor and piles of javelins of lightning. Yeah. Yes, kissy. Jen and I have been married for 27 years. She hasn't gotten sick of me yet, so I'm just going to call it lucky. Can I pick up my games at Campus Bike and Toy or Riders? So I'm assuming King Friday the 13th is from Ann Arbor. The stuff that I got, my sister was going to the University of Michigan at the time, but a lot of my stuff I picked up at I think it was still KB Toy and Hobby. I think it was the toy store in the mall. I think it was KB Toy and Hobby, and they had the stuff on the shelves. That's where I picked up my Gods, Demigods, and Heroes, and a couple other things. That's where I picked up my first Grenadier miniatures. Although, so I didn't buy gaming stuff on campus. Although we did go to the Ann Arbor movie co-op a few times. Man, we're closing on 654,000 people. Let's see. Yeah, Harley, Small Town Devices. Harley is an amazing guy. He really is. Like I said, he was the first person to welcome Jen to the community. Shortly after, there was a gaming event. We held a game day. It might have even been Free RPG Day. Our local store hadn't gotten the kits. That's right. Our local store hadn't got the kits that year. And Harley's like, well, I'll send you guys some stuff. And he kind of just went through what was on his old bookshelf and sent Jen and I a box. And Etherscope. That was there was a whole bunch of Etherscope game books in there. And so I ran Etherscope, and then the prize for the voted winner was a set of Etherscope stuff. He is really amazing. A Baker Brady square to expound him. That is actually a reference that I don't get, John. Maybe I'm just tired. But I'm not napping. Let's see, Captain Crunch great for dinner. Oh yeah, no, I think Elena may have actually gone to sleep. It's almost 1 o'clock. You know, those young folks, they need their rest. They're growing, and they're growing. They need their rest. There's bagged milk. Let's see, 653. No, the first of the expanded stretch goals, Kablooey Fine Nerdery, is 660 is the bookmark. 660 for the paper bookmark, 675 for the digital dice insert for DCC, 700,000. We will do what may be our first while digital dice insert for 5e. Well, Small Town Vices, you know, I was watching this chat paused. I can go, right, but at the end of the day, I can talk about myself for hours, but I try not to. As a writer, how to create a timeline for activities. That's one of my favorite things, Kalashandra. I'm really big on timelines of events. I used one in Night of the Bog Beast, for example. I think it comes from all the years that I played Call of Cthulhu and investigative role-playing of that sort, that I really like having a timeline. Wow, minute 47. I might have killed the backer train. Wow. But look at the events you want to unfold, and figure they're going to unfold no matter what happens, right? I mean, they're going to attack this village. They're going to do this. It's on a schedule. If the players are there, they're going to be able to stop it or fight against it. If they're not, they can't. Don't get too bogged down in it. You don't want to get too micromanaged, but it can be a lot of fun. Okay, 1 minute and well, six left. We might be towards the end here, folks. Let's see if I can catch up to the chat before we end, because we are about out. The backer train is coming to an end, which means the crowdfunding is coming to an end. Let me see if I can catch up here. Modules of Walden Books. Yeah, we are counting down, folks. This has been a lot of fun, and even if we didn't hit those extra stretch goals, I really appreciate those of you that have stayed here with me, listening to me ramble on. I mean, my God, there's been a whole lot of you, and this entire project would have been nothing without all of you folks. So yeah. Oh, and we just reset. Okay, well, I got 10 more minutes at least, right? So, of course I'm gonna stay, man. I live for this. I mean, like I joked earlier, I'll write Thracia until they tell me to stop, and then I'll keep doing it out of spite. I'm a lucky gamer, and I know I'm a lucky gamer, and I appreciate the position that I'm in, where I get to do stuff like this. And we live in a modern digital age where, because of Goodman, I've got a greater reach potentially than a lot of people, but all of you can write gaming material. All of you can release gaming material, and it's really great. Killer Shonda, you can reach out to me on Facebook anytime for advice. My God, yes. I'm not one of those guys that's gonna be, I don't know, it's trade secrets. No, I would be more than happy to give whatever advice I can for whatever it's worth. Right, because the more people we have in the community, and the more ideas and thoughts that we get exposed to, the better it is for all of us. It's why, for those not familiar, I've been working with an African author in Uganda, Ashraf Braden, and we've been doing little micro releases. We're getting ready to release our second physical collected zine of some of his stuff at Gen Con this year, Legends of Uganda. And I love it because it's African myth and urban legend, and it's stuff I've never seen before or thought of before. And reading it, even if I never use that exact material, gives me new ideas and things that I can draw on. And we have this massive, passionate community on both the 5e and DCC side of things, with so many ideas that I'm never going to have on my own. and why would I not help and encourage people to get their voice out there, because it benefits all of us, including me, right? Because I like to play. I don't always write. I sometimes get to play, not always, but pleasure with the song. Well, all right. Well, maybe in a bit. I'm not gonna kill the backer train right now. A mystery campaign. Well, 13 Araba. I've run the closest I would come to a mystery campaign. I ran a Call of Cthulhu campaign that was set in kind of an alternate setting where it turned out that Lovecraft's creations were real and he was a prophet. And I essentially I set up the adventures as a season. It was about 100,000 word project that will now at this point never see the light of day in that format, but I still go back to it. And so there were 12 chapters to it. Every third was an interlude that took place in a different time with pre-gens, but it was one long encompassing build up and mystery, and it was fun, right? I mean, that's the thing. One for each letter of A, D, H, and D. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, Legends of Uganda. The first issue is available through the Goodman store and will be at the Gen Con booth. Let's see, do I have one within reach? Don't know if I do. I don't have one in reach, or I would show you. But we've also been doing, so Ashraf lives in Uganda, where like the average wage outside of the major cities is about $2 a day. So he's been writing this content, and I've been helping him with the rules portions. And we've been doing micro releases of PDFs on Drive-Thru-RPG for $1. And then all of the proceeds, because Drive-Thru I think takes like 30 cents from each dollar, or 20 cents or whatever, and all of that goes to him. Any of the affiliate link money that's raised by that, it goes to him. I mean, it's one of those things where he's a friend. He's a friend now, and so just that money goes to him, and it's really been important for him. He had a period of time where he's unemployed, and the money from game design kept him afloat. And now he is saving up to get a laptop, because Ashraf's writing process right now is he writes everything longhand, he makes his corrections longhand, and then he types everything into his phone so he can send it to me via WhatsApp, right? I mean, this is dedication. And for the second issue of Legends of Uganda, we now have cover art by a Ugandan artist. Matter of fact, on Friday, Ashraf is going to pick up the original art and pay the artist. All really exciting. It's nice. Let's see here. Yeah, coming back after 30 years, late 80s. Yeah, we let's face it. I think Gen X gamers, man, we're just in it. You started with Q1? Oh my God. Yeah, I got that. I got Q1. It was like my 9th or 10th birthday. I got Q1 and my first issue of Dragon Magazine. Let's see. Oh, Father Goose is the one with the noir setting, and Father Goose is a very, very nice guy. Also, check out his Patreon. Good night, Initio. It is about 1 a.m. Have yourself a good night. I'm still here. Where shadows fall. Oh my God! Small town devices. What? Talk about stuff we send him gets taxed to high heaven. So we sent him contributors copies of Legends of Uganda, right? We sent him the zine, and as a surprise, we got him a first-time fan kit. And then I had to go through on the customs forms, right? And I had to declare everything. And so we declared the values, because if we don't, and there's prices listed on it, that's going to cause problems. And it came in, it tracked all the way to Uganda, which is kind of unusual for international post in my experience. And it got to customs, and it stayed at customs. And so he went to check it out, and he got to the post office. And yeah, it was really good. He'd been making money as a game designer because it was like $50 in tax. There's like I think it's a 45% tax on goods coming in from outside the country into Uganda. It is absolutely crazy. And Ashraf, talks of course about the corruption over there. There's a documentary he turned me on to that was distressing, and I still have yet to watch the Bobby Wine documentary. But things in Uganda, there's some issues over there, and yet the folks that I've been in contact with over there are absolutely wonderful. Had a 35-year-long rest now until DCC, your first RPG back in. Yeah, that's the hashtag not a cult really means hashtag a cult. Yeah, we love it. Why were the original modules? Well, okay. I don't know if I have an answer to why the old modules were labeled with letters and numbers other than they were series, right? So the letter would designate the series of adventures, and then the number, which part in that series it was. Beyond that, I don't know. Still 8 minutes left. Gosh, we're closing in on 6:54. God, you folks, seriously, you guys are great. The B for basic, X for expert, and for novice. But A certainly didn't stand for slave lords, right? Although Q certainly, G for giants, D for descent. Yeah, so there was some, I guess, correlation in that fashion. The Legends of Uganda stuff. I just, as a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to get the covers printed for the second issue, and I'm over the moon excited with how that turned out, and it's fabulous stuff. And for those that have been faithfully picking up the dollar digital issues, we always make sure that there's additional content in the print zine, because otherwise, it seems kind of a cheat, right? These people have been faithfully supporting him, and then they're willing to buy the paper, the hard copy collection anyway, but they're not getting anything new, and so there's always something new in there. As a matter of fact, Legends 2 has an extra. There's an extra curse and there's a spell. So yeah. Oh God, DL6 Dragonlance. Oh my God. No, Judge Jen was just done downstairs. She is. Oh wow, this blueberry meat is fantastic, Jen. Yeah, she is lurking upstairs with the cats, who are probably upset that she is up there and I am still down here. So yeah, all right, let's see here. Have I caught up on all the questions here? Let's scroll back up here. H.P. Lovecraft Literary Podcast is really good. There's also the Miskatonic University podcast. It was pretty good. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, despite being on one. But I've enjoyed that. Yes, you can easily anger a cat by mixing up your schedule or mixing up theirs. Ah, yes. So now you're meeting too. Yeah, East Coast. It's only 1 a.m. Come on, guys. I mean, I've run games for Cyclops Con where the sun's come up before I was done. So, I mean, but we're counting down again. We're 5 minutes left. Things are slowing down. But as a reminder, We are just about 6,000 shy of that next stretch goal. And, you know, for some of you, paper bookmarks might not sound terribly exciting. And I understand that. But Goodman has a history of really, really cool bookmarks. There's some of the best swag from the old Road Crew releases. And you know, with art, sometimes it's like spine art from the DCC books. Sometimes it's original art. Somewhere over here on my shelf off to one side with all my Metamorphosis Alpha stuff, there's Metamorphosis Alpha bookmarks. They're really cool. They're handy. And if you're a DCC player especially, it never hurts to have more bookmarks for your books so that you can say, okay, here's the beginning of spells. Here is the clerical disapproval chart, because that selfsame big Troy Tucker has been known to run a cleric up into disapproval of the double digits and keep going, right? Oh, we're back to 10. Yeah, you folks are awesome. So all right. So what's next? So what do we want to talk about? What do we want to discuss? What questions do you have? What are you excited about? I mean, you're still here, and I'm assuming it's not just because you're watching an old gray-bearded man babble on relatively coherently so far. I mean, I'm here because I'm passionate. You're here because you're passionate. So let's talk. So what do you got for me? Nothing so far. Let's see. Yeah, I love the series. Ooh. Oh yes, you do need Metamorphosis Alpha to play. But I think you can still. So, yeah, this year at Gary Con was really rough, right? I mean, we just lost Janelle, we lost Jim Ward at the same time, and the ownership of the Metamorphosis Alpha stuff changed hands. You might still be able to get the main Metamorphosis Alpha book on Drive-Thru RPG. And you also might be able to find one of the Goodman versions on the Goodman site once you can get through, because apparently people have been unable to get through, and it is fantastic. I actually own every edition of Metamorphosis Alpha, a couple pre-release products from various editions. I have a near complete Metamorphosis Alpha collection. And I love the system. It's weird. Some of the combat rules are kind of clunky. It's like, okay, well, if you're shooting a bow and arrow, you're attacking with 2d6. If you're firing a weapon, it's a d20. But if you're using certain powers, you're rolling 3d6. It's very strange. The book is not very well organized. There's issues with it, and yet despite all that, it's loads of fun. And I found it really humorous to see how Wolfoids, the kind of one of the main protagonist mutant races, evolve. In the first edition of Metamorphosis Alpha, they're 5 foot tall, and by the time the last stuff that Jim was working on came out, they were like 9 feet tall. If you talk to them, they were always 9 feet tall. I'm like, but Jim, right here it says they're 5 feet tall. It's like, well, they were always bigger in my mind. They just looked taller. It really is. It's a great system. It's like I said, it's weird and it's got patches, but it's loads of fun. So you'll like Epsilon City. Are there any more Janelle items that could be in the works? I do not know. So fun fact: when they announced Hell Pits of Nightfang, that was a surprise to me. I had no idea that was in the works at all. So. I'm not sure what else Joseph has, right? Because he purchased the IP for Dark Tower and for Thracia and for Hell Pits of Nightfang. So I don't know if there's anything else. I'm an amusing old graybeard. Well, I appreciate that. Where do I see DCC in 20 years? My God. I don't know. DCC continues to grow, and its rate of growth is definitely been increasing, right? Boom, 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 which is phenomenal. I can't imagine where it's going to be in 20 years. I mean, if it maintains this level of growth, it's going to be huge, and I think it deserves to be huge. I also think that one of the things that makes DCC and by extension the 5th edition fantasy communities so great are the people that are in them, right? I'm not kidding. When Jen said she joined an online group for DCC, I had concerns because I'm used to being in like a D&D community, and someone comes in, they're excited, they just bought the book, and they've got a basic question, but they don't quite understand it, and they ask it, and they go down in flames. Oh, you're an idiot, it's on this page, or oh my God, why don't you read the book, etc. And that was certainly my concern. And I have found that the players in our community are the people that say, well, okay, so you can find, the rules as written is this, and that's in this section of the book. But I run it this way at my table, and so there's kind of this give and take. And I think as long as we can maintain the spirit in this community, DCC is here to stay, and Goodman is just going to continue to grow and get better. What's the highest level of cleric disapproval I have seen? Do you mean collective disapproval points or result? I think I saw. I think Troy got up to like a 14, but I've seen someone with a lower disapproval pop like a 13 or a 14 on the disapproval table, which is a bad thing, right? That's pretty awful. Okay, let's see. Sort of running DC for a regular group, D&D experience, no problem. Fallen to the top of the hat. Others terrified of cleric disapproval. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Is it hurting their experience? How do you get them more used to the system? So I think if you're worried that your wizard elf player is spell burning too often, start determining how much time passes between adventures, right? Spellburn heals at a slow rate, and if you spellburn any during a day, you don't recover any. So I mean that's kind of a limiter, right? I mean, in convention games, that's always kind of the thing. You get to the big bad, and the wizard is going to spellburn down until they're a stick with eyes. That's how convention games go. But being terrified of cleric disapproval, I can understand that they might be looking at some of those higher results and being concerned, but at the end of the day, remind them, if they're a 5e player, hey, yeah, disapproval might be kind of scary, but you can keep casting lay on hands, right? I mean, you have a near unlimited healing ability if you're willing to push your luck, and it's a big difference between 5e and DCC, that cast until you screw up sort of thing. And that's something important to remember. Yes, Doc Moonmoth, we are still here. I'm staying until it's over. Keep me up all night. I'm good. Judge Jen with a loaded question. Who is my favorite MA character? My favorite Metamorphosis Alpha character is Jen's character, Mitzi, aka the Death Hound. A Cocker Spaniel with grasshopper legs and human hands, who had a collection of armbands or wristbands running up their legs. Because every human that they encountered that had a wristband and befriended Mitzi eventually died, and so Mitzi would collect the bands in their memory. And as a matter of fact, I immortalized Mitzi. I did a short story for one of the Metamorphosis Alpha short story collections, and I told the story with Mitzi. Treasure maps, the one parody on the 20th. The book of treasure maps. I think I'm fairly certain that is a Judges Guild owned property. Kablooey, I don't think they've got that. +1, yeah. Baggett Feed, you are right. This community, not +1, +1D, man. This community is amazing. And your player's dry erase markers draw a city. No kablooey. The bookmarks are at 660,000. So we are $5,778 away from the bookmarks. But we'll see what happens, right? Players won't touch the luck. Well, I understand. I actually have rules in Skull and Crossbones Classic for taking your luck below 3, and when they hit 3 or lower, I've got a table to roll on, and it gets ugly. What's the most recent great adventure I either ran or participated in? So let's see. The last games I got to play was at Gary Con, and I got to play in a Star Crawl adventure. Where the logo for Starcrawl is the giant like space Cyclops' skull, right? I forget exactly, like Space Titans or Star Titan. And hey, thematically, it's a Cyclops, so it fits with this conversation. And it was the first time I'd actually ever played a Starcrawl adventure, and I had an absolute blast. We were trying to save this creature because they've been hunted to near extinction, and it was trying to get to this location to join its family kind of transdimensionally. And we got everything it needed. We got to the point where it needed to go, and I was the one flying the ship, and it leapt through, and it opened this massive portal, and we could see this paradise on the other side. And as it went through and the portal began to close, my character was kind of set to hyperspeed at the time because I'd activated an ability. I took the ship in, and the judge looked at me and goes, well, so you guys are pulled apart to your component atoms. And I'm like, okay, so you're saying we've been TPK'd? He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you've just been TPK'd. So, but we've been converted to energy, and we're going over to the other side of that, where that paradise is, where beings of energy live. So what you're saying is we've TPK'd, but we've transcended to a higher state. And he stared at me, and he's like, yeah, I guess you have. So it was the first time, at least in my experience, that a TPK was a good thing. So that was a lot of fun. Completely, possibly, I don't remember if the book of treasure maps was just Janelle or which, and I don't know the extent of the materials that Joseph bought. Right? That is several steps above my pay grade there. Do I recommend introducing Lankmark carousing rules to give luck back to non-thieves, non-halflings? Well, I mean, I recommend just using the carousing rules in general, right? When I was running the Lankmar playtest, there were days where we'd be on our way to the store, and I'm like, I don't have any modules to playtest. I don't have any ideas, but I could get there. People would roll their carousing, and I had like 5 adventure seeds for the day. So the carousing rules are just awesome for that. You could, if you're worried about giving people too much luck, use fleeting luck. That'd be the first thing I would introduce, is fleeting luck, because that gives them luck that they are encouraged to spend, right? Use it or lose it. So, someone rolls a 1 and it all goes away. So that might be a good way to go. All right, 8 minutes. Gosh. Yeah. As you look at this, I missed that we got down to 90 seconds because I'm still working my way through the scroll. And I'm caught back up. Okay. Yeah, PBS telethons, man. I use as a huge Doctor Who fan. I remember when I lived in Sarasota. I think Channel 3 was our local PBS, and they were doing the last night of the pledge drive during Doctor Who. And as they were shutting down the pledge drive, I was actually the person that called in and put them over the goal, and that was fantastic. Great stuff. So standard, yeah. There's a natural cap on luck. I'm not mad at you. Why? You're running standard. Why? You're running cool stuff. Small Town Vices, if people are having fun and you're having fun, why would I be mad, right? Anybody that gets mad because you're having fun at your table and your players are having fun is looking at things wrong. Yeah, that's really good. You have to understand that when it comes to rules as written, the show, Grape Ape Matt loves to play devil's advocate, and we go back and forth, and sometimes things get loud. But I mean, we're friends. He's a great guy, and at the end of the day, there's rules. The show is rules as written, so that's what we should be talking about. But if you want to do something different at your table, if it makes it fun for everybody, just do it, and don't care about what anybody else says. What is my greatest RPG moment or memory of all time? God, that's tough because I've had some really good ones. I can think of two. In my number two would be the year that I made it all the way to the final of the Call of Cthulhu Masters Tournament at Gen Con. And for the session, we were supposed to be a Rolling Stone. We were a crew from Rolling Stone magazine in Paris on the 1-year anniversary of the death of Jim Morrison. And so we're sitting in one of the conference rooms, we're gaming and stuff. And the people that run it definitely run a more role-play LARPish experience. Dice are there just in case. And a waiter came in and he's like, beer, whiskey. And so, we all placed orders and the guy walks out and then he comes back like 10 minutes later with beers and whiskeys. And I was kind of shocked. I was like, oh, I thought this was part of the game. That was a waiter. And so I was like, all right, how much do I owe? He's like, no, sir, the magazine's covered this. Okay, this is an experience unlike that I've had. But so several people are like, oh, I don't actually drink. So I had several shots of Jack Daniels at the table. And we're still in the same conference room, but now we've moved to our hotel, and we are told that that we hear some sort of loud procession outside. And so as we go to the door, the scene is described to us that there's this long parade of strange looking characters kind of weaving their way down the street. And if you're a Doors fan, you know what album I'm talking about. And if you're not, it doesn't matter. And we open the door and he's like, yes, and they go this way. And so we follow him down the hall to the next conference room door. And he said, and they went inside here, and there's a sign on the door that says whiskey bar. And we open the door, and it's like a 4 conference room area that's all opened up. There's maybe, 15 tables. There's a bar set up. There's people around the table in costume. Ulysses S. Grant, Satan, and Jesus are playing poker, and we'd wandered into the whiskey bar. And it was just a mind-blowing experience. It was some of the best role play that I'd ever had. And I won the coveted MyGo brain case that year. And I think it could have gone to any one of us. It was an amazing session. And it's one that I will never forget. But my number one experience came on a free RPG day when I was running Transylvanian Adventures. And if you're new to DCC, Transylvanian Adventures was an early third-party product that was kind of hammer horror for DCC. And I had so many players at the table. The adventure had like 6 characters, and there were male and female versions of each character. I had 12 people around the table, and they got to the castle, and the party immediately split up into 3 groups, which immediately ended up in 3 separate combats. And things are going bad. The party's dying off. I think a relationship actually ended at my table that night when the boyfriend said, "Hey, honey, don't roll a 1," and she did. And finally, we got down to the last 2 characters left alive, and they kill the demon spider, and they take that deep breath of relief, and all of a sudden, there's this swirling of mist, and the vampire of the castle appears, and they're like, "Oh crap!" And he's like, "You have done me a service. You have freed my home. You are certainly free to leave. However, they had found a magic sword." And he said, "Leave the magic sword here. If you want to take the magic sword with you, one of you needs to stay behind as tribute. And two guys look at each other, and the boyfriend actually, who had said don't roll a one, or possibly at this point the ex-boyfriend, he said, I'll stay. I'll stay. So the other guy has the sword, he's heading towards the door, and the player says, I walk up to the vampire, and I get nice and close, I bare my neck to him, I lean in, and then I attack. And so I turned and showed him the page in the adventure that says, so you have decided to piss off the vampire lord. And that is, that's how I got my first ever TPK at a table. 90 seconds. Wow. Let's see here. We are definitely, we're definitely winding down here. Let's see. I've got 81 seconds to answer some questions. I guess I should stop waxing poetic and see what we got here. I mentioned Call of Cthulhu, Legend of Doctor Who. Moving concepts. I don't know. So I mean, well, I guess I'm in the midst of writing my third adventure that involves time travel, but I think that would be about it. Skull and Crossbones Classics is the pirate system that I've been working on for DCC. The second and third issues are still in their state of almost done. I keep getting work from Joseph. Oh, thank you. 10 minutes. I can talk a little bit longer. I keep getting other job offers that kind of push me away from that. So the next two issues are nearly complete. Skull and Crossbones Classics it's meant to be set in the golden age of piracy, right? But I took a tip from Michael Curtis when he was talking about Lankmar, where you can run literary Lankmar just like the books. You can run it, or you can start moving further away, or just use the rules in a DCC game. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with Skull and Crossbones Classics. You can run something that's fairly true to the period, or you can run it, with more magic and crazy stuff, or you can just incorporate it into DCC. For those who don't know, besides having been a singing pirate for a very long time, I amassed a collection probably of several hundred research books on piracy, and have been consulted on 2 books. And I am nowhere near the top expert of folks in my circles. But yeah. Let's see. Break on through Bob. Yeah, there was that line got used. Let's see here. Let's see. This is the way. Oh, we're losing the West Coast. My God, I'm on the East Coast. I'm still awake. Need to share the story of the spider that your sister instigated, and that she and I are Jim Morrison's grave. Huh? At Gen Con, will I be at the booth or a game room? So at Gen Con, I don't play and I don't run. I'm the roving entertainment coordinator for Gen Con. So the various musical groups that you see in the halls, and like the pop-up game show, I'm in charge of making sure those people don't burn anything to the ground. So I run around during the day. I do stop in at the Goodman Games booth. If you're looking for me as more than just the Doppler effect, hey, nice to see you. You can certainly look for me there. And then in the evenings, I am almost always eventually found at the Embassy Suite bar, where our bartender Jeff, who knows me by name, will be serving me Guinness, and I will sit and chat with anybody. Let's see. Well, we're about 5,600 away there from that next stretch goal. Any recommendations for 50s era B movies? Well, I was just watching The Blob the other night. I'm a big fan of The Blob, as well as its as some of its clones, like The Stuff, which came much later. The first 2 Creature of the Black Lagoon movies are great. The third one is an abomination and should be avoided. I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I've really watched anything from the 50s, and shame on me for that. I think Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein is from the 50s. 6.5 hours of overtime. Yeah. Will Goodman Games turn off the overtime function next go around? Not if I'm involved, let me tell you. M to the D squared. If you're heading to bed, no shame, man. You get that one. Random question: does the Embassy Suites bar have karaoke? No, they do not. But it does generally end up as the surrounding areas outside of the bar tend to host Doug Con, kind of the late night gathering where Doug might be running like Inferno Road or Dog Storm, and other people pick up tables and run DCC there. A blob type movie where there's a giant pile of film reel. Oh my God. Oh, them. Kojo, you're right. Them is a great movie. I've been watching a lot more. I'm outside of DCC. I'm also working on a video guide to Lovecraftian and cosmic horror short films. So I've been watching a lot of very good and very bad short films recently. So I haven't watched as many of the older movies as I would like, although around Halloween, Jen and I will generally run through some Hammer horror films and stuff. She and I are both big fans of those. So yeah, but also, right, there's all the classic 70s and 80s stuff. I mean, the first slasher movie I ever saw was Terror Train. That scared the living crap out of me. Oh yeah. Gaming's on the menu and you finally attend. But I mean, really, Small Town Devices, don't say that's a bummer. I mean, Gen Con is a great place to game. It's a great place to shop, don't get me wrong. I mean, the dealer's hall is about the size, well, it's bigger than a Costco. It's about the size of two. Bring a Sherpa and comfy shoes. But there's so much going on at Gen Con. There's nothing like it. Now, if you want a die-hard kind of gathering of DCC's people, right? Gary Con is fantastic. It's a smaller convention. I believe attendance caps now, so they don't have to move out of Lake Geneva. But there's a lot of DCC stuff, and when everyone's done for the night, we all go down to the bar and hang out and chat. And that's a good time there too. Yeah, Gamehole has good games as well. I like Gamehole. Gamehole is a larger convention than GaryCon. So GaryCon feels similar to Gamehole, but it's more intimate. It's more intimate setting. Yeah, French Spidergate. I'm kind of curious about that as well. Created a curse by stealing something from his grave and then resolved it when. Oh, nice. Yeah, don't take things from graves, man. That never leads to anything good. Yes, Gamehole is a good convention. North Texas is a fun convention. I've only been once, but I had a really nice time. And yeah, Gary Con is one of my favorites. PAX Unplugged. No, we're back up. By the time I finished going through these questions, we went from 3 minutes back to 10. You folks are just going to keep me here all night, and that is just fine with me. Bigger DCC booth, Gamehole or GaryCon? I think I want to say they're about the same size. I'm not sure. That'd be if Jen is still in earshot, she might be able to answer that question better than I can. We just started bringing some of the Appendix N stuff to both Gamehole and GaryCon. It's just it's loads of fun. I mean, so Dark Tower, the first printing Dark Tower sold out before Gen Con, right? I mean, it's a huge release. It sold out before Gen Con, but it was really nice to have it at GaryCon. I got to meet Janelle's widow at GaryCon and spend several hours with her actually on Saturday night talking about Janelle and about their lives together, which was really nice. Yeah. So at GaryCon, there's also the it's the cultural exchange, which is the kind of annual social event. It had to be made a ticketed event this year, just so we could have the room, but we didn't really care about tickets. And that's another place where Saturday night people bring local brews or foods and get together and tell tales and have a good time. Peter played Magic with your kid at the bar. Peter is the nicest guy ever. I mentioned that we first met Peter our first year at Gen Con SoCal. And so we started performing at Gen Con SoCal till it closed. Then we started performing at Gen Con. So we had gotten to know him a little bit, right? I mean, we're not, we don't go out to dinner with him. We don't move in the same social circles, but we are friendly with one another. It's just, life is different for both of us, but he's very sweet. So during the pandemic, here's a story for you. So during the pandemic, I was adopted at birth. Never knew my biological family. So during the pandemic, I had taken one of those ancestry DNA tests. And so on the 4th of July during lockdown, I said, I'm going to hop on Ancestry and I'm going to see what I can figure out. And so within 2 hours, I had identified my biological family. Within 6 hours, I was on the phone with my kid brother. Both of my biological parents are deceased, but I have a kid brother, and I'm, as it turns out, 10 of 11 through 2 marriages. It was crazy. But Christmas was coming up, and I reached out to Peter, and I was like, "Hey, Peter, my kid brother is really into magic." I explained to him the story. I'm like, it's really exciting. I want to get him something cool for magic. What would you recommend? He's like, "Bob, I know just the thing. It's in my closet. I'll send it to you." I was kind of confused, but okay, maybe he's sending me a list or something. I don't know. I'm watching my email. And so when Magic was first released, the manufacturer made like 100 decks of playing cards with the Magic the Gathering backs. And Peter still had a couple in his closet, and he sent me one to give to my kid brother for Christmas. That is just what a kind, incredible human being he is. And so I'm in the process of telling my kid brother, okay, unwrap your present, but then don't unwrap your present until I can tell you what it is. And he unwrapped it. He's like, "Oh my God, I know exactly what this is." And it was really exciting. Yeah, Peter is kind and generous and sweet. And if you ever find anyone that has a bad word to say about Peter, they're lying. That'd be my read on things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what something like that is worth. And I mean, and for me, right? I mean, it was just really cool to be able to do. And afterwards, Peter's like, "Yeah, since you weren't emailing me asking if you could have like some of my alpha cards or something, I want to do something nice." Because he is a wonderful human being. And remember, he's the guy that saved D&D. There was a campaign one year at Gen Con, and we have the buttons somewhere. That is, I am Stephen Colbert's gamer friend, because Stephen Colbert was like, "Yeah, this is my biker friend," and he'd have a guy on. And Peter did this entire online campaign asking to be Stephen Colbert's gamer friend. He's like, "I hear you like to play D&D. I own D&D." He's fun and really sweet. And yeah, if if you have a chance to ever just run into him, just take a moment and say thank you, because he really did save a major part of our collective history, right? I mean, if they hadn't bought TSR and had gone into bankruptcy, the whole thing would have just been torn apart by creditors, and none of the stuff that we take for granted now would have ever been available. So yeah. Yeah, and I don't think you ever will hear anything bad about him. He is just that nice. So you know, we've touched on Gen Con. Oh, as a heads up for those of you who are trying to get into DCC events for Gen Con and found that everything was sold out, I know for a fact that last night there was a number of tickets released for DCC events that had been misallocated. So I don't even know if you can pre-reg for events anymore. But there are DC, or at least were as of last night, there were some DCC tickets once again available at Gen Con. What is the holy grail missing from my RPG collection? So there was a year that I played in the RPGA Open at the Mecca Convention Center at Gen Con, and I won. The tournament module was Gypsy by Frank Menser, and I won. I went to the award ceremony, and I was given, like, well, here's RPGA dollars from the prize, for the prize table. We renew you for a year, yada yada. And so I went and I picked up Black Opal Eye, Egg of the Fiend. I picked up those first 3 RPGA adventures, and I had never opened them. They just, it was something that I was eventually going to run, but until then I hadn't even opened them. They were still an original shrink, and while we were in Vegas, before we had gotten back into gaming, a buddy of mine was running D&D, and I said, hey, I've got these modules, and so I gave them those modules. The value of those 3 modules would buy a car today, and I'll never be able to afford to replace them. And so that's kind of a bummer. Because I would kind of like to have those, but it's just, it's one of those things, right? Things disappear. I had really wanted to have Jim Ward sign my deities and demigods. Matter of fact, I was late leaving for Founders and Legends this year because I could not find it because most of our gaming stuff is still boxed up from the move, other than our DCC stuff. And I couldn't find it, and as it turned out, it wouldn't have mattered. That would have been nice. And I really wish, and people may think I'm crazy because they've read an online review that I disagree with. I really wish the 4th Cyborg Commando adventure had been released. Safari. I now have a copy from Frank of the original manuscript, but it's not quite the same, right? Yeah, I'd hunt down that front too, but it was a gift freely given, and so gift freely given is a gift freely given. You can always regret that later, but you're still a good person, and that's just the way of things, right? Let's see, is there anything else that's kind of a holy grail? I think that's kind of all that springs to mind at the moment, right? I mean, of all things, I am fortunate enough to have an original Trampier on my wall, right? It's nothing from the D&D books. It's nothing that most people have ever seen, or would even know what it's from. But I've got original Tramp on my wall. I was gifted with the Jeff Easley original of my Lankmar module cover. I mean, I don't know if I get to complain about Holy Grail items that I don't have, because I'm very, very fortunate, and yeah. as I look around, I've done okay. So I can regret not having something, but at the end of the day, I'm still doing pretty good. Yeah. So Small Town Vices, what is your Holy Grail that you're missing? Right, we got 4 minutes. You can tell me. No one else will listen. It's just you and me. Punk rock magazine. Oh, God. Yeah, just finding an old punk rock magazine that still has a cover is difficult. I get it. I feel you. Hitless 14. God. You know, Crip, right? You have a better chance of being able to find an empty red box than a full one at a reasonable price. Oh yeah, the 5th and 6th modules, the companion series. You know, I miss my Immortals box set. I mean, I had all those because we just kind of blended it all into our play, and I don't have a lot. Really, you can't find an empty red box. I'd set up a standing eBay search with alerts for that, and I bet you'll find one. I know I've seen Immortals boxes come up. You know, empty Immortals boxes. I'm sure that an empty red box will come up. As things get more and more valuable, people will sell lesser pieces. I am not familiar with Good Riddance. Wow. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Good Riddance. 3 minutes. Favorite character. I have two actually, and they're both DCC. I had my dwarf. I got a dwarf up to 6th level before he, thanks to machinations of Harley Stroh, set into his adventure. I became a patron by replacing the Horned King. That was Bjorn, Bjorn Berber, and I have a halfling, Wilbur Whifflelinks, and he has the crown of Caesar Khan. He's mad as a hatter. He claims to be wed to the Carnifex, who's never actually said that they're not. The last time someone rolled his body successfully as he woke up, he said, "Okay, sweetie, I'll see you soon." Those are my two favorite characters, although halflings get harder to play at higher levels. They don't keep up with everybody. But Wilbur's still alive, and my wife is still awake. Oh, Up the Garden Path. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That's crazy hard to find. Oh, 95 seconds, folks. We're in that final countdown. I see someone upped their pledge, and that's very kind of you as well. My God, we've raised almost an additional $5,000. Oh, and we've reset again. Okay, so we've raised about another $5,000, and we're still going. You folks are just so awesome, right? I mean, this is why this community is so great. I mean, we're in this together, right? I mean, you know, I'm staying up because you're staying up. You're staying up because I'm staying up, and people are still backing, and that is fantastic. We had just passed 650,000. We were at like 650,000, like maybe $200. You might be able to scroll back on the live feed. So yeah, we've raised about another $4,500 since it just became me. Which, I mean, sure, that's less than 1% of the total crowdfunding, but I mean, we're the diehards, right? I mean, let me see here. How many people are still in the chat? My God, there's a lot of people still in the chat. I mean, it is thin from earlier, but we are still going. Someone just needs to drop into the DCC RPG Rocks group and let them know that we're still here. If they haven't pledged, they can hop on in. Well, I'm glad you were able to. So what add-ons did you get, the great DM? If I could run a session anywhere in the world and select the players, where would it be and with who? I think I might go an unexpected route. I think if I could run it anywhere in the world, I would be back at the old location of Emerson School, where I first started playing. And it would be with those people that I first started playing with, most of whom are no longer with us. It would be wonderful to see them again and to roll dice with them again. After all these years, you know, those people had such a massive impact on my life and who I am and where I am today. And I'd give almost anything to be able to do that again. I mean, we all have like our high school game groups and things like that, and we drift apart over the years, and sometimes we get back together. But those first people that I originally gamed with, I'd give anything for that. Let's see here. Oh, the 5e sent me an email today. Oh, and the soundtrack. I'm excited about the soundtrack. Hey, Tom. Yeah, Tom, I am still here. So Impact Miniatures, that's Tom. That is the man responsible for the amazingly beautiful dice. So Tom, just to let you know, we actually have 3 new stretch goals that are not posted. At 675, we are going to do a digital DCC dice insert. And if we hit 700,000, we are going to do a digital 5e dice insert. So yeah, your dice are fantastic, Tom. That's just it's a great thing, right? So yeah. As a matter of fact, Tom, Joe mentioned that there are ongoing talks for special DCC dice. Nothing. He didn't go into any specifics, but yeah. Let's see. Do we have any questions for Tom? I don't know, but if you do, it's the time to ask, because he's still conscious and has just stopped in, because we're still going. I mean, Tom, I outlasted Joe. Joe's on the West Coast. I mean, I'm still here because I'm not leaving till we're done. They just kind of keep biding their time and bumping us by another 10 minutes as we go. And if I'm still here when Joe gets up in the morning, I'm cool with that. Yeah, you know, I'm not as much of a late nighter as I used to be, but I'm still there. I don't remember if there was a question for Tom or not earlier, because yeah, it's my God, yeah, it's coming up on 8 hours, isn't it? Yeah. I've been in this chair an awful long time. This is my experience with childhood road trips is paying off here. I can just sit here. But yeah, so besides, so hey, since Tom is here, as a reminder, Impact Miniatures, besides making so many cool sets of DCC dice, you know, they've got a booth at Gen Con. He also sells, is it Cheebly? Is that the little cute miniatures? They have all sorts of really cool cute miniatures. If that's your thing, they've got them. Wow. So y'all bought a lot of dice, and I appreciate that. I have every set of dice released in the US and most of the foreign markets as well. I have bought a lot of Impact dice in my day, and continue to do so. Short E, so Chebby? Like that? Impact. Yeah, Tom, yeah. If Elena was here, I'd just have her bring you in, but she's also asleep. What sort of challenges do you have? Thank you so much. Greetings to Poland. Now that Goodman Games is shipping to Poland, right, or through the European store, which is awesome. Polish gamers do not get the credit they deserve. I have, hang on, maybe I can reach it. Let me see. All right, I'm still here-ish. Yeah, I think this is it. It's still, yeah, I haven't even opened the bag. Shame on me. I'm going to open a bag here. Since we have one of our gamers from Poland. There we go. Doesn't need to be in this plastic anyway. Here is, I don't know how well it'll show. Let's see here, get to, but this is my, oops, there we are. Take my word for it, this is my Polish Metamorphosis Alpha, first edition. From K6 Trolley did this. Like I said, I have nearly a complete set of Metamorphosis Alpha stuff, and this is a beautiful printing. I think it's really, really neat that the community there is so cool and so vibrant, much like, I guess, the rest of our communities, right? All right, Kojo, tap out. I understand. Oh, really? I think, because there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a total of like 3 Polish Metamorphosis Alpha products, right? I've got a copy of The Long Mile, and I think there was a Polish translation of, I think, like the C.S. Bonnie Brown. I ordered it from a publisher, but it never came. So that was kind of a bummer, but I think there's another one out there. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, folks. Let's see if this is going to be our last hurrah. Don't know. You folks keep surprising. Well, I mean, it's not even just surprising. It's overwhelming the level of support you've given so far. I asked him about that. I would love to know if there's more Polish Metamorphosis Alpha stuff. Yeah, so I mean, Tom literally was pulling the Pantones from Grecian vases that Joe was providing pictures of, so he could match those for the dice. I mean, the photos are cool. The photos still do not do the dice justice, in my opinion. They're really nice. Oh well, thank you, Kojo. Yeah, well, I mean, we've been down to 90 seconds before, so who knows? But I mean, our backer train is 536 people long, right? That is amazing. If this truly is the end, it's been a great ride. It really has. You folks have been wonderful. Trying to think, I want to make sure that if there's any questions that I missed, I want to make sure that I get those answered for you. I might have actually caught up on everything, and it looks like we might be counting down. We're down to 1.5 minutes as we count down. Well, you are welcome. Thank you, folks. I mean, everything you've done for all of this. The Goodman Games community is unlike anything else in gaming. It really is. I mean, there's lots of good people in lots of different gaming communities. Don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, the Goodman Games community is unlike any other. I'll get some sleep after this. Don't you worry. Granted, I've still got a lot of stuff to do, right? Yeah, and I've got to write that funnel. But I don't necessarily need to start writing that funnel in 57 seconds. If someone wants to keep that backer train going, I'm here. But yeah, thank you all for backing this project and helping bring it to life. It's been amazing. I've been honored to be able to do anything in relation to Janelle's work, and to do 2 separate campaigns related to her stuff and create new material for it. Oh my God. I mean, that's absolutely amazing. All right, folks, I show 18, 15, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are done. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an amazing crowdfunder campaign with a goal at $10,000, and we're at $654,928 with 5,231 backers. The biggest Kickstarter, the most funded Kickstarter in Goodman Games history. You made all of this possible, right? I mean, we did all of this because you let us do that, and we know that, and we remember that. We know how lucky we are at Goodman Games that you love and support the stuff that we're doing, and that in turn inspires us to keep doing more. So that is a wrap on the funding. And let me just scroll up. There was something. Is there a way to search in this stream chat? So let me scroll back down as I ask that question. Is there anyone that could do it? Can anyone tell me, is it possible to search in the chat box? Let's see if someone's here. Anyone at all know? Oh yeah, I gotta finish. Yeah, I've got me to finish. I guess I can hang out a little bit longer with y'all, right? It's just not an obligation. So we didn't hit those stretch goals, but it was kind of pie in the sky anyway, right? We hit all the major stuff. We got those adventures unlocked. Everyone's, yeah, I think it's a scroll fest. Yeah, I think so too. And I'm afraid, because I've been in this chat window for about 8 hours now, and there's a lot of stuff. Oh, and it doesn't, no, whatever it was, scrolled out. So 3 minutes short of 7 hours. I came here in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh yeah, 1, no, 2. Just shy of 8 hours. No scratch and sniff stickers, but Joe now has the ability, so he's going to look into that, right? So. All right, I don't know who it was, but someone twice asked if I would sing a song. Is that person still here? Oh, 7 extra hours. Yeah, that's true. 7 hours of overtime. You say that. All right. Let me see here. Kilochandra. Yeah, it probably was Kilochandra. Okay. Let's see here. Trad or sailing? Let me ask that. Trad or sailing? I'll do one. I'll do one before we call it a night. Okay. I know just the one to close out this campaign. Maybe. God, I haven't sung that song in a very long time. Give me a moment here. All right, I'll give it a go. It's a song I haven't done in 7 or 8 years at least. Yeah, Matt, that's one I think I can still remember. So here we go. To you, our amazing backers, and the line it starts with is quite fitting. Of all the money that e'er I've spent, I've spent it in good company. And all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night, and God be with you all. Merry meet, merry part, and merry meet again. This has been a fun time, folks. This has been, just being involved in this campaign was a once in a lifetime thing. Going to the Vance Mance was a once in a lifetime thing. Being part of this show was a once in a lifetime thing. You folks, there just aren't words, folks. I still have mead, so I'm going to be here a little bit longer. But as you all kind of drift on your way and head to sleep, just know that your support and your enthusiasm it's not just that it's appreciated, it's kind of what keeps us going, right? You people are awesome, and don't ever forget that. And I'm a lucky gamer. That's what I am. I'm one of you. I'm just really lucky, and you folks are what makes all of this. No, karaoke that brings isn't bad. Just don't challenge us to like Rattling Bog or Barley Mow, or you'll probably hurt yourself. Oh, yes, Metallis. This could be a massive explosion in DCC popularity, but I mean, a project like this, Caverns of Thracia, which is so special to so many people, and just like Dark Tower was so special to so many people, and it was a very different project, right? These have all been very different, and they're all really special, and it's all really nice. And Pax, you're familiar with Rattling Bog? Do you know Barley Mow? Yes. On the Sunday of Gary Con, I spoke about Janelle at the memorial service. I was asked to speak about her, and it's why I was speaking to her widow the night before, because it was really weird. I won't go. It was just really weird to be asked, and it really is. It's all about her legacy. I mean, look, there's people in the community who know who I am, and we're all very friendly, but I've never made any pretenses that, people aren't buying this because it's a Bob Brinkman DCC conversion. They're buying it because it's a conversion of Janelle's amazing adventure, right? I'm a nice guy. Janelle created something really special, and we stand on the shoulders of giants. Oh, PAX isn't ready. I'm in Twitch so infrequently. Yeah, no, oh yeah, no. That funnel deadline is much sooner, I think, than Jen would like to have heard. So yeah. Well, thank you, Small Town Vices. We have fun, right? I mean, that's kind of the big key. These shows are kind of a celebration and a party of the community, and we all hang out. So it's nice. And Pax, have you ever heard how fast we do Barley Mow? I'm just curious, since you mentioned we have a decent overlap, and you're right, we do have a massive overlap in our music. I'm just curious. I will wait while I sip my mead. Oh, quick trivia note for Bob. James, I would love to be involved in a conversion of Citadel of Fire. I never played it back in the day, but I hadn't played Dark Tower or Caverns of Thracia either. I learned a lot about dungeon design really from Thracia. It's a masterclass in dungeon design. My God, Tom, you rocked it. You are welcome, TJ. Is it TJP Ref or is it TJ Pref or Pro? Either way, thank you. And your mind is because all the Earth, yeah, the Earth sets are fantastic. Pro, there we are. So TJ Pro, thank you very much. It's wonderful. Still wouldn't hear from about Barley Mow. Better than your best dice Kickstarter. We rocked it. Don't be jealous. We're all in this together, right? And Tom, you are a huge part of this community, and people love your dice. Your dice let us play the game. It is a wonderful circle. Still a little bit of mead left, so I'm going to hang out a little bit longer, just because I can, and because this mead is too good to rush. So those of you that had questions for advice, and again, like I said, I'll happily give you my any advice you want. Judge the value once you've got it, right? I'm sure there are people more qualified, but you contact me on Facebook or something like that. Oh no, you don't pour out mead. When I worked at, so if you live in, and those of you who live in the state of Ohio, Ohio is the home to my favorite mead, although this British mead is very, very good. Valley Vineyards makes a honey mead that is absolutely delightful. And when I performed at the Ohio Renaissance Festival, I used to buy it by the case. And Saturday after fair, we'd all go to the parking lot, we'd change, and I'd open 2 bottles of mead. So I would be drinking from one, and the first time someone came up and said, "Hey, can I have a little mead?" I'd hand them the second bottle and say, "That's the bottle that gets shared. Anybody asks, you share it." And then I would light up a Cuban cigar that had been smuggled in through the airport in Lexington, Kentucky, and I was the Pirate King mead cigar and all. It was wonderful. Oh, Dayton. I never lived in Dayton. I lived in Cincinnati, specifically Short Vine and Mount Adams, and I lived in Wyoming, Ohio. Yeah, I had my neighbor worked at the airport, and people that were smuggling stuff in on their charter flights would always give him some, and of whatever they were bringing in, and I didn't ask questions. And he didn't smoke cigars, so I had gotten I think 2 or 3 boxes of Cuban cigars. It was a good time. We're definitely getting down to the true count out now that this project is finished. Oh yeah, small town vices. I led a very charmed life in my youth, let me tell you. And catch me at the bar at GaryCon sometime, and I will. Yeah. Good times. I'm just curious here. Let me just see. My God, there are still a lot of you still in here. There's close to 40 people still sitting in here. Yeah, and that's the beauty of things, right? As a Ren performer, the attitude was always, I might not see you tomorrow, I might not see you the rest of the season, but I'll always see you sometime down the road, and that holds very true. We'll meet sometime down the road, one way or another. Maybe we'll even have a chance to share a table sometime. Yeah, you might have poured a light dram of Anoa, but you still didn't answer my question about barley mow there. Oh, the mead's getting awful thin here. Let's see. We got about a dram left. I started being an influencer. I don't know about that. It's neat, right? It's been fascinating to watch that actually become a career path for people, right? People really are influencers. That's just, I don't know if that's me, right? I'm just kind of a guy, and I'm good with that. Only you know, Barleymo, only a wee nipperkin. Hang on, let me. All right, let's see if I can do this after all the mead that I've had. Those of you who don't know, Barleymo might get absolutely nothing out of this. So this is for you, Paxson. Keep in mind that Keenan normally does this with me, and we stay perfectly in sync. Oh, the company slave dray brewer daughter landed in Lando barrel, half barrel gallon, half gallon, pop pint, 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 quarter, nipperkin, pipperkin, and the brown bowl. Here's good luck. Good luck to the barley mow. There you go. Yeah, so right, that was company, slavey, drayer, brewer, daughter, landlady, landlord, barrel, half barrel, quart pot, pint pot. Oh, sorry, barrel, half barrel, gallon, half gallon, quart pot, half a pint, gill, pot, half a gill, quarter gill, nipperkin, pipperkin, and the brown bowl. Okay, yes. I'll let you plug that in the chat. I'm not gonna plug that here on the Goodman feed, but I appreciate that small devices. I'm having fun with that. So small time devices. I started performing at the Bristol Renaissance Fair in 1991. From there, 91, 92, went to Ohio for the 93 season, and then went on the road, hit Texas Renaissance Fair, did Sterling, the Camelot Fair before, in the brief shining moment it was there, the Greater Louisiana Fair. I toured the country. I was mostly, hawking and breathing fire. But at the end of the night, when everything was quiet and everyone was gone, we were in the campgrounds. We'd sit around a bonfire and we'd sing. That's how we passed the time. And when I moved to Las Vegas, I ended up going to a party, being overserved a little bit, and in that condition, I defaulted back to what I always did in those conditions, and started singing. And I was at a party filled with the kind of people that wouldn't stare at me funny. Instead, they were trying to figure out the lyrics and sing along. And Captain Songtime became a thing. Captain Songtime spawned Marooned. Maroon spawned 5 or 6 albums, and years at Gen Con until finally we stopped performing with COVID and everything. And good night to you, this Matt Young, and have a wonderful night. Okay. Yes, that was the fair in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I later went back there for several years as the entertainment director when my mentor, Ron Scott Fry, retired from the fair. A lot of great stuff starts at the Bristol Fair. A lot of great acts that come through there. A lot of great acts are still there. Well, folks, it is 2:15. The campaign has come to its end, and it looks like the questions have been answered. The stretch goals that we were going to hit have been hit, and we all have Caverns of Thracia to look forward to. So on behalf of everyone at Goodman Games, since I'm the last man standing, thank you again for everything. Thank you for staying up late with me. Thank you for keeping the backer train running for so long that we had 7 hours of overtime. And no problem, Old Time Voices. I will take the late shift anytime. If I'm involved in a project, I am here as long as you are, because we share our enthusiasm and passion for this stuff, right? So thank you, Scammerific. Yes, the community makes it, and you can scroll up this stream chat to see some of the wonderful folks that make up this community. So I am. Yeah, you got products to finish. I have an adventure to write. So there's that. I get to write a funnel. Well, if you're looking for Guinness, just show up the MC Suites. The bartender Jeff, he greets me with 2 Guinness pub draft when I walk in. So it's a good time. Hey, Tyler, it doesn't matter if you could only join at the end. It was really nice. Got the stretch goal that wasn't mentioned. Well, there's all sorts of fun stuff. We had a good time, and that's really what this is about, right? It was a party. We had fun. My goodness. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been wonderful hanging out with all of you this evening. I can't think of any other way I would have wanted to spend this night other than surrounded by people that share the same passion for Caverns of Thracia and Janelle's work, and just happy gamers who are just, let's face it, just plain nice. So from all of us to all of you, have a wonderful evening. And now I have to try and wake up Elena so that they can try and figure out how to kill the stream when I end this Zoom. Good night, all.